or die is the situation for a lot of the teams in the latter half of the board. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the round 3 of BGIS, and today is going to be the day 4. That means the final day, and as we all know, 16 teams from the overall standings who are not able to make it inside the top 4, they will move on forward inside the lower brackets itself. I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro John, alongside with me on the panel, Salty. And Salty, round 3, final day. Time's passing by like it's nothing.
Absolutely. I mean, time has passed by. Teams have passed us as well. I mean, we've eliminated a lot of the competition. But to be honest, you know, it's a Super Sunday with some potential comeback stories on the cards. I am pumped. I'm sure you are as well.
I'm super pumped as well. Speaking about, as you mentioned, potential comeback story, day 2 has been the day where a lot of comebacks have been witnessed in the past as well. But will the same thing happen today? GENxFM, teams like that are still on the latter half of the board.
I mean, speaking of GENxFM, to be honest, they are just way too behind. I'm just hoping that they come back with a bang, to be honest, because otherwise they don't really have a chance. But the teams who are in the first page of the overall standings, I'm pretty sure they are going to be punching with some heavy fists, man.
Look, from what I know is that it's tough to sustain the spot that you've got inside the top 4. You're always going to be feeling a lot of pressure because the teams on the latter half of the board, they will try to claw their way back up. And makes a lot of sense, too, because there's a lot of things online. And as we all know, one of those things has to be the big numbers on the board, which is 2 crore rupees, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the prize pool of BGIS 2023. So let's move on forward and take a look at that.
I mean, of course, we've been talking about it. Some big purse, some big money involved into this picture as well. But more than the money, it's the fame and the acclaim, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, just like you mentioned, the champions go with 75 lakhs, second place with 37.5, and you've got the additional prize as well, which, of course, makes this so much more interesting.
MVP of the BGI is 4 lakhs, then the Rising Star getting 2 lakhs, then MVP of the Finals getting 2 lakhs, and then the Best IGL2 getting 2 lakhs. So much number on the line, so many figures on the line over here. Of course, a factor that motivates the team a lot, but something that's going to put a lot of pressure. But as I mentioned, it's for the grand final, still quite far away. For now, we need to focus on the round 3. As I mentioned, 16 teams. Maybe that can be on the 15th spot as well, or maybe any other team that's on the first page of the overall standings, they still stand a chance to go inside the lower brackets. So do not jump to conclusions just yet and wait for the results.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, you know, it's always a very dicey situation. Of course, we know as a matter of fact, the top 4 from every single group, they are moving on to the next round very comfortably. Yeah. But of course, the 5th spot, just like you mentioned, it's extremely dicey because the points are going to be calculated. They are going to be put onto an overall standings leaderboard, and from there the top 16 are going to qualify. Now, of course, there will be twists and turns. There might be certain groups where 5th and the 6th spot actually qualify because they've got higher numbers. From certain groups, there might be a factor where the 5th position team just do not get the cut. So it's always important to get as many points as you can on the leaderboard.
Listen, man, a lot of speculations, that's for sure. But now it's time for us to move on forward and take a look at the format, finally, so we can explain how exactly the journey has been looking like inside BGIS 2023 so far. We kick things off with the grind, of course, where 256 joined us, from which only 64 teams moved on forward. Top 32 inside the round 3, bottom 32 inside the round 2.
Exactly. Now, of course, this is round 3, which is going on currently. We've got round 4 as well, and then the lower brackets, semi-finals, and the grind finals. Necro, we just saw the prize pool. There's a long journey ahead. But how did the journey start? Every single player from all across the country, if their accounts are Platinum 5 and Level 25, they were allowed to participate in this competition.
Exactly, which 2,048 teams joined alongside inside the round 1, which was from the in-game qualifiers, and that was the eligibility criteria for that. As I mentioned, 256 teams were invited inside the grind, from which only top 64 teams moved on forward, top 32 inside the round 3, our bottom 32 inside the round 2 itself, which happened in the previous week. But right now, we're currently inside the round 3, and even the round 3 is almost about to end.
Exactly. It's the last day, of course, of the round 3 itself. But again, coming back to the in-game qualifiers. Every single team from all across the country, they were allowed to participate inside the game itself. They played 15 matches, and out of which only the top 10 best matches were calculated, from which we derive our big prize pool, or not the prize pool actually, the pool of 2,048 teams.
And then from the round 1, as we all know, 384, which was top 3 from each group, could move in forward. And then from the overall standings of the round 1, which is 2,048 teams, and only top 96 from the overall standings of that 2,048 teams could move on forward inside the round 2. So that's a big cutthroat. That means only 512 teams were able to move inside the round 2 itself, and that's a big quarter just cut down. It's a big chunk. It's just taken away.
slashed by 75%, just like that. That is how the tournament has been progressing, absolutely merciless. But of course, as we progress from round 2 to round 3, only 224 teams were qualified, and of course, just like you mentioned, the top 32 teams were also joining them, make it into 256. I'm just, scrambling with the numbers because it's been so merciless.
I mean, it's understandable. It's just too many numbers to calculate at this point in time, and we're humans. We get confused too. But then, just to let you guys know, once again, top 4 from each group, which is 64 in total, will be moving on forward towards the round 4. And then, as we mentioned, in the overall standings, top 16 teams who are not able to make it inside the top 4 will be moving on forward towards the lower brackets, which is, of course, going to be the depth of hell. You do not want to be there.
Absolutely do not want to be there. But to be honest, the fact that a lower bracket has been involved in the picture, it's sort of going to be a lifeline for every single team out there who could not potentially make it, because some days I believe that are not your days. Your form is not going, your aim is not actually working out as well. You just feel like you missed out on that top 4 spot. But if you're good enough, you will still get another chance in the lower brackets, and that's what the beauty of this competition is.
That is true, but you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the points distribution. We've speaked about positioning yourself higher in the overall standings, but how do you exactly do so? This is why the points distribution is in front of you. If you manage to position yourself in the first spot inside the game, which is the chicken dinner position, that will give you 15 points. The second spot, 12 points. Third spot, 10 points. But then, of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards, but the most eye-catching moment of this entire graphic is each finish equals 1 point.
Exactly. Pretty standard points distribution has been going on in the BGMI circuit for quite a long time, and I kind of like it, to be honest. The fact that a chicken dinner gives you 15 points gives you that instant gratification for positional play. But as we transition into today's schedule, we're going to talk about 2 groups, group number 9 and group number 5, Necro.
Yep, today group 9 is going to kick things off because yesterday they played on the Vikendi, but today it's their time to sort of lay back, chill back, and play or kick things off with the map of Erangel. But then for group 5, once again, they're going to start things off on the Vikendi. This is going to be a little bit tough. Yesterday they played 3 games. Today they're going to play 3 more games. In total, 6 games per group.
Exactly, 6 games per group, and I like the fact that it has been divided into 2 particular days. You just get to sit back, relax, and have a night to actually figure out what mistakes you are making. And speaking of group 9 specifically, you've got 2 teams, 2 Goliaths, absolute Goliaths at the very top, Xpark and Numen, who are almost there. It seems like they've almost qualified over 60 points. What do you think?
Not just that, how can you forget about LOC and CannonBoltz as well, Salty? You got to add these 2 teams. These guys have been doing fantastic as well. It's understandable, yeah, these 2 guys are the Goliaths. These 2 guys are sort of like the biggest teams out there. But LOC and CannonBoltz, these guys have been proving themselves quite nicely. Even TOC Esports, as I mentioned, they're so hyperactive inside the game. They're so good at positioning themselves in the late game scenarios. I think so TOC definitely do have a lot underneath their belts. Maybe today is where they sort of catch things back once again in their hands.
Now, we do have the overall scorecard in front of us, Necro, and this is where things get pretty dicey. Almost Xbox, Numen, and LOC, they've almost secured their berth in the next round. But CannonBoltz, the fact that there is not a lot of teams, there's a big buffer. You've got multiple teams in the second page as well who are pretty close by. Now, I remember how many points CannonBoltz had. 27 is what they have right now. We saw, you talked about TOC as well. They have 15 points, just a difference of 12 points. 1 game and they're back up in that 4th spot.
Listen, breaching inside the top 4 is not going to be that tough. The points difference is not a lot.
Absolutely.
Yesterday, if you had a full-blown conversation, we did a lot of theory crafting as well. I was sitting over here exactly with Johnny, and we made so many speculations that even the audience probably in the chat were just going confused. But you know what? The first game of the day, Erangel's on the west. The plane flat path's going to start all the way from Georgia Pool towards Lipovka. This plane flat path is quite nice, unless if you want to go all the way down south towards military base, then it's going to be a tough extent.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. But ladies and gentlemen, we have an addition. Team Xpark, we've got a new player. Not a new player, a very experienced player in the form of Scout. Now, we've seen when Scout gets added onto the team, their performance gets a big upliftment. But coming back to the flight path and how the circle will be forming, I'm pretty sure if it does form somewhere towards the military base, it's going to cause problems. And we've seen those military base islands. But have a look at this. I mean, majority of the teams, they've sort of taken the drop locations in that Georgia Pole cluster. You've got Team T2H, you've got, I believe, Flanker Esports as well, who are going to move towards the outskirts of the map. I'm going to be looking out for those initial drop clashes, expecting some more aggression from these teams early on, the ones in the second page, because otherwise there's going to be no chance. You can't actually expect a safe play without it. But look at this, Team Xpark already in the midst of battle against team number 11, Team Fuze.
Team Fuze inside the fight against the players of Team Xpark. This is not looking too good. I mean, Team Spark, they've already been doing quite phenomenal inside the lobby, but Team Fuze is one of those teams that is desperately searching for the points. And unfortunately for them, they're going to face against the entirety of Team Spark. This is not the way they want to kick things off. Trust me, Spark, they've been looking phenomenal in their firefights, and there's a chance they can also come out on top in this one as well. Team Fuze trying their best to sort of find at least that initial opening, but Team Fuze needs to back out. Trust me, it's not a good fight.
Well, we'll find out actually, because it seems like Team Fuze, they're the ones who want to initiate the fight. Initial shots being fired, no real connection found though, and Team Spark, they're just waiting. 2 players from Team Fuze in close proximity. The other 2 players are far off towards the other houses, towards the outskirts of the Georgiapol city right now. So they're certainly not strengthened in order to take this fight head on. We'll have to find out how does these teams reposition themselves and how do they actually take this fight up front. But speaking of Team Fuze, oh wait, before we actually have that team LOC's Omega, we have a comedy of errors.
Oh yeah, it's TOC. And LOC Omega is in the fray. Both of them have got OCOC at the end of their name. So
what is that, OCOC?
Yeah, I mean, LOC, TOC up against each other.
Yeah.
What a coincidence, right? Maybe these guys should marry each other. But Omega was almost trying to run that guy over. Unfortunately, was not able to do so. But TOC, I was speaking about this team. I was putting some good points up. And that hyperactive nature this time isn't really working out that well. But as I mentioned, inside this fray, it was a 2v4. And that's why Team Spark realized they're going to clearly outnumber the players of Team Fuze and now start to push up against the foes just like that. The last guy's way too low, trying to pull off some parkour moves, pulls out the shotgun too. Look at Sarang, what he's trying to do over here. He's got the S12K in his hands. Of course, more bullets, and it is an automatic shotgun. So Sarang will eventually have the advantage, and this is where he shuts the foe down. These 2 guys that were right in front of the players of Team Spark, they've been dealt with. Team Fuze once again off to a bad start.
Absolutely. Team Spark, they chew them alive, and right off the get-go, we have one entire team that is eliminated. You mentioned about Team Fuze, Necro.
I told you, it's not a good fight.
Exactly, it wasn't really a good fight. They should have just backed off from this entire fray, but the way Sarang went in, he had no fear of anyone.
That's what usually happens, right? You send the entry fragger just in, and considering it's also the shotgun meta, the first guy that goes in, he's sort of like the sacrificial lamb, but the other guys need to trade things out. They need to be the one that are quite solid, providing that cover fire too. So Sarang was sort of like the guy in the front, but fortunately for Sarang, Team Fuze missed out on quite a lot of shots. And they were not able to connect those crucial shots, crucial moments, and that's why the dots were not connected. They got taken out of the game. But once again, you need to understand this factor as well. Team Fuze, they've got a lot to lose. Team Spark, nothing to lose. They're already on the first spot in the overall standings. Even if they did lose out in this fight, it's not going to affect them at all.
Exactly, and this is one of the reasons why it actually hurts for more for Team Fuze actually, because they needed this big game. They needed to actually survive, get some good points on board, and maybe go big on the map of Miramar. But what lies next for this team right now? They've lost out on the map of Erangel. They have a couple of more games up front, Miramar as well as Sanhok. For sure, Sanhok might be a table turner, but then they need that consistent performance. We saw they had somewhere about like 15 to 12 points. They will still have the opportunity, Necro. I'm still not going to back away from my words. They will still have the opportunity of making a comeback, but they need to uplift their game style, in their play style quite a lot.
Sarang, a fearless warrior. That's what he is.
He's a gladiator.
He's got that spark in him.
Yeah.
That X spark. We speak about the X factor. For the players of X Spark, they've got that X spark. We don't know what that spark is. That's why it's called X. Just like how usually in our schools, the teachers used to tell us, find the value of X. And over here, we need to find the value of X.
Yeah, but I'm still finding my X, though.
Error Esports on our screens. That X is going to give us a lot of errors. And right now, for Error Esports, they're on the first half of the board.
Yep.
They're doing okay, but they still need to perform even better. As I mentioned, it's tough to sustain the path over there, man. It's going to be so tough. So many teams underneath you on the latter half of the board will try to take you down. They're pulling on your legs already.
To be honest, the only team who is under pressure right now in terms of the overall standings is going to be CannonBoltz. 27 points in the 4th spot. It's probably the least threshold that we've seen so far in any groups in particular. And there are multiple teams who are closely following by. You've got Mayavi, you've got Error Esports as well. You've got Team T2 Wedge. How can we forget about them? They had a wonderful game of Miramar yesterday, and they have been consistently showing some great performances. So Speaking of CannonBoltz, they are in front of our screen right now. I'm pretty sure like this team can do wonders, of course, but for that they need those consistent numbers on board. They need to keep pushing forward and try and challenge LOC, who is right on top of them. There's a massive drop. LOC have somewhere about 48 points. Team CannonBoltz have 27 points, right? They still need to push up, and this game is quintessential for their qualification, and I think they know it.
Right now, though, LOC inside the game, speak of their position, all the way down south, they've took their time in rotating over there, so they're probably going to take their time once again in looting inside the military base. And as I've mentioned in the past as well, usually if a team likes to go down south, that means they're going to go for late game rotation too. They will try to go for that late rotation, and before now, we've got a fight brewing up in front of us. Two teams trying to duke it out. Unfair Esports against their foes. This is not looking too good. Ex-MagnuM officials, they're starting to fall down.
Absolutely Unfair Esports. I mean, they charged in, they have that wonderful buggy being run around as well. They scouted the compound and only figured out that there were two players inside. Ex-MagnuM official, they did not have the numbers advantage, Necro. And that is one of the reasons why they completely fell apart. Now, it's only one man, RithikBot. Fortunately for him, he's actually a little outside the compound. He is in the outskirts, right behind the fences, and nobody has spotted him so far.
Oh,
but
no.
It seems like he's been spotted. Arsh taking shots against him. This man just really blaming his luck at this point.
RithikBot position compromised. Even Numen Gaming starting to chime inside the fray. In the back lines is Avi. He hears all that commotion, wants to join, wants to get a little bit of piece of this pie. And that's why OB2 is starting to flank in from back lines. And look at the players of Numen Gaming already taking shots against the players of Unfair Esports. That last guy, Rithik, how is he even alive in that enemy territory?
I have no clue, honestly.
Yeah, but Numen Gaming from the back line, still just peppering those shots. RithikBot, you gotta thank his stars, that's for sure. MagnuM officials, this man knows there's so much threat around him, but he needs to be super cautious because his position's compromised. They know that there's a foe lying somewhere around them.
But they've got bigger targets. And that is one of the reasons why RithikBot is still alive. They don't want to focus on that solo guy, at least right now, especially with Numen Gaming trying to charge so much against them. Unfair Esports, it seems like they've sort of realized that Numen Gaming, they were just taking pot shots. They were not really interested in the fight. Once again, a similar sort of territory, right? For Unfair Esports, this fight is of very crucial importance. For Numen Gaming, they've almost qualified. They've had 60 points on the board. They can just allow themselves to let loose, you know, just try and go in for those aggressive fights, try and give themselves a good start. And it seems like that is exactly what they were doing. And look at this, we've had another central shift, rather a central shift. It's a little down south as well, which makes it that this entire region is going to be under coverage for a pretty long time. So they have no extra motivation to try and take this fight in a desperate situation.
Push happening. On, spots that Glimmer. And now RithikBot, there's a chance he will be compromised, but before going down, he takes two players down himself, but just a knockout. The players will be back up on their feet, but Numen Gaming's here, heard all those shots, and now even they're going to start to close on up towards that compound. They know that the enemies are quite hurt. They heard those two knockouts coming into play, and Numen Gaming, they want to chime inside the action as well. Already the players are quite hurt. They're quite softened up. Savitar wants to compromise, wants to close on up, try to make some nice angles happen on top of that vehicle, but unfortunately he gets suppressed and shut down. But Numen Gaming, they've got some nice cover fire coming in from the back lines too, but it's the opponents themselves. Another third party coming inside the fray. What's going on? Teams after teams after teams, but this time it's the players of knockouts who want a little bit more of the sugar.
Unfair Esports, they've been completely dished out, and this time Numen Gaming on the receiving lines, Necro. Seems like knockouts find the right timing, but even Ninja, what was he doing with the nade in the clotheslines, and he's been shut down.
Still Rex still wanting to cook that nade. Two players are being knocked out on the front lines, wants to get that confirmation done. And we see another team in the back lines wanting to close on up. This compound right now is cursed. And Numen Gaming, they want to deal with another foe that's joined the fray. Knockouts, two players are knocked out and finished. Now they're just down to a two-man squad. And even Numen Gaming Clutch God from the back lines is providing a lot of vital information. They know exactly where those two players and knockouts are. But there's one more guy from Unfair Esports on top of that house. He's not going to let anyone surpass those stairs. He's not going to let anyone step on those stairs. He's pulled out the shotgun, S12K in his hands. As soon as someone tries to come out of those smoke, he's going to pump him down.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that Unfair Esports is still surviving, but Tiny Expert, He barely survives by a sliver of HP. Knockouts, they have been dealt with the knockout blow, completely blowing apart, turning those entry points into lavas, but nades being flown in Numen Gaming. They're just chipping and chiming in, and knockouts. They're done and dusted.
But do they know there's another guy on top of the house?
Yeah, they've seen it.
Inside now, they finally spotted that guy cooking up that nade too. Savitar, he knows it's better to cook up the nade. The man pushed up, but it's completely okay. The cover fire's going to be on the point, and Numen Gaming, they come out on top in that fight. So many teams just came to that compound, collapsed, and got taken down, eaten alive by Numen Gaming. But now another fight brewing up in front of us. RVNC wanting to take down another foe, which is in the name of T2H.
This is a team that I'm actually going to be watching out for. RVNC, they come in and wrap around the compound from multiple directions. They've got the opening as well. Nice little shotgun pump. Team T2H, they've been eaten up alive, Necro.
Oh my god, this guy, Buffalo OP, indeed this guy's quad OP, turns around, slaps another man down with the DBS, and now basic form looking to get that last claim done.
Wow.
And that's what he does, devouring the entirety of the competition. T2H, they just crumble down without any issues.
What did these teams have for breakfast, Nico? Just tell me this. So much action, so many early fights happening in the first circle itself, in the second circle itself. This is absolutely crazy.
I don't understand what's going on too, but one thing is for sure, today is going to be the day of comebacks. It's the day of Undergods wanting to chime inside the action, wanting to get that top 4 spot secured.
Yeah. And one pattern which I noticed, every single team who is trying to push up, they are on that second page, be it Unfair Esports, be it RVNC, every single team, they are looking to make a comeback, even knockouts as a matter of fact. But Numen Gaming, what a recovery from that particular situation. Multiple teams trying to chime in, but they still survive. I think this team is going to have a fantastic game.
3 teams in that same compound.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, that compound was quite cursed, but Numen Gaming, they dealt with that threat quite nicely.
I like the term.
Unfair Esports, then later on even Knockout came into play, but still Numen Gaming, they held their ground quite nicely. And for now, even another fight that we saw, T2H, I personally thought this team packs a lot of punch, but in that previous fight, RVNC just made some light work against them.
And that comes as a result of their positioning, right? The way they kind of wrapped around the compound, they had so much information, and they also got the first knock. And this is something which I've always been telling, right? You just don't give your opposition time to breathe, time to reset. As soon as the first knock was coming in, they knew that this was time to push up, and they did so wonderfully well. But look at this. TARKIN Spartans are under fire, Necro, and it's X-Spark.
TARKIN Spartans too, under fire. This time, another big team joining the fray. Team X-Spark. And even Saran starting to run over his opponents. And it also feels like TARKIN Spartans are almost eliminated from the game too. Maybe 1 or 2 players are still alive. I'm not sure exactly how the grounds are looking like for that team, but one thing is for sure, they're not completely eliminated from the game. The last guy was knocked out.
Yeah. Sure, they're still surviving, but look at this action replay once again. Hrithik got found 2 knocks with the shotgun, and this is something which I loved, right? Both the players in the air, mid-air connection with the shotgun. Arsh did find a knock onto Savitar, but that was it. Beautiful trade game from Numen Gaming. And one thing is for sure, one of the reasons why they win this entire fight is because Clutch God from the backlines is providing him so much information and so much intel to work with.
Speak about the intel though. I mean, RVNC, I do not even know how they had the intel against the opponents. Straight up just rammed their vehicles. Got a few openings at the start. Bubblu OP is the man who just pushes inside without any fear.
Yeah.
Takes down 3 guys single-handedly. And then that one knockout that we saw, he was looking in the front, but then he heard a couple of shots behind him in the window, turns around, shoots that guy, takes him down. It was a really good 180 flick onto that guy with the shotgun. Before now, speaking about those 180 flicks, Numen Gaming Savitar, this guy doesn't need those when he's got some precise shooting going on inside the game. But he's got the laser beam shooting out from your M416. Why would you need to even go up close and personal against the opponents?
Yeah. I mean, I like the fact that it is the POC on the receiving lines. You mentioned about this team, to be honest, in the pre-game segment. Let's just find out if they are cursed. You're the one who's been cursing teams lately.
All right. Let's see, though. I mean, once again, they try to be a little proactive, but the Circle Squad out in the open, it's exposed. There's not a lot of cover to play with, and they've also got that dip to play with. The vehicle gets blown up. Rex, the amount of bullets this guy's unloading inside that same little dip, it's crazy. This man's not stopping, but behind him, there's another team closing on in. This is not the way things should go for X-Park. And Esports as well, wanting to chime inside the fight.
Yeah. The backstab was almost precise, but then, of course, from the backlines, Numen Gaming had it covered. And it seems like Error Esports have got a bridge to play across. They're not under direct line of fire, but Rex needs to be extremely careful. And right now, I am feeling extremely anxious at this point.
There's a smoke grenade covering Rex's back, so it's completely fine. Unless there's some, I don't know, some miraculous shots coming into play and then Rex gets knocked out. Some unlucky moments, that's the only way that Numen Gaming can be defeated right now. Before, as we did see, TOC, they're getting picked off, that's for sure. That one man still knocked out in that dip, and soon enough the confirmation will come into play. And oh no, this is evil.
Yeah, this certainly is evil. They wanted to run him over, but couldn't. I mean, doing it precisely with the vehicle is somewhat of a difficult job. One man from Team TOC is actually surviving in the backlines in that sniper tower. And now Numen Gaming, they know that, alright, since they've taken care of the front lines, let's just shift focus. And this time, their prey might just be Error Esports. Error Esports have found a little bit of a safe haven for themselves, but I'm not really sure if it's going to be enough, Necro.
LOC Omega is all by himself in the enemy territory and has managed to take down 2 players, single-handedly manhandling the opponents, but then a third party comes into play and even Omega gets knocked down. LOC, this could be their fight. Flanker Esports on the verge of collapsing, but LOC, now the cavalry finally arrives. They want to get Omega back up on their feet because they know, LOC, if Omega's back up, there's a chance they can once again chime inside the fights in a much more better fashion. Pro closing on up from Team Mayavi. The third party's quite nice, but then even Team Mayavi, they get shot at from the back lines. Another man from Flanker Esports, he flanks them.
Yeah, Beluga is there right behind them, and this is just a sandwich situation for everyone. Flanker Esports trying to make some proactive movements out there, but I think it's heavy for them. It's good for them to try and just escape the situation because only 1 or 2 players are barely surviving, but Mayavi, they are not the guys to actually fall back. They will always take fights, and it seems like Blacks is the only one who has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
Cypher's knocked out, Team Mayavi. Not the fight they should have gone for, but it's completely okay, completely fine. We do see the 3 men in the front lines. Where's the 4th guy? That's my question. Is he even alive? Team Mayavi, they might just be down to a 3-man squad. LOC in front of us, though. For them, 3 players are up and alive. Omega, he got taken out a while ago. Definitely not the execution the players of LOC wanted, but Omega, before he got taken down, he managed to take down 3 players single-handedly. Almost 3 players.
Yeah, he was all there by himself, so I'm actually surprised that he actually did that. But look at this Numen Gaming. I love what we are seeing from them. They're trying to close in on Error Esports, trying to block off every single angle with the smoke grenades, and then they're going to pursue them with the nades itself. And here comes the artillery strike, Necro.
So many fights happening left, right, and center, back-to-back. It's some non-stop action going on. Ooh. Another utility was tossed in from LV, but he's got that smoke cover for himself, at least for now. Error Esports not able to spot that guy just yet. Team X-Park 2 inside the elimination feed, even they're on the receiving lines.
Wow!
He gets ran over by plays. This is not the way Numen Gaming wanted to get eliminated from the game, but the last guy gets ran over by Error Esports. And for now, they've managed to just take out the threat. They've managed to neutralize the threat.
I'm not really sure. Was that a fluke through the smoke? How did he pinpoint his position? I'm not even sure. I think he just wanted to run the buggy over, try and gather information. But that man precisely finds a position of that prone Numen player. And that's how Numen are going to bite the dust, ladies and gentlemen. Flanker Esports as well has found that little corner in the shack itself, which is still inside the zone. But another fight brewing up, and this time Team X-Park are under heavy fire.
Team X-Park, of course, facing the brunt of the shotguns, and shotguns from both the sides. The trade back is definitely there, but X-Park, that one single guy managed to find those 2 knockouts. Pakar, he's played his role quite nicely. Now it's all down to hold things together. He has to be the chain that ties the players of Team X-Parks together.
Yeah, it seems like MASTIZONE Gaming, they are sort of falling back. Viper, I can already see him going on a rotate, so they've basically sacrificed Jordy as well as Bunny in this fight itself. They wanted to chime in, but as soon as Aditya got those 2 initial knocks, it seems like MASTIZONE Gaming, they prefer to actually go for positions. But look at Beluga.
This nade.
I love his positioning already. But from the backlines, even he is getting pressured on. What is happening, Necro? Nobody is safe inside the circle.
He's the only guy alive from Flanker Esports. He needs to keep his position anonymous. He needs to stay quiet for as long as possible. CannonBoltz, a team that we all are looking out for.
Yep.
This team has definitely played quite a lot of surprising games so far, even yesterday. But today, will they be able to repeat those surprises? Will they be able to pull out the rabbit from the hat? Flanker Esports gets eliminated. Beluga not able to stay alive in the game. Or furthermore, LOC in front of us, up against the players of Team Mayavi. Even at LOC, they start to get knocked out.
Not a good position for LOC, to be honest. Inside the rice fields, they are not going to find any sort of cover. None of these players, in fact, have any sort of cover. The only pieces of cover are going to be their vehicles, to be honest. But CannonBoltz, they've found a nice little ridge for themselves. This dip might just enable them to survive for the late game. And we know how important this game is. But as soon as I say that, the circle shifts. And RVNC, they are at the smack center of it, Necro.
Indeed they are, CannonBoltz. Look at them. Still in the outskirts, hugging the blue. Salty, if you remember, yesterday Group 9 started off so slow. It was the slowest group that we witnessed, and today, it's one of the most aggressive groups that we've seen.
I've never seen an Erangel this quick, never seen an Erangel this aggressive. Every single team is just looking out for blood, and this is amazing. This is everything that I enjoy, to be honest. Xpark, of course, they've lost Pucar, so they are going to be struggling for that extra firepower which Pucar brings on the table.
Xpark, they're like the burning torch of consistency. And they've also managed to rack up 10 finish points. This team is definitely feeling themselves. They've got that wind in their sails. They're enjoying every single moment inside these final few moments of the game. And they've also got a solid hold in the circle.
The only team who is actually pretty much holding the entirety of the circle is going to be RVNC. They've got the control of the compounds. They are pretty much at the center of the circle. 3 teams, in fact, are inside, and Team Xpark is going to be one of them. And this time, they can spread their wings. Error Esports just barely outside the circle, or barely inside. They are under heavy fire with the all artillery coming in, of course. And with that being said, I think LOC Esports as well are going to bite the dust. There is no way they could actually try and breach for RVNC's spot.
Impressive survival skills from this out of Team Mayavi.
Oh,
this team's still able to stay alive in the final few moments of the game, and 3 teams inside the same compound. Oh, this is going to be hell breaking loose soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. 3 teams right next to each other. Team Mayavi, Tier 1 to join the fray. They want a little piece of this pie as well. Cypher softened up. Blacks gets knocked out. Legit is softened up too, but RVNC,
wow,
they make the push happen against the opponents. And just like that, CannonBoltz, they have been eliminated from the game.
This is RVNC in their true colors, and I love this team already. We were talking about this team, and what a beautiful comeback it has been. Of course, Cypher is still remaining.
My God, RVNC.
He's gonna get shut down instantly.
RVNC, it's a whole different team today. It's a whole another meta for this team.
They defended this compound with 2 teams pushing against them, Mayavi as well as another team. This is not usual, and now Team Xpark are also starting to chime in.
Oh my God! Oh, the third party too. Error Esports took an advantage. Oh, no. Star OP! He knocked himself out. This is such a big blunder. RVNC, they had all the stars just connected. They had all the stars lined up. But then that one rookie mistake comes into play, and Star OP, he knocks himself out. This is not a good situation for the players of RVNC. But one thing they can try to do is keep themselves quiet. Just stay quiet, because these 2 teams, which is of course Error Esports and the players of Team Xpark, can try to duke it out against each other. But then the players of Error Esports, they make the push happen against the foes. Even Senior, he gets knocked out by his own teammate. What's going on? So many team fracks going on. So many team eliminations happening. But then RVNC Bubble OP was alive, but not anymore.
It's an absolute chaos inside the final circle, and Error Esports, they actually make the best use of this entire chaos, the entire flustered situation. Xpark, they still have 3 players, Necro, and it seems like Error Esports also have 3 players. It might just be a proper 3v3, but do Xpark have the utility to actually make it work? The nade connects, and Sarang gets the advantage for Xpark.
It was so chaotic that the teams were not even able to know what exactly is going on inside the game. It was so chaotic. Yeah, exactly. But then we saw so many friendly fire moments. And for now, speaking about friendly fire, this time it's definitely the players of Team Xpark taking shots against the enemies.
Yeah.
And Error Esports, The two players in the compound, one player sort of separated out. I love the split coming in from them. They've got the most amount of control inside the zone. Sicko could have almost get knocked out. This could have been so bad for the players of Error Esports. Electro plays in the front lines. Sicko wanting to patch himself up. X-Spark, they sort of do have the advantage inside the fight. But when it comes to the positioning aspect of the game, X-Spark do not have the advantage.
Exactly. It's an entire chess game, ladies and gentlemen, inside of BGMI right now, because the pieces are moving in tandem, and Error Esports, their micro adjustments have been brilliant. But X-Spark with their sheer firepower will try to breach forward, and Dead Player and his flank, Sarang did not expect that.
As I mentioned, Dead Player, that flank, that separation that came into play from that guy was quite nice. And that's why the positioning play from the players of Error Esports is way better compared to the players of Team X-Spark. Team X-Spark, all the three players inside that same compound. Sarang, that little glimmer was spotted. Dead Player, all he needs is that little glimmer. Sarang! Oh, this could have been so close. Scout could have been knocked out in that scenario. Team X-Spark, they need to be a little bit more careful with the steps they take.
Error Esports. Oh my god, Scout was knocked down in a flash, and Dead Player, this man is proving his worth, Necro.
Exactly, wall of death starting to close in. Scout taken down, now it's a 2-3.
Wow.
Man advantage in the favor of Error Esports. Dead Player, this man from far away, is doing a great job, but he's got no meds, and that's why Dead Player's is quite softened up. Another man goes down, Aditya hits the deck, and now it's the last guy to go in the name of Sarang. Sicko Gamer pushes up and forward against Team X-Spark, and even the last guy gets taken down, and he bites the dust, as it's going to be the players of Error Esports to kick things off on a fantastic note, and that's going to be a big leap in the overall standings.
Absolutely, they are making their presence felt, and I'm pretty sure Error Esports, after that giga banger of a performance, they are inside the top 4, Necro. But what a game it has been. Let's just take a breather and just try and understand what went wrong. What did these teams have for breakfast?
One of the most hyperactive games that I witnessed so far inside BGIS. And this is why I love Day 2. The leftover 3 matches, all the undergod teams, they just wake up. They have this sort of like the sixth sense that just starts to wake up inside them. But that big move from the side of Error Esports, they're making some big moves on the board. And what are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I think Dead Player, sort of that flank, it changed the entire fight and transitioned the game in favor of Error Esports. That is it.
That is true. That positioning aspects of the players of Error Esports gave them such a big advantage. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, after that first game, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left. TKM use कर.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश. चल. स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा.
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले. डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
यस लेट्स गो
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
अब तुम्हारी बारी
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS. Of course, we just saw the commercial where Ranveer Singh is playing the game as well. He's playing pure. I'm pretty sure you guys can do it as well. Just go download BGMI on your mobile devices from the Google Play Store or the App Store as well and just enjoy it. I'm pretty sure you're going to have some fun. But speaking of having fun, first of all, Mr. Johnny is back on the desk, so I'm going to have some fun. But secondly, the first game, what is going wrong with these players?
I think Necro actually mentioned it correctly, and you also were talking about it towards the end, that all of a sudden undergods realize like, oh, it's the last day of qualification. If we don't perform, we are not moving through to the next year. And I think that sort of mindset coming into play was one of the major reasons why we saw a lot of aggression in this game.
Not just a lot of aggression, but aggression right from the very start, which just took me off guard, to be honest, because we started off with this entire fight of Xpark versus Team Fuze. Now, we were talking about Team Fuze and how they have the chance of actually making it count inside of the second day, inside round 3, but it was just Xpark completely, draining water on their entire plans.
Yeah, and Xpark has been doing that to a lot of teams since yesterday. So it was really confusing when Team Fuze sort of charged upon them. And Team Fuze, they aren't necessarily having a great time. I think they just try to fill in the gap for Team Zan from the previous round. But you have to understand, Team Zan was built different. That team was built different. I mean, they played with a completely different mindset. But talk about things, just going on another different note, I think RVNC, such a strong momentum inside the game. Today looking like a completely different set of players.
Exactly, and of course this was an initial fight which happened when we saw them push onto a particular compound, so that aspect of their game is really good. But in the ending stages, we saw them defend the compound as well against two different teams, which means they know how to push and they know how to defend, both of which has been covered.
Yeah, I mean, so both aspects, as you mentioned, of gameplay have been covered, but the problem is decision making is still a little bit lackluster, and I think they just got a little bit unlucky towards the end. First of all, that self-nade that happened, and second thing was the fact that, I mean, they were indoors. They did not necessarily need to push on the players of Xpark aggressively. The ball was in the court of Xpark, and Xpark was being put under a lot of pressure by the players of Error Esports already. So RVNC actually could have just stayed indoors, protected their numbers, protected themselves, and then just let Error and Xpark duke it out. Whoever survives, take on them, make it to the top 2 at least. But I mean, we can't really critique them much for this game. They finished in the top 3. They had good number of eliminations. I believe they were like 13 or 14 eliminations in total. So overall, it was a brilliant game from their side in the end.
Exactly, and this was the moment that I was talking about. They defend the compound with, if not all 4 players, minimum 3 players still alive, and 2 teams wiped off. This was a complete gigabanger of a performance from this team, of course. But this is where the cookie actually crumbles. Sarang's push was not anticipated by RVNC, and the first player get knocked out. And this one is a little unfortunate, Johnny. I mean, what are the odds? I understand if the nade had struck onto the wall or something and came back, but it struck the window pane.
It's such a small piece of wood right there separating the two parts of the window. And I mean, that is just unlucky, man.
Yeah.
That is just an unfortunate, unlucky moment. It's going to happen. I mean, no matter what the odds are, 1 in a million, it's still, this was that one time.
Exactly. I mean, possibly the 10 times he would have thrown the net, he would have just passed on to, but that one time, it was just unlucky, just like you said. But let's just bring our conversation a little towards X-Park, who actually pushed up. X-Park was aggressive right from the start up until the very end, but Error Esports, this team and their decision-making just completely threw X-Park and all their aggression onto the dustbin, because it felt like Error Esports, they knew exactly how to counteract X-Park.
Error Esports just held their ground in the very end. It was that one man, I think it was Dead Player behind that airdrop. He did not have any healing utility available for him. So had a nade or some utility be lobbed towards him, he would have been taken out. And I think X-Park, they did not have that information as to how healthy that player is, what sort of loadout he has available on him. And that lack of information just made sure that they just completely focus on the two players coming from front. It was the ideal fight for both teams, but again, I mean, even odds, decision making is going to be absolutely critical, and it felt like Error Esports, their decision of just holding back, holding on to their position and just being a little bit more patient than X-Park eventually just gave them the advantage.
Well, during the cast as well, I was talking that this entire fight was more of a chess match, but we're going to talk about it a little later, because Rebel of the match, Star OP from RVNC. RVNC showed their true colors. This was the performance that I was waiting from RVNC yesterday as well, but yesterday they could not really show their true potential, and right now it seems like this team, they are on a mission. They're on a mission to come back into the top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, after a big performance like this, I think they are going to be inching quite close to it. Although, on the other side, I mean, we do see Team Mayavi. Team Mayavi had a good game in this one. X-Park, they played quite brilliantly. They secured a lot of finishes. The top 2 finished 12 points for that as well. So they're going to be going close to that, I think, 20-plus points from this game. Numen Gaming is that one team I want to talk about. We haven't talked about them yet. Numen Gaming in the last Erangel yesterday just blew up the entire game. They were so good, so many finishes. Did not win the match necessarily, but they still had a top 3 finish in the match. Today, it just looked completely hazy, their run. I mean, they were looking quite aggressive. They ran into a lot of fights. But again, I mean, it was time for a switch up, and I think that switch up was something that was missing.
Exactly. As we transition onto the match scorecard, the entirety of this picture gets cleared. Error Esports, of course, at the tippity top with 26 points. They've got 11 finishes to work with, pretty high numbers over there. RVNC, kudos to their 14 finishes. They're going to find themselves in that sweet second spot, 24 points to work with. And X-Park in the second spot, second spot from the game itself. They're going to find themselves 23 points. Is it the first time that we've seen 3 teams on the 20-plus mark?
Yeah, this is the first time this has happened. I mean, and this game was extremely close. I mean, these 3 teams just dominated the entire game. Look at that, 36 eliminations on the first 3 teams. And the next highest that you have after that is Numen Gaming, which is 9 eliminations. But again, all of that hard work in the early stages just goes to complete waste if you just get that 1 placement point.
To be honest, speaking of Numen Gaming, you were bringing up their conversation as well. Numen Gaming found that right split in that one compound that there was, and they had multiple teams trying to third party them, and they barely survived trying to, fight it out. And every single time they faced a squad, they got themselves those finishes.
Yeah, I mean, they were consistent in that way, and that is what we expect from Numen Gaming as well. But so far, Salty, we have just talked about the teams that have improved. What about the teams that are taking a tumble down in the opposite direction? CannonBoltz, Esports, LOC. Both of these teams had such a strong momentum yesterday, and this sort of a start, they can actually hamper their chances of actually qualifying to the top next round.
Exactly. Now, of course, we will have a look at the overall standings, and let's just find out how this entire game impacted on the overall scorecards. There you go. You've got X-Park in the tippity top, 89 points, inching closer to the 3-digit mark, of course. Numen Gaming, 70 points for them as well. So this team, as well as X-Park, they look well set. LOC, I'm not really sure, because the other teams are punching pretty heavy. 54 points. There is a big jump between Numen and LOC over there, and then, of course, a massive jump between LOC and Error Esports. 41 points is what Error Esports as well as Team Mayavi have.
I was just going to say that. Look at the tie over there. Error Esports at 41, Mayavi at 41. And it's still quite close, the qualification marker. I mean, because 41 till 33 where CannonBoltz is, RVNC on 30 points. T2H might be falling a little bit far behind, but that is why they need to make sure that they convert Miramar no matter what if they want to stand a chance of being in the top 4. And again, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that if you fail to make it to the top 4, there is still a possibility for teams to actually move to the lower bracket. But in order to find out if that actually happens for you, you'll just have to wait. And that is the worst position to be in.
To be honest, I feel like the teams who will be beyond that 50-point marker will be inside the lower brackets. I'm not entirely sure. It's just a hunch which I have inside of me. So even if Esports don't really make it from here on, don't really qualify, they might just have a chance. But for that to happen, they need to punch much harder.
I think it's going to be a little bit more than 50.
A little bit more than 50?
Yeah, I think it's going to be somewhere around like 60, 65 points. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, 60-65 has been the cutoff for the top 4. So depending on that, I've just been thinking of the 5th spot to be somewhere around 50 or the high 50s, in fact.
No, so the thing is, I mean, we have to take into consideration about the other groups as well. And again, like the previous stages, even in this stage, there are matches happening offline.
Yep.
And in those offline games, I mean, teams are just going berserk as well. We saw yesterday, not yesterday, but day before yesterday, 2 groups in particular. I mean, both of them were having pretty high cutoffs. And I think that is also going to play kind of a big role in that. But again, I mean, time to focus on what these teams will be up to in Miramar, especially for teams like Team Mayavi, Esports, as we talked about, CannonBoltz, RVNC. All of these teams, including the team on the 4th, 4 to 8, they have to step up if they want to guarantee their spot. So far, I would just say Xpark and Numen, just because they've crossed that 70-point mark, and once you're beyond 70, there's no falling out of top 4. So I think these 2 teams have pretty much secured their position, but the other teams, they need to at least finish in another top 3 game with another double-digit finishes if they want to guarantee that qualification top 4.
You know, double-clicking on what you just said, I think there is that one interesting spot which you just missed, that is LOC Esports. Now, this team is a question mark at this point. 54 points on the 3rd spot. You mentioned that Xpark and Numen, they have solidified their position. The teams at the bottom, be it CannonBoltz, Esports, RVNC, they're pushing front. LOC Esports saw a downfall in the first game. They're still in that 3rd spot. They've got a buffer on top. They've got a buffer in the bottom. What do you think? Where do they stand right now?
I mean, they're going to stand up on Miramar. This is their map. This is the game that they wait for every single time they roll around. And I think, again, today, I think, even yesterday's Erangel did not go that well for them. And I think today also they knew from the start, like, all right, for this game, we'll just hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That is what they did. Unfortunately, more than worse happened to them inside of the match. But I think Miramar is where LOC Esports shines the most. It shines the brightest. And in this game, if they step up, then it's all good. I mean, they will look forward to like 15-16 points from this match. If they secure that, then I think they will be in a comfortable position with a little bit of safety net to work with on that last Sanhok. But if they fail to do that, then I think LOC can actually get kicked out.
Exactly. I mean, 15-16 points once again takes them to that 70-point marker where you said they will be solidifying their position. But if they fail to do that, of course, with multiple teams, especially if Esports take that big plunge once again and actually push them to their limits, then maybe they can take away the 3rd spot as well. And I know as a matter of fact that the 4th spot in the last game is like the most hot chased spot inside the overall standings. Everyone is looking for that 4th spot.
Only one team so far has made like the most incredible comeback in the last few days was just Hyderabad Hydras from 10th to 4th. But if you think about how they made it happen, you have to go back to all of those 3 games on the last day. The first match, a top 3 finish with Joker just going berserk on the players. The second game, another top 3 finish. And then the last game, the chicken dinner. So 3 matches, one of which was a victory and 2 back-to-back top 3 finishes. It's not that easy to be that consistent. And I think for the other teams looking to make a comeback, if you think you can pull off that kind of a miracle, then I think you stand a chance. Otherwise, from the second page, I think no one is basically being considered inside to make it a qualification bracket. It's just going to be the teams that we actually talked about. And I think prime focus for this game on Miramar, I think it should be on LOC. Because I have a feeling LOC is going to go big.
I mean, for sure, LOC, of course, did a very good performance on the map of Miramar yesterday as well. And now, apart from LOC, of course, you've got teams like Esports and RVNC we're going to be watching out for. Focus will be on Team T2H as well, because their Miramar was pretty good last day. But, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out what happens inside the game as we get ready to jump onto the map. The flight path is in front of our screens, and it seems like we are starting our journey from Al-Azhar to Monte Nuevo, Johnny.
Alright, so this is a northern side leaning flight path, and not even like east to leaning heavily towards the eastern side or the western side. It's just straight up north to east, and even the teams heading towards the southern side usually just tend to go towards Impala or Los Leones, and I think that should be in the glidable distance for a lot of these teams. The problem is, since you were talking about T2H, I think the problem for T2H can arise from the fact that yesterday, if you remember,
Yes.
they picked off the players of RVNC mid-rotation. And I think today RVNC is going to be out for blood, but that also depends where is RNC looking to go in the early stages. But what are we seeing already? Are the players of T2H taking a drop towards Torre Amuda? They might have just avoided one early fight for themselves, but then again, it's LOC next to them this time.
Yeah, I think LOC has sort of settled down on Crores de Val. They're not actually gliding forward, are they? It's going to be interesting to find out. But apart from that, T2H, yes, towards the Torre Ahmada region all by themselves. If LOC decide to not actually progress further, yes, of course, their parachutes have disappeared, so it means that they have eventually settled on Cruz de Val. Torre Ahmada is all for T2H. They will be able to get themselves a loot, but a long rotation awaits. And speaking of awaits, action is not waiting as we have 3 teams in close vicinity, Johnny.
Yeah, it's ex-MagnuM official. There's Unfair Esports involved in this fight, and then there's another team in the backlines, that is Team Fuze. But I believe Team Fuze, they are the actual ones sitting with an advantage in this fight because they are just they can just observe from the backlines. Alright, there's another team in the distance. Numen Gaming, they are looking to get involved. The problem for Numen is there's just 2 players present in these close compounds. And by the way, if you're wondering where this fight is happening, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the city of San Martin.
Yes, of course, right at the dead center of the map. This is the haven for aggression. To be honest, it seems like for a while sort of calmed down a little bit. Look at the positioning, right? Numen Gaming, they are in the outskirts, just 2 players involved, just like you mentioned. You've got 2 players from Unfair Esports as well. I'm not really sure where the rest of the players are, but you've got 4 players from the other teams as well who are well prepared for this fight. And I feel man advantage might just be very crucial in this one.
Well, talk about man advantage, and it seems like the players of Knockout are running into a knockout fight against the players of MASTIZONE Gaming, where they actually sit with a disadvantage. MASTIZONE is present here with, I believe, all of their players are present in these factories, and Knockout has just shown up with 2 players. This happened on yesterday's Miramar as well. And yesterday, it was kind of a different situation. MASTIZONE made the mistake of getting caught off guard by the players of Knockout, and they lost their player in the game early. Knockout was able to secure that finish, but I think today the mistake has been made by Knockout. But I again want to go back to that San Martin fight, because there's that one important factor that other teams need to worry about. They've just dropped into Numen's home ground, and Numen will not be kind to them if they actually get the loot and get the loadouts ready.
I'm pretty sure I can see from the map feed as well, the rest of the players are starting to huddle up as well. And if they do decide to regroup and actually go aggressive, we've seen Numen coming out of these situations. We've seen Numen face multiple teams and destroy them, pick them apart one by one. But of course, focusing on the fight which is right in front of us, MASTIZONE Gaming, as well as Knockout, both of them have discovered each other's presence, and now they're going to take those lovely little time. The nades are going to come flowing in. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to find that initial opening, but for Knockout, it's extremely important to figure out where your other 2 teammates are. Just call for reinforcements, man. Why would you want to engage with just a 2-man squad?
And both the other lads are like quite split apart from these 2, but I love that name, Tiny Expert. Such an interesting name. I mean, we do see a lot of shadows, a lot of vipers these days, but Tiny Expert.
Reminds me of that one alien in Benton who was like pretty tiny but was like a
Grey Matter.
Yeah, Grey Matter.
It was a big brain plays that little guy used to make. But talk about big brain plays, I think the San Martin situation is still not settled. I think Team Fuze are becoming a part of the action. But talk about the action and Viper. Oh my goodness. The first thing he took out was the tie-off that he was putting Knockout's options of rotating out of this awkward situation just off the board. And Knockout, they've taken one player. Well, one of their players has been knocked down, and MASTIZONE Gaming will look forward to putting additional pressure on the players of Knockout. But Tiny Expert, look at him being an expert of positioning in this fight, actually finds a brilliant angle to just push the players of MASTIZONE Gaming back ever so slightly, just deterring them from doing anything further to his teammates. But he's just ran indoors. That just makes me feel like he's going to go all in on the lads of MASTIZONE. There's Hellboy getting knocked out now.
Yeah, you know the funny part is that Knockout actually called for reinforcements, but the first thing MASTIZONE did was actually get rid of the convoy. The tire was taken down, the player was knocked down as well, but Knockout good recovery from them. Even Musty, as a matter of fact, is quite low right now. MASTIZONE Gaming, they're starting to wrap up. Look at the positioning. 2 players from the backlines, and Musty has already figured out the opening. I think if he patches himself up, he's going to find himself in the prime spot. But I saw that nade coming flying in. You know, that might just have been devastating. I'm not really sure what is happening, but in front of us, we have once again bring back the fight of San Martin.
Yeah, now we are back in San Martin again, where, well, it is Unfair Esports. They lost 2 players in the early stages. The situation is still the same. The only thing that has changed is the fact that the players of, I believe, Fuze Esports have backed away. So they have sort of separated themselves from all of these awkward moments of running into these 2v4s or running into a building just concentrated and filled up with a lot of bodies in. At Numen Gaming, they are looking to aggress indoors, see if they can pick off the players of MagnuM official, but they still haven't found an opening, and now Numen might be in an awkward spot to take this fight.
Yeah, they certainly will be in an awkward spot, but I'm still looking at the finish feed right now. It seems like MASTIZONE as well as Knockout, they are packing heavy punch against each other. Numen Gaming, as a matter of fact, they're still trying to reach inside this compound, trying to get towards MagnuM. So far, no distance has been covered as of yet.
Yeah, the distance might not have been covered, but MagnuM official, they are just looking to maintain control of this ground floor, not allow anyone else inside this building, and if they can actually pull it off, I think they might just delay the players of Numen Gaming in this spot for quite a long time. But Avi with that nade is eventually going to find the opening, and Captain is going to be the next man to go down from the side of MagnuM official. Clutchgod, look at him run indoors with the DBS, and in a matter of seconds, Numen Gaming, they go ahead and destroy MagnuM official. Blink it and you miss it, as Necro likes to say. But the next team who's going to miss the opportunity to win the chicken dinner, well, it might just be the players of Unfair Esports, who are pinned down, or in fact pinned up, on the 3rd floor of the same building.
Oh, look at this! Fuze, they actually heard all of these gunshots.
Brilliant
and John
angle.
FTW, he just ran in to find the knock for himself, and now Team Fuze are starting to flood in. This is nice.
That angle was absolutely brilliant. Team Fuze finding that spot was phenomenal, but now Numen, how will they react as Jord, he's running for the flank. Numen down 2 players. Rex still not have been revived, and well, Jord, he's gonna spam the weapon inside the smokes, finds the finish. Clutchgod also getting finished off. Numen, the tables are turned against them. Savita with the nade being lobbed is actually not going to connect. The players of Fuze just backing off completely.
Yeah, they know, as a matter of fact, that a choke point will be created in that staircase. But pretty sure Numen Gaming know that there is another team in those upstairs, and that's going to be Unfair Esports. Might just be unfair for them, Johnny.
Yeah, it is a little unfair for them, because eventually they will get wiped off, but at least the players of Fuze will have to go through Numen Gaming first. That's the... maybe they don't.
Oh, they actually don't. They just completely ignore Mad Lad. They absolutely ignore Mad Lad.
I think Numen's just hiding in a corner, and yeah, it's just Savitar sitting in a corner, Umavi as well, and the players of Fuze just run upstairs straight away into the players of Unfair. Mad Lad finally is going to be picked off. He was just staring out the window, thoughts of his own running through his head, and Fuze just annihilating every single individual they find in this building. It's like the movie Raid, where the cops raid a building filled with a lot of criminals, and well, this is the end result. The cops end up wiping the criminals.
This is actually like a much... this suits the term raid quite interestingly.
Yeah, this was a raid.
This certainly was a raid. I mean, Fuze just entered, wiped off the competition in a flash.
How is he still alive? How is AimGod still present?
Oh, his position was not compromised. I love the fact that Unfair Esports, they were like holding the angle, but they just did not check the balconies open all back.
That, and the fact that I think also... I think Fuze just did not track the finish feed properly. Or they might have forgotten because of how many fights have happened in the early stages. So I think they think this building is empty now. But AimGod is just patiently waiting behind this wall, using that 3rd-person perspective to collect the information from the other side. I think Jord, although his spidey senses are tingling, he realizes that there's a ghost present in this building. It's haunted at this point. Not from the souls of the departed, but from what they've left behind.
You know, this is what actually feeds the worst, when you've completely wiped off 2 squads in a matter of seconds, but then you don't really know that there is one guy just hiding in the back lines. You would want to preserve all your men. You would want to preserve all your comrades up until the end game because you've had that great start for yourself. But all of a sudden, this man just comes in from nowhere. Of course, he will get traded off, but the positive trade-off might result to a couple of players being taken down, and that hurts the most.
Yeah, it's going to hamper your performance for the later stages of the game. Also, by the way, Numen Gaming's early exit in Miramar, it's going to be a drastic drop for them in the overall rankings as well. I think LOC now has actually a possibility of pushing them to the third spot if LOC goes ahead and wins this game, but win the game is an important factor in that. And this is the replay of the fight between MASTIZONE and Knockout, ladies and gentlemen, that we missed a few moments ago. Incredible play from either sides, and I think MASTIZONE in the initial stage of the fight did actually have an incredible opportunity to put additional pressure on the players of Knockout as we talked about them, but MASTIZONE I think just a little undecisive in that moment, resulting in them getting picked off. But talk about undecisiveness, and Bablu just behind that tower was pinned down, and LOC Redox, I think even while taking those shots he might be wondering like, what is this guy doing? Why is he just so still?
This is one of the reasons why I always say just retract every single one of the driving licenses and just let them take that driving test once again, because LOC Esports, they're not going to let them live with those mistakes. But it seems like at this point, Team Fuze, they find out where the last player is and they are proactive in taking those tapes. Aim God is still surviving, but I'm not really sure for how long, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to survive for long. Two players pushing towards him, takes one knock, and instantly the trade comes in. Does not even get to secure that finish. But look at this, Team Fuze. Absolutely brilliant, phenomenal moves in the entire fight. First of all, they waited, they backed off completely, let Numen show up, do the hard work, finish off the players from the side of MagnuM official. And when Numen was done with them, they realized like, alright, one of the biggest teams and one of the biggest names in the lobby right now is hurt, they're bleeding, and we might as well just put them out of their misery, finish them off. And they just ran towards them with only one thought, and one thought only in their head, the elimination of Numen Gaming. But eventually, it does play out to their advantage. The other two players of Unfair Esports just added bonus, the cherry on top of that cake. But also their rotation is delayed.
The rotation is delayed, but I'm pretty sure like they are going to be comfortable because that northwestern part of the circle, it does provide them that direct entry into it.
T2 changed their drop and still they clash against LOC and RVNC.
Yeah, it's just a match which is made in heaven, you know. You just can't deny what is written in your stars, who is written in your stars, as a matter of fact. RVNC, as a matter of fact, they've just had a very awkward exit from this game. Not the entire team, but just one player. But the rest of the convoy seems like they've reached.
It's a trap. It's a trap, and Flanker Esports just run into it face first. Blacks making the pay. The initial finish has been secured by Team Mayavi, and Pro, look at him pushing the cliff, sees the buggy out in the open. Blacks and Pro shooting in tandem, should not be too difficult to take. Jot down over there. They do dish out a lot of damage, but the knock has not been secured. Flanker Esports, we know this team, they don't like to fight in the early stages, and at this point they can't even flank anymore.
What a trap it was. You mentioned it right. The crossfire, it was basically like stepping onto a booby trap, and Flanker Esports, they've lost players in the process. I mean, at this point, how do you recover? Zed is just stuck in that corner trying to smoke himself out of the situation, but it's not going to be easy. Team Mayavi, they have visibility over entirety. Now, the only good thing about this entire situation is the fact that two players are right behind. They might provide him a little bit of a cover fire, but for that to happen, certain knockouts need to come through, and Pro is already there. But from the backlines, is it a third party? Yes, it is.
Yeah, from the flanks, Team Mayavi taking a lot of damage, and Blacks is going to be pushed back onto this hill. Is it he's trying to go for a second attempt? They don't have any utility to work with, but it's not going to matter. The players of flank going for a revive on a very, very awkward angle, which makes it very easy for Team Mayavi to secure the second knock. The nade being lobbed by Blacks. Shouldn't be too difficult for him to connect and actually dish out additional damage on the players of flankers, but now they realize we have picked off 3. That means there's just one man remaining in the back lines, and that is the cue for Team Mayavi to drop down from that hilltop and push aggressively to finish off the players of Flanker Esports, secure their points. They see the vehicle moving in the back lines, but I don't think Mayavi is going to care. They just want to secure these easy points and move on from this position.
Yeah, for sure. And in the distance as well, they've spotted Team Fuze with nice rotation coming in as well. Shots being fired. none of them actually are going to connect. It's way beyond range for Team Mayavi, but I like this aggressive approach from them. I mean, already looking to capture those high grounds, looking to, you know, push forward to teams, and they've got more or less the central part of the circle, which gives them so much more visibility. This is their natural habitat. This is how they play every single time, and if they try and pick this up once again, they've got 2 maps, they can make amends and come back into this game once again.
Look at the zone shift now. Flanker Esports, I mean, all of a sudden find themselves quite lucky. Well, at least Jart does not have to move a little too much to find a safe haven in the circle. All he has to do is just avoid the players of Mayavi for as long as he can, but again, alright. Knockout, they are not done with anyone. They push on the players of Xpark. This is a replay from a few moments ago, and well, Xpark find the easy punish for themselves. But look at this now, it's Mayavi's turn to actually get revenge.
Against Team CannonBoltz. Team CannonBoltz, of course, in the front lines, but little do they realize that Team Fuze is here as well. Now, Team Mayavi, it seems like they've kind of split up, and the only player who is split up from that situation is under heavy fire. But Legit, of course, is going to spray down one. Pretty low in terms of HP, and Team CannonBoltz might just retract from this position.
Yeah, and the split from Mayavi, I don't know how good this is going to work out for them. They have one player on the low ground, and he is quite close to the players of Fuze. Plus, as you mentioned, CannonBoltz also in the same position. Talk about position and LOC, their position does not look good as they clash up against the players of T2H. The last fight from yesterday's Miramar happening super early in the game, but this time LOC, I believe they know exactly how to secure all of these points, and in a matter of seconds, we see T2H Esports take the early exit in this game as they get eliminated on that 12th spot.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the change in drop location just did not really help them. Their fate has been written, Johnny. Last time it was written as well, this time as well, it has been written and it's been sealed. But for LOC, they've lost a couple of players in the process, it seems like. But now they need to find that long rotation inside. Majority of the action is happening at this high ground on the western side of Junkyard itself. Now, I am going to be extremely worried about how the other teams are going to pan out, because Team Mayavi, they have got the prime spot.
Yeah, they do have the prime spot indeed. I mean, the center control is going to be incredible. Plus, they have this massive, massive boulder to work with as well. This is going to allow them to gather a lot of information, but it's just that 1-3 position right now, and Cypher being on the lower ground, that has me worried, man. Because if Cypher gets picked off, they lose a lot of that control. And for the other 2-3 players, I think their options are going to be limited. I mean, either they can just aggressively just stay on the corner of that hill, try to see if they can secure those finishes, or they can just stay hidden, let the other teams fight, and then eventually chime in towards the end.
I think Cypher is going to be the second line of fire, but of course we'll find out who is under the line of fire, because Team TOC Esports, they've got their crosshairs locked onto MASTIZONE Gaming. Is it the last remaining player though? We'll find out. Johnny under heavy fire, and he gets picked off, Johnny, pretty easily. TOC Esports, we were talking about this team. Necro wanted this team to perform, and it seems like they are coming back into the fray.
I mean, they are coming back into the fray. 2 eliminations secured, having made it to the top 10 of this match. But still, I mean, this zone, there's not a lot of cover available for them to work with, and if they want to secure a safe spot, I think they're going to have to steal it from them, or not even steal, snatch it from some other team.
Once again, looking at this map from like an overarching perspective, it's been so much action going on. We don't really see this happening on the map of Miramar as well. Once again, the day 2 vibes has just been aggressive.
Yeah. Look, again, I mean, teams are just looking so aggressive, as you mentioned. The finish point factor, I think, is finally teams have realized how important it can be and how much of a boost it can give you if you somehow manage to be consistently in the top 3, but every single game you're getting like 7 or 8 finishes as well. I think that just puts you on a totally different level compared to the other squads. And 18 points per match, imagine if you are able to pull that in every single game. That will definitely propel you inside the top 4, and if you are in the top 4, it's going to, well, it won't allow anyone to even close in on your position. 18
points per match. That is like the most ambitious thing to actually try.
Xpark had 22 points per game yesterday.
I mean, which is decent, right?
Numen had 20 points per day.
We've had teams who get 80 points in just 3 games as well. So it's nothing surprising, to be honest. But those are like the good days. You kind of expect, like, go out there and get 18 points per game. Yeah, sure. I mean, these teams are grinding hard. They might just be able to do it. But TARKIN Spartans, a team who hasn't really shown up, but this is their chance to shine. It seems like the other team, TOC, the first player has been knocked out, Johnny.
Again, as we mentioned, I mean, TOC, they would be forced to fight for control just because of where they were when the other teams just moved inside the zone. And now that late rotation is actually backfiring for the players of TOC. Look at that. 1 finished off, 2 knocked out, last player Surya standing in the back lines, and he won't be left standing for long. The players of TS will eventually just move forward aggressively and secure that point for themselves, because if they don't do it, then Team Mayavi from this high ground is just going to snatch every single point away from anyone.
My only piece of concern for Team Mayavi is the fact that if the circle ditches them out, do they have the exit strategy, and how will they find that entry inside the circle? Because the rest of the teams, they should be safe and sound. This mini 14 with the 8x, it's going to do so much damage. I'm pretty sure Team TARKIN Spartans, they did not expect this coming.
Yeah, the only way this mini 14 does damage is Blacks actually connects his shots.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the smoke dissipates, I'm sure he will.
That man was out in the open.
I think he's just as good as you. No, Blacks is actually pretty good, by the way. So
yeah,
that was
much
not a compliment for you.
I know.
You need to actually improve your sniping skills.
I mean, I'm better than you, so I don't really care. But I was just watching how he just lined up that crosser with the M4 on Aditya, and Aditya still just ran behind that rock as soon as he pulled the first bullet. Oh, that's a nice little gap, Jord. Almost lining up the head of Pukar, sir. But at this point, I think Fuze have given away their position to the players of Xpark, and Xpark will be extremely cautious now. Or not exposing themselves to the players of Team Fuze anymore. I think if they had secured that opening knock, maybe Team Fuze would have put additional pressure.
Wow.
But this is how they make them pay. Sarang with a brilliant nade secures the opening.
Team Xpark, every single time it is Sarang who is leading the charge, and once again this time just finds the opening, tries to go in for a fang, finds a nade connection, and now the rest of the team, they are gonna flood in. This invasion is pure perfect. Only if they don't get third-partied in the process, and once again it's Error Esports.
Yeah, Error Esports today being absolutely consistent. Yesterday we were quite surprised when Error was missing from the performances.
Yeah.
Because Error Esports, even in their run during the grind, they looked quite decent. We expected a massive improvement from this team when they showed up for round 3, and it was quite surprising, like, what has happened to them. But now it feels everything is normal. Everything is as it should be. Error is performing. I was just going to say Xpark is performing well, and that nade dropped quite hard on the players of Xpark. Scout and Sarang knocked out. We have one player, Pukar, in the back lines. Aditya, he went for the flank and he did not come back from that position. But now he's finally trying to make his way up this ridge. But as soon as Fuze look forward to finish off the players of Xpark from the top, the threat, the death from above in the form of Team Mayavi, they chime in. They have made sure that Xpark, they have a second lifeline in this fight. And look at that, Xpark, they utilize the safety so nicely for themselves. The revives being brought, and all 4 players from Xpark are going to bring themselves back into this game.
This is disastrous because it could have been a revenge arc for Team Fuze. They could have taken revenge of what happened on the map of Erangel, but this time Team Mayavi to spill water on all of their plans. Legit, once again, he does not care. He does not care about any revenge arc because he is on an alpha arc of his own.
Yeah, legit. I mean, he was phenomenal in that moment, but now all of Team Mayavi, they're looking to push forward for the low ground, and Xpark, they're stuck between Team Mayavi and the players of Error Esports. Error Esports have secured that opening knock against Xpark, and I think Xpark from this point are just going to be pinned down. If they can deal with one of these teams, they will relieve a lot of that pressure, but if they can't, then this is it. Their game, their run in this match of Miramar is coming to an end soon.
Legit. He's trying to stay alive. He's got a good position as well. But Team Xpark, they need to find a safe cover for themselves. They are under heavy fire from up top. The topography is, of course, in the advantage of Team Xpark. And then, of course, Error Esports, their arch nemesis, is trying to close in the distance. And amidst all of this, it's TARKIN Spartans who is burning right now.
Yeah, that looked like an absolute barbecue when you see a flame right on top of that coal and pieces of meat being charred on top of it. But TARKIN Spartans, how is this team still surviving? They were stuck in that awkward spot between those silos for so long, and I think it was all that chaos. The other teams fighting amongst themselves. For some reason, everyone just ignored them. And TARKIN Spartans have made it into the top 6 because of that. But now, finally, it's time for them to take the fights. Time for them to shine in terms of firepower, in terms of gunpower, and they're doing a brilliant job. They do manage to survive the assault that came upon them. From the opposing side, I think it was Error Esports looking to go for a push, and TARKIN Spartans, they've gone ahead and secured a few extra elimination points for themselves.
Scrap that for now because Team Xbox, they are looking to invade, but as soon as they do, they are being slapped behind. Sarang is the only one who is still trying to kind of dish some of damage, but Erangel Esports, they're doing a good job trying to split themselves up. One player runs up top, creates a topographical advantage when it seems like it's working out for them.
That's the last player, I believe, from the side of Era Esports, and Team Xbox just absolutely flawless with this compound fight. They pushed in from every single direction, and talk about choking the players indoors. That is exactly what they did to the players of Era Esports. They left Era no room for error, but they ended up making a lot of mistakes, and Xbox, they made them pay. Look at this flanker Esports last player. He was just standing in the corner. What did they do to you, Hydro? How did that man offend you? He was doing nothing. He was just looking at the wall.
I mean, I don't know how does Flanker Esports every single time just find them one solo guy inside the top 4, top 5. Every single time he's like, alright guys, I'm grey matter, I'm inside the circle, just tiny little.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not surprising. They've done that every single... I think that last Erangel was the first time they actually failed in that strategy, but every single match Flanker is there in the top 4 or the top 5 one way or the other. But we are heading towards the top 3 of this match, and it is between Team Mayavi. I believe players from Xbox still remain, and of course TARKIN Esports is still there, but I think we all know who's going to win this game. Team Mayavi, they have the man advantage to work with. All 4 players still surviving. They have a strong momentum in this matchup. Every single player is feeling a little too heated up in this moment. Look at this, 12 eliminations. Alright, not all 4, 3 players remaining.
Yeah. It's a 1v2v3 situation basically, and of course Xbox. Oh wait, what?
Oh,
Hydro finds the 6th finish for himself right now. He turns it around. TARKIN Spartans, they have the opportunity to actually enter the 2nd spot as well.
The players of Xbox went on either side of the borderline created by that thin wall, but that sort of gave Hydro the individual isolated 1v1 that he wanted, and now Mayavi, it's just a matter of seconds before they eventually see that winner chicken dinner pop up on their screens. Sarang, he's hiding in the smoke. The smoke is going to dissipate soon. He's lobbed another one to protect himself, but that sort of gives the cue to Pro that there is one player just right underneath him. He's trying to spam the shots inside that smoke, but does not necessarily have the angle to work with. Players of Team Maya,
he lobbed that nade as well on towards Hydro, so he knows the general direction. Sarang is playing this out perfectly, as perfect as he potentially can. He knows that he cannot take the fight to multiple opposition. He wants to invite them towards himself, and thus the smokes, multiple smokes being laid out, and he wants Pro to charge against him. This is lovely.
This is lovely. This is absolutely flawless, but I believe now all of these teams are running out of utility. Sarang, I wonder how many smokes he has left on him. He had one Molotov left, which can eventually... Did he just run inside those metal structures?
Yeah, he just climbed. He just did a little parkour move, and now he is quite safe. Yeah, last smoke dissipated.
Yeah, last smoke has been utilized. I mean, the only thing left for him to do is either finish off Mayavi in a 1v3 or lob that Molotov onto one player, secure a finish. The another option is just lob it on yourself. Deny the point. Oh, but look at this. Hydro trying to take down the players of Team Mayavi. Goes down to the blue eventually. And now Team Mayavi, they're looking for Sarang, wondering where he is. Do you think they'll find him? They will find him eventually. That's not even supposed to be a question, but let's see for how long does it take them to do it.
They will find him, of course, but will they find him healthy or will they find him dead is the question. And it seems like Team Mayavi, they find him dead. He still finds that one finish out in the smoke. This man was like, alright, I found a knock. I am not leaving the map without getting my finish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was hilarious in the end. They find him, they run towards him looking to finish him off, but Sarang, as you mentioned, evil plans brewing in his head, finds that one finish before he goes down. I mean, that should be the attitude of all of these top players, and that is always going to be the case. Even if they go down, they're going to make sure they drag someone down with them, take that point as they are going. And that does put Xbox in a brilliant position, because I believe Xbox now are looking to cross the 100-point marker. They might have already done it.
Yeah, I think they should have done it already. They had somewhere about like 7 to 8 points in terms of finishes. And of course, the 2nd position as well. 20 points should be enough for them to actually cross the 100 marks. But of course, great stuff from Hydro as well. The man went down to the play zone.
Yeah, I mean, denying his point to the opposition. But we'll have to see how consistent these teams can be in the next match.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. We'll find out how this game actually shapes the overall standings and how many points were acquired on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Push, left, TKM
पीछे आ पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने। खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, and now it's finally time for us to step into the last game of this particular group. Who's going to make it through? Who's going to get left behind? We'll find all of that in a short moment, but have you guys figured out there's a new Indian faction that has been added to Road to Valor Empire? I mean, Salty keeps talking about it, and I hope you guys are listening to him, checking out the new Indian faction in the game, but I want to check out with you, Necro. What are your thoughts on the teams, their performances so far, and what do you think is going to happen in the last game?
Look, I'm really impressed with how Team Mayavi played. They needed that chicken dinner desperately, securing that high ground in the early few moments of the game, and then later on just raining down death and destruction, just raining down hell on the entire lobby. They managed to secure a decent amount of points, but I also like the moves that they made, the precautions that they took with the high ground they had.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think the first fight they took against the players of, I believe it was Unfair that was pushing towards them, and they just laid out a trap for them. And it was quite incredible. They just waited and waited, let the players come towards them and just finish them off. It was quite incredible, but I mean, I want to see what Error Esports did in this game, because Mayavi's main competition in the overall ranking was against the players of Error Esports. Error
That is
Esports
true.
was also there in the mid-game stages. I want to see what their finished numbers look like, actually.
But hey, not just that, even this entire San Martin kerfuffle that was going on in the early phases. 3 teams right next to each other, Numen Gaming, then right next to them was another team, which was MagnuM. Numen Gaming needing to take down the players of MagnuM. They did so, but then a third party comes into play. Unfair joins the fray, but then even Unfair Esports, they were not able to come out on top.
No one made it out of that fight apart from Fuze. And Fuze, they just waited outside the building. They were just listening to the commotion, reading the feed, and as soon as they realized like one squad wipe is complete, they just ran towards the players of Numen. And we just saw in the replay, Unfair Esports, that last play, Aimbot did not let Fuze get away easily for that entire fiasco. He picked off one individual before he went.
That is true. I mean, Aimbot, I do not even understand how was he able to survive inside that one single building in the first place. The last guy from the side of Unfair Esports, that is definitely quite unfair for the players of Fuze, though. But speaking about this entire fight, too, so many utilities being exchanged. Team Spark was able to find that initial knockout against Team Fuze, but then a return nade comes into play from Team Fuze and knocks out 2 players.
Yeah, and I think Fuze, they just made one more mistake that was made from them, was they did not realize, which they should have, that there's a team up above them in the form of Team Mayavi. And Mayavi had such an easy time finishing off the players of Team Fuze, and they made the situation very easy for Team Xpark. If Team Mayavi did not finish Team Fuze in that particular spot, Xpark, they would not have made it to the top 2.
Not just that, even another team that sort of caught my eye was TARKIN Spartans. I genuinely thought they were not going to be able to survive for that long, but then they make it inside the top 3. That is some impressive stuff. Good survival skills being displayed inside the game. They try to avoid all the shots. They try to avoid all the fights against them. And they somehow made it inside the top 3.
It's not just you. I was surprised seeing them make it into the top 3. I thought TARKIN Spartans was done way back. As soon as they were pinned down by Team Mayavi inside that factory, they were taking shots through the window. I thought TARKIN Spartans was done. But no, this team made it through, just stayed in that corner, just protected themselves for so long. And this man was incredible towards the end. Hydra secured so many eliminations for himself and his team, making him the MVP of the game.
I mean, he single-handedly carried the entire team, too. Just look at that. 85.7% of finish contribution, just single-handedly putting up so many numbers. Then Team Mayavi is going to be all over the board. As I mentioned, I just love all the precautions they take. It just felt like every single move that was taken from Team Mayavi from that high ground was to perfect. They just personified perfection. They taught a lot of teams how to play the high ground perfectly. They have to display all the skills.
But would you agree the zone actually played a key factor for Mayavi winning this game? Because they were on that high ground for a while, and we know Miramar high ground advantage, it plays a big hand in how many points you can secure. And for a long time, the zone was just right on top of their heads.
That is true, but still just being able to hold down your position like that and then able to move down from the high ground is another really good skill requiring sort of posture. And the players of Mayavi just easily executed that. We know being on the high ground, you can have so much information to play with. You can easily wrap up a lot of elimination points, but then it's tough to get down from that high ground. But Team Mayavi, they did not even break a sweat doing so. 29 points in total. Team Spark as well, one of the most consistent teams inside the lobby. As I mentioned, this team is sort of like that burning torch of consistency. But this time, Numen Gaming missing out on that action.
And Numen Gaming missed out on a lot of action. I mean, they just took one fight, won it, and then they were forcefully pushed out back into the lobby by the players of Team Fuze, who actually also were taken out super ill in the game, but they have those 6 eliminations to work with, 7 points on the board. Again, we have to mention this. One of the most incredible teams, one of the most incredible undergods we have seen in this BGIS, Flanker Esports. This is by far the team that is best, even amongst the best in terms of their positional play. One way or the other, they will always be in the top 4.
That is true. They're really good at playing that survival game. They're really good at avoiding all the fights too, and somehow Flanker Esports, they're consistently making it on the first half of the board inside the match scoreboard. But once again, we all know that's not enough to cut it, right? You need to be inside the top 4 to move on forward inside BGIS too. And so far, some of these undergods are doing a fantastic job. But as I mentioned, Team Mayavi, they desperately needed that game in their hand. They got that too. Now I just want to look at the overall standings, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do so.
But I still think, Team Mayavi is going to be quite close to either the 3rd or the 4th position. They're going to be in the top 4 in a comfortable spot. And I think from this point on, one thing that they can accomplish in the last game is either make sure Numen finishes 3rd, or they can just hold on to their 3rd position, play for survival, just make sure that there is absolutely no way they're getting kicked out. Because I'm pretty sure Esports is going to be right on their tails, but it's not going to be them. RVNC will be on their tails. Team Fuze has been climbing up quite nicely. Although Team Fuze is still a little bit further behind than the rest of the players. And of course, the players of Flanker. If Flanker has a big game right now, you never know, everything can change. Even CannonBoltz. I mean, imagine CannonBoltz winning this last game, making into the top 4. Anything can happen.
Speaking about Flanker Esports, I still remember that fight where Team Mayavi had the high ground to play with. Flanker Esports were trying to close on up, but then that one single nade comes into play from Mayavi, shuts down 2 players instantly. That felt sort of bad for Flanker Esports. They were not even trying to chime inside the fight, man. They were just trying to have their own pathway. They were just trying to do their own thing. But then Mayavi's like, nope, you have entered our turf, and we will make sure that you're paying the price for that.
They don't want to fight anyone. The Flanker Esports is not looking for a fight. I mean, as you mentioned, they just wanted that high ground. They wanted that safe haven for themselves. And Flanker Esports lost 3 players in that fight. But still, that last man, he just completely backed off, played for survival, and in the end, still got those 8 points for his team. So that is quite good on the part of Flanker Esports. And hopefully in this last game, they go all out. We see Flanker Esports put some big numbers on the board. But I think as far as qualification goes, maybe they're a little bit too far behind to actually make it.
Another funny thing that we witnessed was Sarang, before getting taken down, he just takes down one cap from Team Mayavi. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to try to thirst you, and that's one point that all I need from the fight, and you can have me as one another point, sort of like the redemption.
The actual fun part was a few seconds before that when he just jumped inside that metal structure right underneath those silos, and that sort of changed everything, because otherwise, Team Mayavi would actually picked him off first, and then Hydro would have gone down. But because Sarang just ran in, and there was no actual way of Team Mayavi of actually taking a head-on fight against Sarang without exposing themselves or overexposing themselves to Hydro and Sarang at the same time, they just had to wait for Hydro to get finished off. And when that happened, then they realized, oh, it's a 3v1. Maybe we can just take this man out. And Sarang was like, all right, lads, do your worst. I'll make sure you pay for this. Gets that 1 extra point. And we all know. I mean, X-Park, they're still sitting on the first position. It's not going to matter if they finish with that extra point or not, but it was just fun to witness.
That's true. But you know what? Now the upcoming game's going to be the map of Sanhok. And so far, this group has been one of the most aggressive groups that we've witnessed. Add Sanhok inside the mix, even more aggression. Johnny, I just can't wait for the upcoming game to start. I already know there's going to be a lot of drop collisions and so many fights happening, so many third parties.
Who expected 4 teams? In fact,
Martin.
Let's exclude Numen out. Who expected 3 teams to drop clash Numen Gaming? And even that fight played out so in such a weird manner, because initially Fuze, Unfair, and X-MagnuM, all 3 of them were in the same building. Fuze goes out, Numen comes in, Numen takes out X-MagnuM, then Fuze comes back in, takes Numen out, picks up 1 player from the side of Unfair, and I think then Fuze just thought, all right, we are done. They decide to leave. The last player from Unfair gets up, takes down 1 player from Fuze, and then they run back into that building to finish him off. That was one of the most hilarious fights I've ever seen in like the last 4 years.
It's like the Tom and Jerry chase, huh? Like Augie and the Cockroaches, if you've seen that cartoon.
You want to talk about funny moments of the game? Like, that is it. That was it.
It was indeed was. I mean, we've never seen a drop collision, especially inside San Martin. It's quite rare to see that. Yeah, 2 teams, it's complete fine. We've seen that once in the past, but 4 teams dropping right next to each other, that too inside San Martin, one of the most rare occurrences, and that's just given me even more hopes now for the upcoming game of Sanhok. Maybe we might just see another drop collision inside Boot Camp, 2 or 3 teams dropping at the same time. Paradise Resort is one of the best places to kick things off with. I'm going to be honest, there's so many angles you can get taken down from. It just has a big, massive, anonymous aura.
I mean, Paradise Resort, Boot Camp, as you mentioned, Painan is another brilliant spot. We can't forget Camp Bravo and Camp Charlie as well. Then there's Camp Alpha. Not the Camp Alpha position, but the actual Temple Hill that's there. That is also another brilliant position to have those early fights. Ruins is another spot where we can potentially see some drop clashes. But every single time we expect a drop clash on all of these big spots, that doesn't happen. You're going to see drop clash happen in Docks or Tampang or somewhere. Haten is going to be like 3 teams dropping. I mean, that is what happens in the last game usually.
That is true, man. But you know what? I'm going to ask you for your prediction, Johnny, for the upcoming game in Sanhok. Look, a lot of teams are now starting to just rise up from the ashes. It's the last chance. It's the last game to position yourself inside the top 4. And the first half of the board, already even at the start of the day, was way too close. Which team do you think still has a chance to make it inside the top 4?
I mean, so I'm still trying to crunch the numbers inside my head. And I know, so 2 teams are pretty much secure, Xpark and Numen.
Yeah.
Along with them, I think Miami is pretty much secure. I think in this game, or at the end of this game, Esports might be joining the party and LOC might get kicked out.
Ooh, LOC, that's actually a really big point that we haven't been focusing on so far.
They haven't performed well.
LOC today, they haven't performed well, as you mentioned, but all the other teams from the latter half of the board, they're definitely making some big pounces. Esports too, they were on the latter half of the board, if I'm not wrong, at the start of the day. And then they just make a big pounce on the first half of the board. LOC, they need a performance at the last game. But you know what? I asked you for your prediction. Which team do you think can win this game?
Win this game. I want to say, I mean, my heart really wants to say Flanker Esports. I want to see them win at least one chicken dinner for themselves, and I really hope they do, but I know that's not going to happen. So I'll go with Numen Gaming, actually. I think Numen Gaming is going to pop off quite nicely in this matchup because they have been struggling throughout the day. And we all know, last game of the day, all of these big names tend to be as aggressive as they can be, as aggressive if humanly possible in a game of BGMI, and I think Numen might be looking to take that front.
Okay, I mean, that's a solid, look, that's a solid pick, but it's quite basic, right? Numen Gaming, they have been on a tear anyways inside the competition. In Group 9, it's one of the best teams out there. So I guess that's one of the basic picks. With me, though, I'm going to go with the interesting pick over here, Johnny. I think so, Team Fuze. They've got what it takes. In the previous game,
anymore.
Yeah, they're not confused. I think so. They're not confused. But I genuinely think Team Fuze definitely has got what it takes. And recently, they're definitely trying their best. Even TARKIN Spartans can be a really good pick because in that previous game, they showcased some nice, good survival skills. But I'm going to go with Team Fuze.
I have a question for you, though. Now, this one is going to be a little bit more intense for you because since yesterday was so much focused on the players of TOC, have you given up on them now?
TOC is like a positioning-based team, right? If they're not able to find themselves a safe route inside the circle, they get taken down. And today, there's just no way you're going to find yourself a safe route. Let's be honest. Even teams like Flanker Esports, which is one of the most passive teams inside the lobby, even they're getting picked off just like that. So there's no safe route, and that's why TOC, they're just struggling so much.
I do agree with you. I mean, there is no safe position in these matches right now. These teams are just out for blood. Everyone is just very angry at each other.
Exactly.
And they want to fight it out. There is no two ways about it. But I think this is their last opportunity to settle their differences as we are about to jump into the game of Sanhok Necro.
Here we go. The game of Sanhok's on the way, too, as the plane fly path's going to start all the way from tap mark towards Kampong. And this plane fly path is heavily tilted to the right side. Maybe we might just see Hot in circle.
Oh, that's going to be fun to witness. I mean, it's the northern part of the map. It's going to be super excited to see. And if we get a Hatin zone, then usually in the early stages, there's a lot of water involved in the circle.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Hatin is sort of like that X Factor, right?
Yeah.
I was speaking with Salty about this X Factor. And Team X-Spark, they've got the X-Spark, not the X Factor. But jokes apart, I think so. This Hatin circle definitely has a massive X Factor. It's sort of like the military-based circle inside of Erangel.
Yeah.
You've got 2 bridges connecting, a lot of water lines in between.
Yeah.
And those 2 bridges, there's a chance they can be camped by the enemy lines. It's tough to breach inside Hatin.
True. I mean, it is tough to breach inside Hatin and... Oh! Wow.
It's not exactly the Hatin Island circle that I was looking for, but it's another
kind of
circle.
Close, Necro.
Yeah, it's not the standard one, so that's why I'm just happy. But speak about not being standard. MASTIZONE, this is not the start that we expected. This is definitely not a standard start even for this team.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, for MASTIZONE, it is because MASTIZONE has been targeted quite heavily by the players of Knockout. And it feels like Knockout is, for some reason, they just have some out for MASTIZONE Gaming. But this time, MASTIZONE, luckily, they find the players of TARKIN Spartans. Early finishes secured. And I think for the first time, MASTIZONE Gaming is going to be a little bit happy about how they're starting that game. Also, this drop clash happened in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. That was between Bhan and Bootcamp.
Knockouts, unfair, and then we've got Team Mayavi. 3 teams right next to each other. Knockout are going to be the one to knock the player out in the front lines.
Oh, Necro, they make that 4. Fuze is closing in Painan. They're moving in from the south.
Fuze should not do that. There's no way. That's my pick. Try to play a little safe, Fuze.
Fuze today do not care. They made a lot of mistakes yesterday, and today is a day of redemption for them. But look at this knockout. They've started the game with just 3 players. And they have gone ahead and secured the opening knock and finish. So they are kind of evened out against the players of Unfair Esports, but the actual unfair fight will happen once eventually these teams figure out that, oh, Team Mayavi is on the other side of the river.
Unfair in front of us. And right now, the players of Unfair, they're definitely just trying to settle themselves down in that compound. I like the openings that Hellboy found, though. Some good stuff to kick things off with. Second man, too, just getting taken down from the window like that. Good shots. Hellboy, that's some nice tracking right there.
Yeah. I mean, heard the footsteps, jumped, and took those shots at the right nick of time, securing that pick. But talking about picks, I think Unfair Esports, they're not going to pick their bodies up from the floor. They're just staying prone, looking through the windows, trying to see if they can spot out the opposition. And in a Painan fiasco like this, that is all you can do. You can look for information. Team Mayavi, although, they're feeling quite confident with how they're moving around in the city. And I think, even though they realize there's two teams on the other side of the river, they are proactively looking for those points. But look at this knockout. Tiny Expert getting knocked out.
That's a really good opening against the players on knockouts. Knockouts, they're inside the game with only 3 players, but that's a good retaliation from them. Another player gets taken down from Unfair Esports. Now things are back to equal grounds once again. It's a 2-on-2 scenario. Both the teams having the shotguns pulled out in their hands. The battle that's going to be happening up close and personal soon enough. But there's also a chance the third party as well might just start to close on in.
Yeah.
Team Mayavi, though, they started taking exit from that Pioneer.
Oh, Team Mayavi, I think hearing all of that commotion, they might be looking to move forward and looking forward to move towards the zone.
Oh, wow.
But maybe they're going to fall back. Oh! Shadow, did he just take 2 down?
Yeah, he did, almost. That was some good presence of mind being showcased. Nice pre-fire from that guy. But he managed to just strike down 2 players with the DBS. You do not challenge a fight like that single-handedly, 1 by 1 against the DBS. And if you're going to give the solo picks to that guy, he will shut you down without any problems. Unfair Esports now getting pounced on by the entirety of Team Mayavi. Yeah, the players will soften up a little bit, but it's not going to stop them whatsoever. Thunder looks around, slaps him down, and that's going to be it. The competition eliminated from the game, and now the last 2 teams alive, or last 2 players alive from Unfair Esports.
First there was a lightning from the DBS and then Thunder chiming in, securing that finish. But look at this. Flanker Esports, Necro Flanker Esports for the first time are taking the aggressive stance. They are running into a third-party fight against the players of Mayavi and Unfair Esports. I like this. I like this so much.
Flanker Esports, they know they're quite desperate to get those points. The utilities are being tossed into perfection. At least chipped out a bit of damage against the opponent. I don't know if going up against a team like Team Mayavi has to be the wiser option in this situation. But Unfair Esports, has just pinned himself down in this house. The positioning is quite decent from Unfair Esports, but then Mayavi, they've got another team to worry about, which is going to be Team Fuze joining inside the fray. And Team Mayavi, they've already found a couple of knockouts against Team Fuze. Team Fuze, they're getting dismantled.
Yeah, Team Fuze has gone ahead and lost 2 players, but Team Mayavi, Legit, and Thunder have also been dropped. So it's a 2v2 situation between these 2 teams, but who will make it out alive? That is the real question. On the other side, Flanker Esports looking to wrap things up against the players of Unfair Esports, and Thorn is going to be an absolute taunt. Running into the DBS, Flanker have lost 3 players, but they still wrap things up in a nice manner. They secure those finishes, and now it's time for the revives to come in, and they have to be brought right now, right at this second, because if they can't bring their players back, Team Mayavi has an opportunity to chime in and finish off Flanker Esports right now.
Johnny, did you notice how funny that was from Flanker Esports?
Yeah.
There was one guy who was just using the M16A4 in single fire, was just tapping so quickly. He was like, just peek out, man. I'm going for the pre-fire. Just peek out. Please peek out. He was just praying. And then eventually his fingers were exhausted, so he switched over the gun to something else. He was just going for the single taps with the M16A4.
Never seen that happen before. Oh, man. But, I mean, Flanker Esports, that must have been a huge sigh of relief from their side, just managing to survive with a sliver of HP in that fiasco. But now, as we talked about it, they have to go up against the players of Team Mayavi. It's not going to be easy. I hope Flanker Esports, they pull through.
DOC, a team that you talked about in the pregame segment, saying that I was the one who said that they were pretty good. Yes, they were yesterday. Today, the lobbies are just completely random. It's just random. Yeah. It's the same thing that was happening with the players of OR Esports inside these type of lobbies, right?
True.
When you're going to go for a defensive and a really passive play style, this is what's going to happen. You need a lot of information to sort of pave a pathway to the zone if you're going to go for that defensive play style. Before now, we've got the players of MagnuM official in front of us. And MagnuM once again inside an early fight. BRS could have been taken down. This could have been so bad for BRS. Still alive inside this entire vicinity. Going for the patch-up too. MagnuM official. As long as they've got the numbers intact, nothing's going to touch them.
A nice spread coming in from the players of MASTIZONE Gaming. They have the flanks covered, not really allowing the players of MagnuM official to go for the push. MagnuM, this will be an awkward fight for them, but luckily the players of MASTIZONE are out of utility. But still, the smokes doing wonders, and they find the opening in this fight.
Oh, he's on the other side, still going for the pre-fires. MagnuM officials. We've got them in front of us, and right now, MagnuM's the one sort of pushed back in the defensive stance. They've lost out on the man. MASTIZONE Gaming, they've got the advantage inside the fight. Hellboy, he goes back in the nick of time, but Captain now is catching a bit of fire onto himself. He needs to reposition himself in a better spot. MagnuM officials, they need to play this one out a little bit more safe.
Having lost one key player in the entire fiasco, and Captain, look at him, he's been pushed away from his teammates. MASTIZONE can find that pick. The numbers are going to be completely in their favor, but as soon as I say that, Viper's going to drop. Captain almost getting traded out, and now finally getting traded out, put down on his knees. MASTIZONE, they have the upper hand they were looking for.
It's a 2v3 scenario. MASTIZONE, they've got the man advantage, but as soon as I say that, now it's ball down to a 2v2. Both these teams on equal page. How did Hellboy not spot the man in the right lines? Did not clear the angles. And just like that, MASTIZONE Gaming, they have been eliminated because of one rookie mistake. This is why you should clear your corners.
Exactly, clearing your corners is important, otherwise you get distracted from the man in front, but the man towards your right is going to take you down. But talk about getting taken out. And Flanker Esports, even though for the first time we saw this team take the fighting stance proactively, and they did secure those 2 early points, now they will have to face their eventual demise as they run into the players of Team Mayavi. And well, Blacks,
nice.
He's going to finish things off with the DBS shots connecting on that last individual.
Well, Johnny, how do you feel?
I feel sad now, man. I was really hoping Mayavi would just let them go.
That's not going to happen. They're Team Mayavi.
Yeah, and also Flanker
They're the
Esports.
deceivers.
I think Flanker Esports also came into the game with the mindset of not backing away from fights.
That's a good mindset to have.
Yeah, but they should have had it from the get-go, not in the last game.
I mean, they didn't have any other choice. If they were to try to play safe, they do not even stand a chance to qualify inside the top 4, so it's better to just go all out, all guns out.
YOLO.
Yeah, YOLO. And right now, Team Spark, they're definitely not going YOLO because they're up against the players of MagnuM. And one more man to go in the name of Captain. He's underneath. And his position's compromised. Sarang, that's such a lovely nade. And that nade was being placed by Sarang with a lot of love.
Oh!
And then in the end, just goes down and blows a kiss.
Ouch! That was a highlight clip right there. I mean, the nade locked, the man was low, and then just in style, he jumps down the cliff, switches the weapon to the shotgun, and then just blasted it in his face.
Did you see how much time he took while tossing that nade? With the underhand, too. That's why I said that nade was tossed in with a lot of love.
Yeah.
And then just jumped down and blew him a kiss with that S12K.
Brilliant.
Speaking about spreading love.
Oh, wait, but did you notice on the map, RVNC, they have such a good spot to play with. They're on the northern shoreline. Yeah.
Always they do. If you remember, even the game of Erangel, RVNC, they had a really good spot to hold down. And now this time, too, they've got a solid ground to touch down on. And speak about this entire fight, too. Flanker Esports not even standing a chance. The man in the back got eliminated so quickly.
Decorate stage 2, we are down to 10 teams.
Yeah, this is some quick work going on. Just a classic game of Sanhok. This is how it looks like, even inside the normal public games. But just the difference is that this is not a public game. Yeah. It's a professional lobby.
Normal public games, 60 players are going to drop in boot camp and just fight it out right in that one spot. But talk about fighting in one position, and feels like TOC, they have the opposition pinned down, trying to gatekeep the players of T2H, in fact.
Yeah, but the man disadvantage is clearly noticeable, too. There's one guy in the back lines, Regent. Good confirmation on Akira. But still, T2H being pinned down in that spot. And even the wall of death now starting to move in. It's better if the players of TOC start to move inside the circle, but still they're getting quite desperate to get these elimination points.
And the players of T2H do look quite tasty to these players. TOC not really having a fun time in the entire day. T2H also, after yesterday's run, we thought they would be in a qualification position, but today has not gone their way. And look at this. Again with the S12K Prince, he's trying his level best to take down the opposition. Shots being missed. And the punish is coming in. How many shots are getting whipped like that? And finally they find the knock, but that was a little bit overcommitment from their end.
He missed so many shots. It emptied the entire clip of S12K, and still he wasn't able to take him down. Then pulls out the M416, went for a couple of more shots. Again. Still, he was not able to take him down. Oh no, that's gonna sting. That's gonna hurt. And TOC,
I can't take this game too seriously, man. There's so many awkward things happening. You would not expect this to happen in a normal game of Sanhok.
Exactly. Not just a normal game of Sanhok, even a normal game of Miramar, Erangel.
Yeah.
Even the Erangel kicked off in such a weird and awkward way. A lot of fights were happening off the bat. Look at this. Pulls out the M4, not even able to connect a single shot, dude. This hurts to watch.
I think at that point, even the player from TOC on the other side was wondering, like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do here?
What are you aiming at? Have you seen that meme?
Yeah. What are you aiming at?
It's one of those memes, man. Meme-worthy clips. If someone's watching this one, make sure to clip that.
Just put that audio clip
and ship it.
Yeah.
And right now, we've got the players of TOC in front of us.
How many times are you going to see a man make a run in the blue to secure the finish in stage 2?
Oh, T2H. We're looking forward to take this fight against TOC. And T2H Esports, they know he's way too close to comfort. Devious engaging once again against each other. Hopefully this time they're not going to miss a lot of shots, right? There's no way they do. They've already missed out on a couple, but finally they managed to shut him down. Oh, that's going to be a big sigh of relief, even for us, even for them.
I think more for T2H than us, I mean, because they had the numbers to work with. But you never know if the DBS connects right on your frontliner's head. He goes down and you go down, you hit the floor next. And T2H, they would have been able to do nothing about it. He would have looted their crates for first aid and then just like stayed in this exact spot, just putting them on for the next 10-20 minutes. Would have been such an easy play to make.
Numen Gaming on the top, looking down on the foes. It's the players of Error Esports in a really good spot. It's a 2-2 split too. I like the thinking, Johnny. Thinking quite nice. They're thinking wise, but this time Numen Gaming, though, they get welcomed from the back. And then even Team Mayavi, they join inside the fray. Error Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with. But Blackseed does not check his angles. And Team Mayavi, thankfully, they've got the angles covered, though. The backup fire is going to be there. His teammate saves the day.
Well, his teammate was there, luckily, to back him up. But look at the team count. They've lost 2 players. And they have MASTIZONE closing in from the red. Anytime MASTIZONE can time in. But I believe by then, Team Mayavi, they're going to bring their players back. They will have enough first aid, enough healing utility to work with. 11 finishes already secured in this match by Team Mayavi. So good.
Indeed they
so
are.
Consistent.
But the next circle shift, it shifts up north once again, and there's not a lot of landmass left over, Johnny.
Let's go RVNC. They're going to win this game.
Only a limited amount of positions that can be taken that are actually good too. And RVNC, they have found themselves in the prime spot, in one of the best spots they can ask.
Also, out of nowhere, there's another team that's moving in from the position of Cow, and those are the lads from CannonBoltz. CannonBoltz have been quiet throughout the entire day. I don't know how much they can pull, how many points they can pull from this last game, and whether they will be enough to get them to the top 4. I mean, the probability is extremely low, Necro.
I mean, right now, that sudden drop into chaos. That sudden drop of chaos that we're witnessing. Not even a single bullet is being fired at the moment. Just feel the silence, feel the peace. It feels good. You might as well start meditating. Where's Salty? Call him.
Why? Is he going to be our meditation coach?
That's what he said. Yesterday, he said on the map of Vikendi that I would like to go on these mountains, sit down on these chilly mountains, and then just meditate.
I don't like cold places. I catch a cold too easily.
Yeah.
Immune system not as strong as Team Mayavi.
Got their system pretty packed up, huh?
Yeah.
But Team Mayavi,
trying to blow up the system.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've managed to blow up 11 systems inside the game.
Yeah. But I still have a feeling RVNC is going to be the team winning in the very end. They have the prime spot. I think all they have to do is deal with the players of Xpac. I know deal with the players of Xpac, it sounds so easy, right? It is Xpac though in the end. It's never easy to deal with them. But still, if RVNC can actually pull it off, they will be able to walk away with this win. Because Numen, they will have to deal with the players of CannonBoltz, of T2H. They will have to deal with Team Mayavi as well. There's a direct line of fire available. And RVNC, there's that hill that separates them from the rest of the competition. And also Team Numen Gaming.
I mean, all of this, and then you see on the map towards Cow, there's this one little guy from Team LOC.
Oh yeah, how is he there?
Yeah, it's just one little cute guy wanting to play that survival game, but this time things are not looking way too good. Team Mayavi, they get obliterated inside the scenario. Dead player though. Even he drops down dead himself. This could have been so close. Team Mayavi, they could have been entirely eliminated from the game, but in the end they still survive in Pro. I want Pro to just straight up drive inside the circle from the center. That would be so hilarious. Everyone's positioned and playing for the win, and then Pro is just from the between cruising through on his scooter.
Yeah, that's going to be hilarious to witness. But I think as soon as he's spotted, he's going to be finished off. I'm just wondering why no one was punishing him, and then I realized like there was no one close to Team Mayavi. There's one team in the back lines that in the form of TARKIN Esports, but I think they might have also realized that Mayavi is just destroying every single squad they come up against, and you do not want to be... Well, you do not want to do anything with this team. You basically want to stay away from them for as long as humanly possible.
True that. T2H as well, still alive, Johnny, inside the game.
Yeah.
Numen Gaming catching a bit of hurt. It's completely okay. CannonBoltz is going to be there in the front lines. And right now, for the players of Numen Gaming, or at least this guy that's in the front who's pinned down, the main key thing that he needs to pull off is the survival game. And right now, look at Redox from LOC. He's in the water lines. He's taking a couple of shots against the players of CannonBoltz. Or the CannonBoltz are the one to take shots against Redox. Just let him survive, man. He's a little cute shark.
Oh, he's trying to set the world record. Longest swim.
He's going to start a choke to his death, Johnny. He needs to get out of the water lines to catch a bit of breath. But no, Jay's going to be the one to end things for him. And LOC, they might just not qualify inside the top 4.
I think there is a very high possibility of that happening. I think LOC, with that early exit, might have been kicked out of the top 4. And that opens up the doors for the players of CannonBoltz. If CannonBoltz or RVNC, they win this game, maybe they can open up their door, or that door for themselves and take a foot towards the other side. But Numen on the other side, they've lost one player. Avi has been knocked out. Xpac, look at them, just keeping a check on the players of Team Mayavi.
Oh, Xpac dealt with Team Mayavi in the front. Pro looking to peek out of that window. Peeks out, goes for that perfect fire. But then Pro gets shut down. What a nice spray that came into play from Sarang. Good shots taken from this guy.
It's flawless, but Xpac, they have to focus on the objectives in this matchup now. Falling back, looking for the entry inside the zone. Might actually get caught off guard by the players of CannonBoltz who are looking to make the same decision, but RVNC now separating these two teams from each other, and the zone is in control of absolutely no one, Necro.
CannonBoltz in front of us. Still looking to breach in, or at least find that breaching point inside the circle. RVNC in the receiving lines. Daddy is inside that sniper tower. His toes were exposed, Johnny, and they were shooting at his toes.
Taken a lot of damage, but I think even if one player from the side of RVNC is down, their chances of winning this game are going to be absolutely slim. And at this point, you can't afford a single mistake. Numen, Clutchbot, steps up, takes the shots, whiffs a few of them, but still damage is down. Doesn't have to secure the knock.
Even the Wall of Death now starting to close in. This time the Wall of Death is not going to have any mercy. It's going to deal so much damage against the players. It's better to move inside the safe zone. Numen Gaming Clutch God has already griefed the game for the team in the front. CannonBoltz, they're in a big world of trouble, and now those two players in the back lines, they're no way to get them players back up inside the game. Team Mayavi too, a little bit in the peppering side. And even they've caught so much hurt up against themselves. Savitar's going to be in the clotheslines, but the entirety of Team Xpark and Numen Gaming, I like the spread that's came into play. Team Xpark now taking shots against RVNC. We all thought that RVNC could be the one to win this entire game, but it's being stolen away. It's being stealed by the players of Team Xpark.
Well, and last player from the side of RVNC remains. And with the moves that Numen has made, Necro, I think they might have just guaranteed the win for the players of Team Xpark. Scout in the backlines is going to be dropped, but that's not even going to matter. They wrap things up quickly with the players of RVNC and are looking to focus again on the win, on the chicken dinner. But out of nowhere, I did not think Numen Gaming would actually make it into the top 2. But they have done it. Legit is the last player surviving from the side of Team Mayavi. And if they finish him off, that's the second position in this lobby secured. But Xpark, like always, looking to see if they can secure the last win of the day.
Yeah, but Johnny, both the teams aren't inside the next circle. And this is where the fight's going to be for soon enough. Utility tossed down over on the opposite side. Numen Gaming, they need to start closing in. Because the Wall of Death this time is going to deal so much damage, it's going to be crazy. Next to impossible to out-survive that. And Team Xpark, they find themselves in the advantage spot. Numen Gaming, they need to move out in the open and in the clotheslines. But this is where Pucar, he turns his back around, gets shot at in the backlines. And Numen Gaming, some return knockouts are also there. Savitar, no way he's going to be able to flip things around. Right, pulls out the DBS. That was way too close to comfort. But once again, it's the players of Team Xpark just keeping that consistency going inside the caves.
What was this match? It was so chaotic, so bloody, so many bodies dropping in the early stages. The last fights were so awkward for everyone. And RVNC, for such a long time, I thought they were going to win this game, but in the end, it was Xpark just ruining their plans and also the zone itself, which eventually took that southwestern shift, moving down to that bowl position. And that actually was the game changer for every single one of these teams, because Mayavi also thought the zone was going to stay up north and move east. They moved towards the eastern side, and that is where they were caught by the players of Numen.
Exactly, but you know what, Johnny? So many factors were just weird, let's be honest. Yeah, the final fight was quite organized. It felt like Team Xpark, Numen Gaming definitely planned things out quite well for themselves, but then even Team Mayavi, even they tried to enter inside the fray, they got picked off out in the open. In general, even that circle just played so many mind games with a lot of these teams. We thought that RVNC could have been the one to be inside the prime spot, also win that entire game, but no, that was not the case.
What's the top 4 though, Necro? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, but for now, we're going to take a short break, that's for sure.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले. डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
यस लेट्स गो
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
अब तुम्हारी बारी
साथियों आगे बढ़ो जंगले खत्म कर दो
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's already the last day of round 3, and still, some of you haven't downloaded BGMI on your phones. Already, Ranveer Singh has joined us too as the brand ambassador of BGMI. So what are you guys waiting for? Go ahead on your Google Play Store, Apple App Store, and download BGMI and play pure. But you know what? Getting back inside the entire conversation once again of that previous game of Sanhok. One of the most awkward games that I've witnessed so far, that's for sure. And so many awkward fights, especially one of those fights where the man pulled out S12K, empties the entire clip, then pulls out the M416, empties that clip, was still not able to get that elimination.
You know, it does happen. It happens with me a lot of time, to be honest, and I've been there on the receiving end of things like that. So I'm pretty sure like it was a moment of choke. So it's like it's fine, it's fine. You know, I'm just gonna forgive him for that because I myself do that quite a lot. So
it's understandable. I mean, you choking and in general, like the past that you've had. The entire, it's just like a lot of choking scenario going on in general. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Speaking about that previous game of Sanhok, let me tell you some of the nice facts, right?
Yep.
Everyone thought that the circle, when it especially took another shift on the northern side, everyone thought that the RVNC could be the one to win that game. But somewhere down the line, I was questioning that thing. I knew, because if in the final moment, if the circle takes a shift away from RVNC, they're screwed.
Exactly, and the fact that X-Park almost had the entirety of the western edge sort of gave them the control to actually come southward. And we saw the circle shift a little bit southward and RVNC had nothing to actually do about it. But of course, we see so much action in the early stages of the game, Necro. I mean, day 2, we always knew that action is going to be there, but so much. This was actually beyond everything.
Especially inside Pinehead. I mean, fights after fights, Unfair Esports against the players of Knockouts. This is how things really kicked off, where the players of Unfair Esports sort of had an advantage in that fight. But then later on, even Team Mayavi joined inside the fray. Then later on, another team, Team Fuze, wanted to sort of join a third party. But then Team Mayavi dealt with Team Fuze like it was nothing, not even a problem. Flanker Esports 2 was there. It was like 5 teams in total.
Exactly, and you know, Pioneer and Bootcamp have been the location of hotspots. We've seen these actions happen, multiple teams just chime in. We also know that this is the last game of this particular group, so teams are like, alright, fine, wherever aggression is, we are gonna go there.
And then this fight too on top of the bridge, right, or right next to the bridge lines. MASTIZONE Gaming against the players of MagnuM Official. That was quite a nice fight too. And genuinely, I thought MagnuM Officials could do good in this final game, because they have been doing quite good yesterday, at least in the survival game. But then this happens. Team X-Park, they join inside the third party once again. The third party, that entire fray where there was a fight going on against MASTIZONE and MagnuM, and they just put that final nail in the coffin. And this was the moment, one of the most awkward moments that I witnessed inside BGIS. This man was not even able to connect that one single bullet that was desperately needed to be connected.
Hey man, just come on, forgive him for that, alright? These things do tend to happen inside the game. Sometimes you're just so panicked, nerves just tend to, you know, take control over you. Yeah, sometimes it does happen. It happens a lot with me.
Oh, Salty, all I can say is get good. That's all I can say. I don't know what else I can say, man. If that happens a lot with you, you need to grind a lot, that's for sure. But then another couple of few moments that really just occurred in front of us. Over here too, Team Mayavi just getting it out a massive blunder. I genuinely thought Team Mayavi had a smooth sailing after a couple of fights that they won. But then that moment came into play, and then Team Mayavi needed to position themselves inside the circle too, where they needed to move out in the open. Numen Gaming were holding the edge lines like the Guardian Angels, and they just wiped out the entirety of Team Mayavi.
Yeah, Numen Gaming and their performance in the overarching storyline of the day has been decent. But there is one team that I'm actually pretty concerned about if you talk about the overall standings, and that's going to be LOC Esports. What just happened to them, Necro? Would you want to shed some light on that?
Of course, LOC Esports is going to be somewhere on the latter half of the board. I don't think so they're going to be able to make it inside the top 4. There's no way. Today's day, their performance has been on a big downhill.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, when they started, of course, the day they had somewhere about 48 points. First game, they get about 6 points. And after that, it's been just a downward curve. And to be honest, LOC Esports was a team I was actually looking forward to. Yesterday, they were fabulous. But we saw something different today. We saw the undergods rise. And that rise has sort of engulfed entirety. Xmark and Numen, they kept on the ante. They were like, all right, fine. We're still going to keep up our pressure because, of course, they are like the goalheads. But the Davids from underneath the table, Error Esports, Team Mayavi, and so many other teams, even Team RVNC, as a matter of fact, they've been doing really good.
Yeah, but look, I genuinely think for RVNC, it's a little bit of late wake-up call. Yeah, they did quite decent in the previous game of Miramar. Yeah. Even they did quite decent in the previous game of Erangel, but that decent performance isn't enough to get such a big leap inside the overall standing, especially when even the first half of the board is doing decent.
Exactly. It's not just decent, they're actually doing phenomenal, to be honest. And Johnny mentioned it very accurately. Hyderabad Hydras were actually being able to come back from a similar position because of 3 consistent performance inside the podium finishes. They had 1 chicken dinner as well. RVNC needed something of a similar route. They came close, but not exactly enough. But of course, we're going to find out who was the best in the last game. What's your pick?
Let's see. Well, my pick's going to be Team Mayavi legit. That's what my pick's going to be with 6 finishes and 35.2 contribution. No, I didn't saw it. It was my 6th sense that kicked in, just like how Team Mayavi, they've got their own magics.
Yeah, of course. 6 finishes as well, and finish contribution of just 35.2 just goes to show how many finishes Team Mayavi has actually acquired from this entire game. Look at that. The top 3 completely dominated by players from Team Mayavi. You've got Pro, you've got Thunder, as well as you've got Legit as well. But after that, you've got some good players. I mean, of course, the first 3 were good players as well. You've got some underdog players as well. You've got ClutchX from MagnuM, and you've got Prince from T2H. I expected a lot from T2H, Negro, to be honest, but they just could not show up.
Unfortunately, man. Maybe that's the reason, because you expect a little bit too much from them, and you ended up cursing them. Maybe that's like the main reason why T2H wasn't really able to perform. But you know what? It's time to move on forward and take a look at the point standings, and after this is going to be the overall standings, the massive icebreaker. So let's get done with the point standings quick enough.
Exactly. Team Mayavi, 27 points. I think they just did enough, Necro. We'll have to find out from the overall standings. But 17 finish points. This team just went bonkers inside this game. Team Xmark just maintaining that consistency. Once again, a chicken dinner to work with 23 points in total, and Numen Gaming coming close, but just lacking in terms of the finish point department.
Team Mayavi today, they've had one of the best days so far. That's for sure. All the comeback, all the climbing that they needed to do, they've done that inside today's day. On the 2nd spot's going to be the players of Team Xmark. Numen Gaming is going to be there with the 3rd spot, and then T2H Esports on the 4th. Look, the top 4 inside that previous game was quite nice. T2H, I highly doubt they're going to be able to breach inside the top 4 in the overall standings. Maybe they can stand a chance to qualify inside the lower brackets. As I mentioned, in the overall standings, the first half of the board, you never know. Do not jump to conclusions directly. Maybe those teams can also move on forward inside the lower brackets.
Exactly. But of course, right now is the time, ladies and gentlemen. I am willing to find out who are going to be the 4th team, who are going to be the 4 teams qualifying to the next round. Of course, we have the overall standings in front of us.
LOC made it?
LOC Esports, Numen Gaming, Team Mayavi, and Xmark. These are going to be the 4 teams, Necro, and I'm pretty sure you're surprised with LOC Esports over there.
How did LOC even make it? The first game of Erangel, they were not able to perform that well. Miramar, I wasn't there, so I'm not exactly sure. Maybe they were able to perform, I guess, decently. But then the 3rd game, they were not there inside the late game scenario too. So how did LOC even make it inside the top 4? Error Esports on the 5th spot, CannonBoltz 2 on the 6th spot, RVNC on the 7th, TARKIN SPARTANS on the 8th. But the first half of the board is definitely quite nice. As usual, the usual suspects, Team Xmark, Team Mayavi, Numen Gaming. But LOC is definitely a big surprise because the amount of performance they were able to put up today, I did not expect them to be there inside the top 4.
I mean, for sure, LSE is a big surprise, but I'm more surprised about Team Mayavi, to be honest, because they came in from the lower half of the standing and such a massive jump. 97 points is what they accumulate. And of course, the second page, a page of disappointment. Ex-MagnuM official, Knockout, Team Fuze, really great teams, showed great potential. TOC, as a matter of fact, great teams, but just could not really accumulate enough points to actually move forward.
Yeah, that just sort of blows. But then Unfair Esports too, another team. We saw them get so much limelight for themselves. They were inside the fights, not been able to win those. Unfortunate stuff. Knockouts too, ex-MagnuM official. At the start of the day, I think so, they were on the first half of the board. But then now they've been kicked all the way on the second half.
You know, whom I actually feel the worst about, it's going to be Error Esports, to be honest, because they showed true potential. They showed what they're capable of in the game of Erangel. They were like, all right, we're going to come up with a really good performance. And I felt like Error Esports packed a really good punch. I felt like they went inside the top 4 for once. They were inside the top 4. They dethroned CannonBoltz and they went inside the top 4 after that game of Erangel. But then once again, they were just pushed back because, of course, LSE Esports were just so consistent. And Team Mayavi, the way they have breached from the bottom of the first page to straight to the second position, this is a comeback story for the ages.
Look, Group 9, they started off yesterday so slow. It was one of the most passive groups that I've seen. But then today, it was a complete opposite side.
Yeah.
One of the most aggressive teams that I've seen so far inside BGIS, that's for sure, especially inside Round 3. This Group 9 was definitely quite a mysterious group, but at the same time, quite a lot of entertainment was provided by these guys. So, once again, as I mentioned, every single team inside this group was playing quite nice. I am hoping to see them in the future lines too, but for now, we'll just be able to see maybe the top 5 in the future lines and a couple of teams just joining inside the lower brackets too. But you know what, Salty, as we all know now, that's it going to be for Group 9.
Yep.
Now Group 5 is going to be the one to chime inside the action. And as usual, we kick things off with Vikendi.
Exactly. We kick things off with Vikendi. I'm expecting a slow start, Necro. Even if it is day 2, I cannot fathom myself to bring to an aggressive Vikendi map. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the teams up front. And of course, the big names are going to be there who are inside the top 4. Team Soul, Revenant Esports, Blood Soul, as well as Team IND. They are
Blood
inside...
Soul.
BloODROSE. Pardon me for
BloODROSE.
that. Pardon me for that. But yeah, so these are going to be the top 4 for us. Of course, there are going to be multiple teams like OnePower as well as BurnX official who is still trying to break forward too. So I'm going to be finding out if there's going to be a similar story, a comeback story like just Team Mayavi did.
Hey, look at the overall standings though. You remember Revenant Esports? How did they get on the first spot yesterday, the game of Sanhok? That final bounce back that they did sort of just switched the entire play style at the final moment, and they were like, you know what, screw this. We're not going to play defensive anymore. We're going to shut our brains off and just go aggressive inside the game, and that's what they literally did.
That is the map of Sanhok for you, just broken down into bits and pieces. Just go aggressive, blindside yourself, and absolutely go bonkers. But two teams, in fact, I'm actually worried about right now is going to be BloODROSE Esports and OnePower. They had an amazing game of Erangel, if you still remember. Great aggressive nature. And OnePower, of course, I'm going to be waiting to see the player Shockwave once again. His performance on the map of Erangel really sent shockwaves throughout the lobby itself. So hoping that this team can actually breach forward. But any teams from the second page who are actually looking forward to for maybe a comeback story, Necro?
Maybe G2 Battlegrounds can be one of those teams. Maybe
You like that
Cybertron
name.
Army. So many teams are there, man. GENxFM, genuinely, I want to see them make a comeback. I want to see them make a bounce back once again. The Fearless Marathas, so far they have been suppressed inside the lobby, but maybe there's a chance on day 2 they will just get some new sort of motivation that they really need to make a comeback in the overall standings. It's going to be a fairy tale run, but if it does come true, then it's going to be a good one.
Exactly. I mean, speaking of GENxFM, this team was really aggressive in the previous rounds. I don't really know what went wrong with this entire team last day. They just could not really keep up the pressure. I still remember that one fight against Revenant Esports on top of Everest where they just absolutely got shattered and could not really deal with it. So GENxFM, you mentioned it, a comeback story is definitely possible. A difference of about 30 points, which needs to be covered. It's not going to be easy, but a team who can do it, an underdog team who can do it, I think it's going to be GENxFM. But it's going to be the start of the day is going to be with Vikendi, and this just raises so many questions. Are they actually capable enough of doing it on Vikendi or not?
I hope they're going to go aggressive on the map of Vikendi. I want to see a little bit of opposite side this time. Look, a lot of things happening opposite today. So maybe the map of Vikendi might just be one of the most aggressive maps we've seen so far. Maybe this group's going to prove us wrong because so far Vikendi has been one of the most One of the most slow starts so far inside the entire competition. But you know what? Let's move forward and dive deep inside the icy lands, which is going to be the map of Vikendi. And the plane's going to hit the skies as the plane flight path starts all the way from Cement Factory towards port. And this plane flight path is heavily tilted to the northern side.
It certainly is tilted towards the northern side, Necro. And I don't know, all of a sudden I'm just feeling cold right now. I just probably need Johnny's jacket as well. I'm pretty sure the teams, of course, are heated up and warmed up right now because as we expected, a good start is needed, an aggressive start is needed, especially for the teams who are at the bottom of the table. Majority of them have taken the drop locations. They're moving somewhere to the south of the map. But you know what? On the map of Vikendi, of course, the circle will play a massive role. Where does the center of the circle lie? We'll have to find out.
I mean, once again, it's just a start. We've still got the plane flat path. We've still got the plane rolling out the players. Soon enough, we'll be able to take a look at the circle too. And as usual, we know, even if the circle's there going to be on our screens, for the first couple of moments, the circle's not going to take any shift whatsoever. For the first two stages, it's going to be a podcast hours. Now, I'm just looking out for some drop collisions. There's a chance on the southern side. There's a big cluster of teams over there.
Big cluster of teams. And look at this BurnX official right off the get-go. It seems like Device. He does not have any bullets right now. This man just sprayed everything out. I mean, he was trying to get himself a knock, but in the parachute, it's just way too difficult.
Still managed to at least dish out a bit of damage against that guy. So BurnX officials, at least they've got some sort of sense on exactly where the opponents are positioned. And right now, the players are trying to millions. They need to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious inside this vicinity. But two teams over here too, Team IND, a little bit in a problematic stance against the players of CYBERTRONS army. This can be an interesting one because there's 3 players from CYBERTRONS army and there's one guy from Team IND inside the hut and he's only got his hands on a crossbow. This is going to be an interesting fight. Can this guy clutch it out with just a crossbow in his hand? Dude, it's next to impossible to do so, but that is a really nice weapon.
For sure, the other guy is just coming in with the DBS, and my man Radeon only had a crossbow. The crossbow has a lot of damage, by the way, but you need to connect. It's just almost next to impossible to actually connect the crossbow. Can you connect a crossbow? I think against me you might just be able to, but against professional players, possibly not.
I remember, so there was this like challenge going on between me and my friends.
Okay.
And the only thing that we're supposed to use was pistols and crossbows.
All right.
And we actually won that game. But once again, we're just playing squads, right? And at that time, I used to play the game professionally as well. So, yeah.
Ah, well, Necro, I hope your professional career has been cut short. Because, of course, you were not that good at the game as well.
Oh,
not as good as the undergods who were playing here. So, pretty sure that you wouldn't have been able to compete. But anyways, coming back into the fray as well, BLOODROSE Esports.
I wanted to say something so bad that was going to sting you so much, but I just held myself back in that scenario.
At this point, my immunity on this desk has risen to level max, level 999. I'm pretty sure nothing you or Johnny say at this point is going to hurt me because I'm wearing a level 3 vest.
Oh, nice, nice. It's good to have it, you know.
A level 3 vest and a level 3 helmet.
Nice. I don't see that, though. It's an invisible one.
It's emotional level 3 vest and emotional level 3 helmet.
Okay, that's a good one. But you know what? Speaking about the game, though, Team Seoul on the southern side, too. Sort of away from all that kerfuffle, sort of away from all that crowd that's there on the right side of the map, on the southern side towards, like, Volnova. And Team Seoul towards Binary, they're looking quite nice, quite comfortable. Revenant right on the top. And Revenant's one of those teams that is making some quick moves on the board. They're already on the move inside the map.
This is one of those groups where nothing is for sure. I mean, when we kicked things off at group number 9 at the start of the game of Erangel, we talked about how Xpark as well as Numen, they've both solidified the position inside the top 4. There's going to be nothing which sort of takes them out of that region as well. In this group, I'm not really sure if I can say the same thing as well because both Revenant and Seoul, yes, for sure, Revenant are closing in on that 50-point mark, but we know as a matter of fact, 50 points is not enough. And LOC Esports, who had 48 points at the start of the day, they were almost on the verge of elimination.
That is true. And especially when you're on the verge of elimination, one single point matters. Every single point matters. And you must know the value of 1 point, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure.
You must know it more than anyone else inside the entire IGC.
Yeah, I mean, if people do watch my vlogs, they will also understand the value of 1 point. We'll just not talk about it here. Have you watched my vlogs?
No.
They're pretty entertaining.
No, I just get bored. I watch them when I want to fall asleep. That's when I watch them. But GENxFM in front of us, one of those teams that desperately need all the points that they can get. Every single point.
Yeah, they need every single point. They've only got 5 points right now.
Yeah.
They are, if I'm not mistaken, in the second last position on the points table. And just like you said, it has to be a Cinderella run if they want to qualify. I'm not even sure if top 5 is even realistic at this point. But if they get those 50 points from the 3 games that we're talking about, then maybe they have a chance in the lower bracket. But top 4, it's still very difficult for GENxFM to actually break forward.
That is true. Team Seoul. This team sort of made a move towards Volnova. And as usual, the game of Vikendi just starting off with a slow start. Podcast hours once again clicking in.
Yeah, I was actually wondering, where are your life lessons and the life advices you always bring up with? Because in the podcast hours, we expect a lot of value from you, Necro. I'm pretty sure you'll do great as a motivational speaker.
Maybe I should be one, huh?
Yeah, you can be one.
So you want me to use this as a platform for being a motivational speaker?
Not this specifically, but at least when the broadcast ends, you can actually do it. I'm not really sure if you'll be good at it, but in this day and age, everyone is a motivational speaker. So why not? You can also try.
Thanks, man. I'll take that.
Do it with the accent, though. That will sell.
Understandable. We've got Team IND in front of us. Alfie and another one of his teammates. BurnX Officials is one of those teams too. Yesterday, they sort of showcased a bit of promises. And then today, once again, it's just the start of the day, but they need to kick things off on a fantastic note to sort of have a good mental in the upcoming games.
BurnX Official actually have a very good chance. If BLOODROSE and One Power do not show up today, BurnX Official will be the team to actually breach forward inside the top 4. Now, of course, it also depends on how their mentality is, on how their mindset is. But this is such a stark contrast, Necro, between group number 9 and group number 5 on how things start. Of course, we know the map differences there, Vikendi being Vikendi. But the aggressive nature is not visible. The intensity or the intention to go aggressive, to just find blood right from the get-go, that is not visible.
That is true. LastHope Esports, one of those teams. I think so. You were the one who rooted for this team, right? LastHope Esports. You were saying that they've got a solid chance. Yeah, I mean, I understand why you went with them. In the past, they have been quite decent, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason why they're still inside the round 3. But yesterday, they were completely deactivated. Maybe today is sort of like where they start kicking things off on a great note. They can start off on a fantastic note. Before now, LastHope Esports, they spot out a team making quite a close rotation against them.
Yeah, and GENxFM, to be honest, just doesn't really make sense. Why are they making such early moves? Of course, we do understand the circle towards Mount Kresnik. We've seen this circle in the past, and we've seen how Mount Kresnik is like the last position inside the circle as well. So teams will try and take themselves the early position, the early topographical areas as well, something which Team Xpark did yesterday. But GENxFM, for them, I feel it's way too early. It's just stage 1, and these early rotations might just cost them. It could have cost them over there as well. The player could have been knocked down.
That is true. Team IND. They've lost out on one of the players a while ago, Radeon. And now, these red 3 players that are left over, they're going to challenge a fight against the players of BurnX Officials. I'm not sure how good of an option this is, how good of a decision this is. But one thing is for sure, the Wall of Death is now starting to move in, especially inside the map of Vikendi. It's not that tough to get yourself a good spot inside the circle, so it's better to try to close on into the centric spot.
Yeah, but the northwestern part is still empty. I mean, not a lot of teams moving towards Krichos or Dobermesto or even Goroka. Goroka as a city has been left completely empty, but look at this. Team number 13, Team One Power. Now, we've got to talk about this team, right? We have so much information about them, how aggressive this team was in the first game of the day, how aggressive Shockwave was. And then, of course, he shocked all of us by just getting drowned in the map of Miramar. Like, we just could not really figure out what just went wrong.
That is true.
Man went from being an absolute hero. I don't want to say to being an absolute zero, but yeah, that was what it was.
But I want to speak about One Power.
Yeah.
This team yesterday started things off on a great note. Maybe today as well they can replicate the same thing. Vikendi can be sort of like their great way to start things off inside this entire day too. And if they do so, that can be a momentum they can bounce back once again inside the top 4.
I think the strong point is the map of Erangel. Miramar, of course, somehow they do find the good positioning, but then of course they played the last map of Miramar without Shockwave and his additional firepower. I think Shockwave, we've had this conversation with Johnny as well, where BLOODROSE Esports and One Power, they share similar tactics or they share similar characteristics, but BLOODROSE Esports, their firepower is like divided amongst all 4 players. For One Power, it's majority Shockwave, like who's just carrying the mantle forward. So without this man and his proactiveness on the weaponry, it feels like, yeah, the map of Miramar just went by, but today he will have the opportunity to make amends. Just go for those 8 to 10 finishes once again. That is something which I'm going to be looking forward to. He's like the Kylian Mbappe of PSG. Do you watch football?
Yeah, I do. I do watch a lot of soccer. Or I used to, I would say.
Exactly. You call it soccer. That's where you actually faltered, my man. You call it soccer?
I mean,
it's football.
There's 2 ways to call it. There's 2 names for it. Just like how you have 2 names. You have Salty and Akash. Just like that sport has 2 names too. So that sport has soccer and football. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it soccer if you want. You can call it football if you want. It's up to you.
Interesting. I mean, I would prefer football every single day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, even I used to call it football, but then recently I've started to call it soccer. But it's completely fine. I don't mind any of the names.
What's your favorite team, though?
I don't want to speak about it. Stop it. You know what? My favorite team right now is Team IND inside the game.
Yes, sir.
They are starting to chime inside the fight. Soul in front of us. And both the players can be the Guardian Angels. Team IND, they need to find a safe route out of this tricky spot. 3 players moving in together. They need to find a vehicle to make it inside the circle. They're sort of far away from the safe line, Salty. This can be so risky for them.
Extremely far away from the safe lines, actually. And they need to retain all of their players. I still remember BGIS was the one who was actually doing so much wonders for this team. But one thing which I don't understand, Necro, is why is Team Soul delaying their eventual rotation and why are they so split apart? I mean, we do have the map feed. Only 2 players are together, Omega and his comrade. And then, of course, Hector and Akshat, they're just way behind.
I mean, once again, it's not a problem anyways.
Yeah.
It's the map of Vikendi, first 3 stages. It's going to be smooth rolling inside the circle. If you want to find an entry, no issues whatsoever. And I genuinely think sometimes rotating in late can be a good thing for you. Depends on the lobby, though.
Agreed. Agreed on that point. But LastHope Esports, they've got like the smack center of the circle and they've got multiple teams in pretty close proximity. Now, yeah, in the initial first 2 circles, none of the teams will have the motivation to actually strike, but we've seen in the 5th and 6th circles, things just get so chaotic, especially in these Mount Kresnik circles. You know, there's so many open lines of fire. Teams already having the high ground advantage have that massive vantage point to work with, and they just let themselves roll. We saw how X-Park actually dominated the final circle yesterday. Let's find out who from this group does, but... Oh, wait, we actually forgot to ask you your prediction.
It's too late inside the game now.
It's not going to be fair. It's just been the first circle. We only have 1 player hit the deck. What is wrong with you?
My prediction's going to be BLOODROSE. For the first time, I'm seeing this team play so passive, so slow. And this team is known for being one of the most aggressive teams inside the lobby, so I want to see what they've got.
I mean, they're not playing passive, they're just resting inside a compound. You know, beasts, before going on to a hunt, before hunting for their prey and food, they go and rest in their den. That's what they're doing right now, they're resting before feeding themselves.
Okay. Speaking about feeding, though, every single team at this point in time, they probably know each other's positions. GENxFM right next to them, right behind them is another team. In the front lines, there's the players of 2OP officials. Even they're going to be on the receiving line. Some sharp shooters, though. That's for sure from the side of GENxFM. The man's already knocked out, going for the taps with the G36C. He's got a 4X on top of that gun. But still quite tough to spot that player out.
Go for it, Madrick. He's actually one of your favorite players, isn't he? But look at this, though. G2 Battlegrounds, the team you supported, they are going up against the table toppers. Revenant Esports have been spotted.
Revenant Esports, a really good nade that's came into play. Apollo finds that knockout. Another nade follows up, but even the return nades, that's coming into play from the opponent side, which is G2 Battlegrounds. They're trying their best to fight back inside this scenario. Revenant Esports recently, this team's been doing quite good in the games. It's definitely a name to be feared. And Fear's now starting to push up close and personal. Is getting real up close against the players of G2 Battlegrounds. Another man gets taken down, and even the last guy, without even a trouble, he gets dealt with. It's a cakewalk for the players of Revenant Esports.
Oh, for sure, and welcome to the club, Necro. Welcome to the cursed club, G2 Battlegrounds. We remember very vividly.
I said they have a chance.
Yeah, that's
and that too, it's because you asked me.
Ah, so what? I will obviously ask you. I will put you on the spot. That is my job at the desk. At least just returning the favor, you know. The favor which you've been doing to me in the first 2 weeks. But well done, Revenant Esports. I mean, once again, a good start from them. I'm not really sure who was the one who actually charged me. It seems like Revenant Esports just holding their compound. G2 Battlegrounds were the one who were the uninvited guests. But for sure, they weren't uninvited. They would just shoot away.
True that. I mean, Revenant Esports, they're one of those teams now, out of nowhere. They've just changed the pace inside the game for themselves in such a drastic manner. And they needed that tuning too. And now they've finally done that. Looking pretty good inside the battlefields. Team Together Esports in front of us. And right on the opposite side, it's going to be the players of Revenant Esports. They did hear all the shots, and that's why they're looking in that general direction. Two teams going up against each other. BLOODROSE Esports chiming inside a fight against 2OP officials. And the fight's now taken right to their faces. 2OP, they're doing a great job in fight back, but BLOODROSE, this fight is definitely going forward. Spryzen, he managed to shut down another guy. This single man with only a sliver of HP, he's made sure that the players of BLOODROSE Esports, they're going to pay for all the troubles that they've caused the players of 2OP officials.
So far, it does not look that BLOODROSE are actually pretty safe. They've lost 2 players in the process. Been reduced to a 2-man team right now, but they're trying to hit back, especially with Rixin and his proactive movements inside the compound. The 2OP will have the opportunity once again. Spryzen OJ just using his movement and the DBS as a choke point. I love what they're doing so far. BLOODROSE, they might just be shut down, Necro.
Spryzen, he runs away, does not want to be there with the opponent, does not want to share the same room. And now BLOODROSE Esports looking to pull something out of their hats. Spryzen, he jumped outside. He's in the outskirts of that compound, playing around the compound wall. Too many utilities. Spryzen, he dodges that perfectly. Going for the first aid too now. And BLOODROSE still, they're just tossing these utilities. They're not stopping anytime soon. Another nade tossed in. And Spryzen, he softened up even more. Molotov comes into return though from Spryzen. And now once again, trying to pull out that M24. They're trying to get something done inside the game, but the return nade on the face of Spryzen shuts him down. That DBS was there in the clotheslines, but Spryzen could not do anything because that utility utilization from the players of BLOODROSE was on point.
It certainly was on point, and BLOODROSE Esports, they kept up the pressure. They did not leave him a single ounce of space. But the problem is, the other team, 2OP officials, they have the man advantage. Why are they letting Spryzen take the fight all by themselves? I just don't tend to understand right now. Even right now, they're not really coming in. They're not chiming in. BLOODROSE Esports, they have the momentum swinging towards their favor. And I'm pretty sure Wiz once again will be caught all by himself. Where is the other player? Where is Palu BTC?
Spryzen knocked out, and right now Ash, he's the one sort of trying his best to save that fallen guy, and now Palu BTC 2 starting to close in. I thought BLOODROSE Esports could be the one to win this fight, but they've already lost out on 2 players. Another nade, and that's going to get the confirmation against Prize, and 2 OP officials almost about to lose out on this fight. Next nade tossed in from Rickson. He's so desperate to find that opening. He's so desperate to find at least one more knockout in this fray. And the return nade, though, it comes into play. BLOODROSE Esports, the nades are a little bit overshooting from their side.
Yeah.
Rickson needs to rethink all of his decision inside this fray. 2 players from 2 OP officials. They've got the little split going on for themselves, but then another fight brews up in front of us. BurnX officials in a fight against the players of CYBERTRON Army.
They certainly are inching closer one by one, but Dominic from the backlines, he has so much visibility. I love the split coming in from CYBERTRON's Army. But BurnX official, are they aware that there are so many players from the backlines? Professor, of course, has closed up. We know that this man can individually take care of teams all by himself. It's just about the split, and how can BurnX official breach past it? And it's not just one team. There is another team as well in the fray. That is Team IND, Necro.
That is true. But as you mentioned, that split coming into play from the side of CYBERTRON's Army, it's quite nice. Team IND's in the back lines, but it's quite tough to find a clear line of sight against the foes. The spray was definitely there. Professor, he missed so many shots against BurnX. He could have had an opportunity to shut them down, but unfortunately, he doesn't anymore.
Doesn't anymore, but he is not afraid to actually move forward to CYBERTRON's Army. I'm actually surprised that they're not actually converging upon the entirety of BurnX officials so far, but Professor is doing so much heavy lifting all by himself, gets first knock for himself, creates that opening, and now CYBERTRON's Army can pounce on top of BurnX.
CYBERTRON Army still going to try to take things a little bit more cautious. BurnX official, these 2 players that are in the front, even they're getting pinned down by CYBERTRON's Army. CYBERTRON Army marching so confidently against the foes. BurnX officials, millionth, still in the stair lines. No one knows that this guy's right there, right next to them. But CYBERTRON's Army, they know. A third party's now starting to knock on the doors. It's better to take an exit from this fray.
Oh no. IND as well, they just enter into the picture. Dragon has left the picture as well. I'm not really sure what the rest of the teammates are doing. There was a massive blunder, and here comes the spray from Ralphie from the distance. The G360 just breaks forward that vehicle, and 2 players have been knocked down, Necro.
Ralphie, a really good spray down, finds 2 players knocked out, but then even Team India, they've lost out on 3 players. Oh, this is a little bit too tough. That shot to the face. Milland is here to claim all the candies that are scattered across on the board. But even he gets claimed. He gets devoured by the blue zone, by the wall of death. And Ralphie, if he moves up a little bit more, he can find Professor. That can be a free elimination point.
Yeah, for sure it will be. But, you know, it's unfortunate for CYBERTRON's Army. I mean, they could have escaped the situation, Professor, brought the situation under control, but still that one blunder. I'm not really sure why the vehicle was stopped in the middle of nowhere, but that spray down was absolutely crucial. And for Millen, to be honest as well, that man had so many crates lying in front of him. He was taking so much damage from the play zone, but he had nothing to do. He had no time.
I mean, navigating through cities is a little bit too tough with vehicles.
Yeah, because you don't have a driving license.
No, I actually do.
Oh, yeah, you do, right?
Yeah.
I thought you had a motorcycle license. But
you are still driving a motorcycle.
Yeah, but the licenses are different, right? You don't know?
Yeah, it is different, but you said I don't have a driving license. I do technically have a driving license, but I do not have a 4-wheeler license.
Yeah. All right. Fine.
Wow, Salty.
We'll sort this out. We'll sort this out off broadcast. But let's just focus on GENxFM for as a matter of fact, even they have crashed their vehicle next to a rock, but they will find a compound for themselves, playing the edge of the circle, at least surviving until the late game stage. Good for this team.
It is indeed good. It's tossed inside. Revenant Esports on the outside. And now they're looking to find that at least the first opening, and that's what they've done. A really great way to start things off inside the fight. Instant confirmation comes into play. And once again, now, the players of LastHope, they're going to be the one to face the brunt. Revenant Esports, they've been looking quite bloodthirsty recently. They're the actual Revenants inside the lobby.
They certainly are, right? Every single team they spot, they just do not have any breaks in their vehicle. They just try, slam and push and take them down. That is the only objective that they have. And basically all they do is eat, sleep and repeat. But LastHope official, they're still trying to put up a fight. I mean, nades tossed in, and we've talked about this compound. The fences as well as the choke points that are there, the small entry points. if you smoke it out and if you constantly toss nades and molotovs towards there, it just turns, it's almost impossible to actually push forward to. So that is something which Team LastHope can do, but it seems like Revenant Esports, they have disengaged from that particular fight. They are more focused in breaching forward inside the circle. And look at this, a free finish in front of them. Team T2OP.
Through that, Revenant Esports now once again wanting to make some moves on the board against the players of LastHope. And LastHope, they're just pinned down. They cannot even move freely. Salty, they might just be suffocated to death. Revenant Esports, they're way too up close and personal against them. Looking lucky, he's got a really interesting position. Pulled out the DBS for the clotheslines, and he's right underneath that little area, that little bridge that is there that connects those two little mountains. This is interesting positioning coming in from the side of Lucky, but then this utility tossed in. Yeah, Lucky's way too low, and once again pulls out the DBS. At least he finds that one single knockout. That can give him that mental peace that he needs tonight to fall asleep.
Exactly, but Revenant Esports right now, problems don't seem to end. MJ has been knocked out. The other two players, they are relatively low. And Team T2OP, we just witnessed that they were quite close. They're pretty close to comfort. And even LastHope, as a matter of fact, two players are still alive. And it seems like the Sarpanch wants to activate the fact that the players from Revenant, they're quite low. They're not really healthy at this point. Even one power, as a matter of fact, only one player is still surviving. But even he is being pinned down. What is wrong with one power, Necro?
Unstoppable RAKA, they indeed look so unstoppable. They did not hold themselves back at all in that fight. I don't know what's going on wrong with one power, but it seems like the power, they've lost it. Now they legitimately just have one power left over.
That was a good one. That was good wordplay right there, my man. But Unstoppable RAKA, this team has been consistent yesterday. They are being consistent here as well. But they've got one problem, and that is going to be Team UNSB.
Team Unsub. Speak of them and Revenant Esports from the top. Right now, Revenant Esports are looking like the Team Mayavi in the previous game of Miramar. They've got the high ground. They're just peppering down so many shots against the opponents. They've got so much information to work with, and now all they need to do is just rack up a lot of elimination points. And even GENxFM are now going to be on the receiving lines. GENxFM actually alive inside the game with all the 4 players. Yeah, one of the players got knocked out a while ago, but still that is quite impressive.
It certainly is quite impressive, right? They've got the smack center of the circle, but I'm not really sure if towards the lower grounds they have a lot of cover to work with. Something which Team Revenant Esports have, they control the higher turfs. They have that natural cover made already for themselves. Team Unsub, as a matter of fact, UNSB, they're trying to dethrone Revenant Esports, but look at this Avenger right now is gonna burn himself down. He is still gonna patch himself up, but that Molotov was beautiful.
Yeah, it was tossed to perfection. And Revenant Esports in front of us. They've got so much information that they can play along with. And another man from GENxFM. What's going on? The players of Revenant Esports, they're just not letting go off the players of GENxFM. Another man gets taken down. The fearless Marathas are now starting to crumble down. But we've got the players of Revenant Esports too getting a little bit of fire, or catching a little bit of fire upon themselves.
Of course, it was always inevitable, right? When you have the higher turfs and when you expose yourself way too much in order to gain those finish points, this is what happens. You get those return knockouts as well. But I'm pretty sure Revenant Esports, they are going to resurrect from that situation as well. Fierce is still knocked out, but MJ and his potential, he is just completely scavenging for those finishes left, right, and center. We've got 5 teams and 14 players remaining, but out of nowhere, that one player from BLOODROSE Esports, he is still alive.
Revenant Esports from the prime spot right now in these final few moments. BLOODROSE 2 starting to get picked off. Pasha knocked out of the game and eliminated. Team Soul looking to name this game to themselves, but Team Revenant Esports is going to be the biggest threat in their way. LastHope Esports from the backlines trying to pull off a miracle against the players of Revenant. This is going to be next to impossible to do so, but Strange, oh, he's got that opening that he really needed to get the resurrection back on the fallen player. Revenant Esports not able to press on the charges instantly. Team Soul getting a chance to sort of move around inside the game once again. GENxFM in the front lines will be there. And the collision between the players of GENxFM and Soul will be seen soon enough. 27 first aids in the hands of Hector. Team Soul's already ready with a backup plan.
Team Soul always has a backup plan. That is how they actually roll, ladies and gentlemen. Hector will be the supporter, will be the anchor for the team. But look at this Revenant Esports. They do not need any anchor. They only have got one trigger to pull, and that they're doing out so perfectly. LastHope for them. Even that LastHope is dwindling down right now. They are being opened. They're being shot at point blank range.
Team Solar screwed massively. The last guy, too, who was inside the circle, he gets dealt with. But a while ago, we saw Hector going for the Met strat, so it's completely okay. Second spot is not going anywhere for Team Soul. Top 3 teams alive, and yep, that's it. Team Soul's going to be the second team to stay alive inside the game, but you got to give props to GENxFM as well. They really needed that good of a performance, and they finally got that in their hands.
But not with a lot of finishes, Necro. They had only 2 finishes on the board and the 3rd position, which means 12 points. For sure, it's a good start. The 3rd position is going to find them some sort of peace, some sort of mental sanity. But they need the big numbers. They need the big chicken dinners to actually get back inside the game. And I'm not really sure if they will be able to do so.
This guy's got 27 first dates. We're going to be here for a while, man.
It's fine. I think it's podcast hours at the late stage of the game as well.
Yeah, it happens quite rarely.
Hector will keep on patching himself up. He is like, alright, fine, guys. You guys keep on chatting. I am pretty cool. Sure, whatever the damage is, I'll just tank it.
15 first aids left over. Make that 14. Hector, just give up, my friend. You've already done what you wanted to. Maybe he's going to try to wait for the final few moments. But once again, this stage closed in. Now the damage is so much that you cannot outstand it anymore. And Hector gets dealt with. A really good game of Vikendi. Revenant Esports, once again, that momentum from that previous game of Erangel has really kicked in quite nicely even today.
Exactly. I mean, no surprises over there as well. Revenant Esports just going in aggressive. Just like you said, they were the team Mayavi of this particular group, just having the high ground advantage and spraying down every single team, to be honest. They did not leave a single team who were in their crosshairs any sort of mercy.
That is true. But you know what? Even Team Soul was there. The final 3 players, I genuinely thought there's a chance. Team Soul could have tried to redeem themselves, but then they just got dealt with by just the 2 players of GENxFM. I do not understand how did that fight just happen.
Exactly. I mean, the moment we witnessed Team Soul and GENxFM in the same frame, we just saw that entirety of Team Soul was just completely shattered. They were on their knees, and to be honest, I would want to know what happened.
And even a big blunder from the side of BloodRose Esports. I genuinely thought even they could have stand a big chance to win that previous game. But ladies and gentlemen, after that icy game of Vikendi, now it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ डम डम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले. डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
Battlegrounds चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Of course, a great news that is an Indian faction is getting added to Road to Valor, which makes the game extremely interesting to play out. So why not try it out and just test it yourself? I'm pretty sure we are going to test it ourselves as well. But coming back to the day, coming back to this game of Vikendi, it was pretty cold. It was pretty something which we expected. A slower start, not an absolute abruption of collisions just like we witnessed in the first group. But Revenant Esports still found their way to just assert themselves.
I mean, Revenant Esports, they have been on that aggressive stance ever since yesterday. That last game of Sanhok was the first time we saw them aggressively and proactively look for fights all over the map. And then it felt like once they knew that, all right, the zone is in our control from here on out, stage 4, stage 5, it is all going to be down to those gunfights, they did not back off. I mean, this is where things started and it just ended towards the end of the game.
Exactly, and this is where they started asserting their authority. G2 Battlegrounds just entering into the picture. I did not really feel like G2 Battlegrounds did anything wrong. It's just that Revenant Esports and their shots were just practically better. But then this fight happened. BLOODROSE Esports versus 2OP Official. BLOODROSE had the opportunity to start the game on a high, but they lost 2 players extremely early into it.
Yeah, but still it's BLOODROSE, right? I mean, especially after the momentum they had yesterday, it feels like they can't really fail today, right? And that is what I think the team is going to be focused on, just keeping sure that their momentum is still there. They are still getting those finish points consistently. And BLOODROSE, we know they have the firepower to back it up, even with just 2 players. They did last quite a long time and they did rack up a few decent finishes for themselves.
Exactly, I mean, they did last up until like the top 5, top 5 position as well. So BLOODROSE Esports for sure. You have that sort of a platform to work with, but just like we talked about, they're barely on the edge of this qualification, or at least just being, tumbled down from that 4th spot. So they'll have to be very proactive in the later games. But Revenant Esports, they were on a constant tear. It seems like this is going to be like the X-Spark of this group. They will assert their authority.
But this nade from Ace, what an absolute ace of a nade as well. I mean, look at this. 3 players instantly take it down. We always talk about 3-pointers that would have made Kobe proud. I mean, this is one of those.
Yeah, like the 3-pointers for sure. From the range is, of course, right, the range was even massive. And Unstoppable RAKA, as a team as well, they've been pretty consistent since yesterday.
You've been believing in this team since the start of the day, and they've been performing, Salty. You're turning the fate for them.
Yeah, it seems like I've turned into a lucky charm for this team.
It's gone a complete circle from bad luck to good luck.
Yeah. And it in fact happened with Necro as well. That the team beat Necro. G2 Battlegrounds were the first team to get eliminated. So that's what I said during the cast. I passed on the torch.
You passed the mantle on to him. But talk about passing mantles, and it feels like GENxFM, they've regained their mantle. I mean, for the first time in the last 2 days, we saw them perform a little bit better. Yesterday was extremely surprising. I mean, the fearless Marathas, it felt like something was making them fearful, and they were afraid of at least one team, or I think a few individuals present in the lobby. But now I think all of that has gone. They realized that if we do not perform today, then it's all going to be for nothing. Might as well just play to the hearts, to our heart's content and not have any regrets.
You know, I like the fact that GENxFM, even though their play style is sort of like balanced or a little bit aggressive, they went a little slow. Get themselves that rhythm back once again. They prioritize the center of the circle right from the start. And that rotation towards the center of the circle just worked out really good for them. They could survive a very long time. And the only thing which me and Necro were having a talk about is that for sure, they have like about 10 to 12 points in this game so far. It's like a good platform, but they need this platform to springboard in the upcoming games, right?
Exactly.
And they need that big jump.
Exactly. I mean, this can be the game that builds momentum for them, but talk about momentum, and well, Revenant Esports, no other team's momentum was as strong as theirs. And I think we know because it was because of this man.
Apollo, I mean, every single time this man just steps onto the field and stomps on the battleground, 6 finishes, but just 33.3% finish contribution goes to show that every single player in that team is lethal.
Yeah, 18 eliminations in total coming in from the side of Revenant that will definitely propel them up quite high up in the rankings, and I think they were already doing quite decent after the run yesterday. I think their main competition in this group is against Team Soul, and Team Soul, although I mean they also have been consistent, the only thing that's missing from their side is those consistent chicken dinner wins.
Not just the chicken dinner wins as well. Team Soul have been playing the survival game. They've been playing the rather safe approach, and in this game as well it sort of showed, right? They did want to play in with the heat battle. They came in with like 27 first aids. Of course, we'll talk about that a little while later before we look at the top 5 rebels. And you've got Sensei, MG and Fuze accompanying Apollo right at the very top. They don't want just one single player at the top. All 4 of them will be there. And in the 5th spot you've got GENxFM. Once again, the mad lad, Madrek. I want to see this man come up with really flying colors.
I mean, GENxFM is one of those teams you can't help but root for these guys. They were very consistent in their run during the grind as well. Even in this round, I mean, the start was slow, but we always were hoping that this team shows up and we see them move forward. Round 2 was quite decent from their side, but still, I mean, it was just, yesterday was extremely awkward from their side. And today, I think with the way they've started on Vikendi, hopefully they keep this going on the next 2 maps, Miramar and Erangel.
Hopefully. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to the match scorecard, Johnny, at the very top, Revenant Esports, 33 points. They are also possibly closing in on that 100 mark. They have that 100 in their eyesight. Team Soul, 14 points, slow and steady steps, but they are almost qualified. Nobody's gonna bring them down. Just like you said, I think 70 points should be like the safe bet. Once you reach 70 points, nobody will be able to topple you down. But you've got GENxFM and Unstoppable RAKA, 2 teams who are trying to make an entry into that side. For GENxFM, it's really tough. For Unstoppable RAKA, I think a consistent performance throughout the day should be able to push them through.
I do agree with that. I mean, Unstoppable RAKA can eventually push through inside the top 4, but I think one more team that we need to talk about is BLOODROSE Esports. Because as you mentioned, I think Revenant and Team Soul, they might have secured their top 4's position, but BLOODROSE is in the same shoes as LOC from the previous group, and they need to start performing. Do not be in that panic position where you're just wondering, oh, are we going to be in the top 4, or do we have to wait for the other forms of ranking to figure out if we make it through to the next stage. But look at that, the overall rankings are in front of us in Revenant Esports. As we mentioned, the 70 point marker has not just been crossed, it's been smashed in this game itself.
Absolutely. I mean, with 2 chickeners, they've got 82 points for themselves. Team Soul with 60 points as well. So good stuff from these 2 teams. But then there is that big jump. You've got BLOODROSE Esports at 46 points and Team IND at 41 points. So basically, after the first game, the top 4 teams, they retain their 4 positions. That is interesting. But apart from that, the bottom 4 teams, they are pushing really hard. You've barely got a difference of like 4 points between OnePower and Team IND, closely followed by Team Unsub, Unstoppable RAKA as well. Even BurnX official, they have a very realistic chance.
And I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what the teams on the next page look like, because look at here, I mean, we were 24 points there, 23, 22. GENxFM have taken a nice leap in this game. They're sitting there on the 11th position with 18 points. So I think even this team has brought themselves in a spot from where they can actually contest that qualification marker. But if they want to have a realistic possibility of them making it through, or even standing a chance of qualifying, they need another top 3. Another big game on Miramar is desperately needed. Otherwise, hope is going to fade away. I mean, LastHope Esports, Miramar is last hope for GENxFM.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, You know what, Johnny, since you said that I've like come a full circle from being like bad luck to good luck, I'm gonna give my well wishes to GENxFM, hoping that they can actually come up Miramar with a chicken dinner as well. A chicken dinner, I think, sets the tone for the rest.
You realize that if something happens to GENxFM, you're gonna have to talk to Necro because that is his favorite team.
Hey, GENxFM is my favorite team as well. He just can't snatch my favorites away. I mean, this has been happening. This has been going on for quite a while, ladies and gentlemen. Me and Necro, we've been like, you know, pulling things towards each other, and we just have similar tastes.
So if GENxFM take an early exit, then the real question is which one of you made it happen? Which one was the unlucky one?
That is something which I think you will be the best judge because you're like the ancient one in our
You guys have to settle it in the game with a 1v1.
Yeah, we'll
That's
do
the best way to do
We'll
it.
do that. We'll do that. I'm pretty sure I can just beat him completely. He might have finger sleeves and everything else, but I'm just better at the game sometimes.
But, I mean, who's going to be better on Miramar now? That is the question. I mean, you have gone with GENxFM. I still have a feeling we have to witness quite a lot of action from One Power. One Power did phenomenally well in the first game yesterday, but after that, it was just a massive fall-off from their side. I mean, everyone just vanished. Shockwave was AFK on Miramar from crying out loud. I mean, that man just left his team alone.
Exactly. Me and Necro were having this conversation as well. The fact that One Power was supposed to come in today, have a good start, show that they actually, their first game of Erangel was not a fluke. I'm not really sure what just happened. This team disappeared completely.
Yeah. Also, I mean, Cybertron Army, I've ignored them for a while now, but again, I'm still keeping an eye on them. I do enjoy their performances, and hopefully they do something well in this game. But if I'm being realistic, I think this match, Revenant, I think they're going to be looking for another win in their bag.
I mean, the easiest pick of the century.
Not the century, I mean.
Johnny, this was the easiest pick of the century. Revenant have been winning the last couple of games.
Easiest pick of the century was Arsenal in 2004.
And after that, they just finished fourth every single time.
Yeah, that's why it was 2004.
Me and Necro, we had the football conversation as well. I'm pretty sure if this game actually has a slow start, we'll have a little bit of a discussion regarding that. But again, once again, give me your pick apart from Revenant. Revenant was like the easiest pick.
I think I'll go with One Power. Can I pick two teams? Because I also want to pick BurnX Official. I mean, BurnX Official have been trying their level best for a while, but unfortunately the zones keep burning them off the map. I mean, they're always stuck in one of the most awkward positions. Whatever will be the uncomfortable spot, that is where you will find BurnX Official.
It's not just uncomfortable spots. BurnX Official just haven't really been proactive in their gunplay as well. Even Cybertron's Army, you were talking about this team. Cybertron's Army made a massive blunder on the map of Vikendi, just stopping in the middle of nowhere, and their entire vehicle gets blown off. So these rookie mistakes is what has been stopping these undergods. But of course, speaking of the flight path on the map of Miramar, it starts off from the right-hand side of Junkyard and ends towards Valadilmar. A southward-leaning flight path, if I must say. But the circle will make it interesting. Somewhere towards the west once again.
I mean, hopefully, if it goes towards El Pozo, it's going to be an interesting game. Because now, as you mentioned, the plane path leads towards that southwestern corner of the map. Chuma Serra, Minas del Valle, La Driela. We've seen those western zones in the last few days. In fact, quite a lot. And if we have a western zone this time, it's going to be quite interesting if it heads towards the city of El Pozo or even the mountain surrounding that crater field. That's going to be fun to witness. We've seen that once in round 2.
Not just once. I mean, we've seen the crater field circle for quite a while, especially during the grind. I still remember majority of the circles used to happen in that El Pozo region. So this time it's going to be interesting to find out where it exactly forms. But speaking of the drop locations, it seems like Revenant Esports, the kings of the hill, are now the kings of the city of Los Leones.
And I think it's going to be quite comfortable for them as well this game. Because look at this. The zone is towards the eastern part of the map. And there's no other team heading towards the side of Los Leones. So Revenant Esports, they have control of that entire city all to themselves. And it is a massive city. You will get a lot of loot. Hopefully they will, in the early stages itself, find whatever they are looking for. All of those level 3 kits. All of the throwable utility, healing utility if they want to play the late stage game. But early stage drop class in Picardo? Well, Team 2 OP, they've come knocking on Soul's home.
Yeah, they certainly have, and this is going to be interesting. Now, Team Soul, for them, this fight isn't really all that important, to be honest. They're the ones, they're comfortable inside the top 2 right now. They've got 60 points already. But Team T2 OP, What are they up to looking for?
They're also comfortable. They know there's no way of them making it into the top 4 now. So they're just here to ruin like a few games for other teams and have some fun.
You can't be this cruel, Johnny. Sometimes just be a little empathetic toward the team. Just give them an array of hope, just like I did for GENxFM.
Hey, to be honest, if I was in Team 2 OP shoes, I would do the exact same thing. This is extreme. I mean, people have been doing this again for ages now. Again, back in my days, this was the norm. Last game, you would always expect the bottom 4 teams to drop clash the teams in the top 4 for no reason at all. Sometimes like 2 teams would drop on the same team, fight each other, and then the plan would fail. The team at the top would still survive by doing absolutely nothing. That also happens quite a lot.
I love the fact that once again you start with back in the day. But yes, this is something exactly the same thing. Team Soul, of course, they will have to survive. No initial contact has been established so far. But I can see Omega and Neo going in on that proactive flank.
Soul is used to it. I mean, Team Soul is one of those teams, they are used to getting drop clashed quite often. They know how to deal with it perfectly as well. They won't give away their position. They know how. That red building is what they usually start off with, and they know every single angle they have to work with. Team 2 OP, they might not realize this, but they've just walked into a bear trap now.
They might just have been. The nade, of course, being thrown in. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just happening over there. Team Soul definitely giving the other team a breather. Team T2 OP.
Wow. Sounds of the slot machine.
Yeah. I would love to actually, try out a slot machine which gives us equipment, BGMI equipment someday. But look at that, the nade flying in. R9 just gets taken down. Beautiful stuff from Team Soul.
Yeah, you have a nade, I have a nade, and mine is even better. R9 does not even get a chance to crawl towards his teammates. He instantly gets finished off with a follow-up nade from the players of Team Soul. But look at this, what is happening here? BLOODROSE Esports under massive amount of pressure as 2 OP officials, unknown, has started things off with a brilliant knock of his own. He was trying to secure the second one as well, but was outnumbered, in fact, from that particular angle. His teammates are trying to provide some sort of suppressing fire, but they also aren't really in a position from where they can make anything happen. And Spires, his UMP is empty. He will have to make that DMR work.
For sure, nades actually flying in BLOODROSE Esports in the middle of nowhere. And that is exactly why I feel that this team and their resources are not really up to the brink.
Yeah.
2 OP official, of course, they're not pushing up, which is rather surprising. They gave them the space and the time to work with, but of course, they are a 2-man team right now. Even they might suffer similar charges.
I mean, true. That is very true. I mean, 2 OP official, this plan of theirs can backfire, but look at them going for a white flank, and Viper, like a Viper, was sitting in the sand, waiting for the opposition to reveal themselves, and as soon as the player's timing went off, Viper, he knew it was his time to strike. Now the numbers in the favor of BLOODROSE Esports quite comfortably, and 2 OP official, well, they will be comfortable as they just sit back and watch the game back from the lobby.
I mean, we did not witness the early brinks of action in this particular fight, but when we saw first, I thought that BLOODROSE Esports were at a disadvantage. But speaking of disadvantage, it seems like Team Soul is flooding into the building that you mentioned, and Team T2 OP, they are struggling.
This is their building. This is what, I mean, Team Soul, alright, when they drop into Picardo, they go for a 4-man, kind of a 4-man split drop. And this is one of the buildings their players utilize to gather individual loot. So they are aware about what the terrain is like, where, or in fact, how the angles are in every single room. And as I said, Team 2 OP, without even realizing, they walked into a bear trap, and now it's clinching on their foot, and they are going to bleed out slowly and steadily. 2 players finished off. Just 2 more left standing who are trying to hide on that rooftop. Alright, make that 1 man left standing and chill. Well, still 2 players left standing. Shub, I thought Shub was knocked out, but no, he has taken a lot of damage from the utilities, but he's still standing. Has around 30% HP left, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of time for Team 2 OP to actually make anything happen. I mean, like, look at that last player. He just runs into the meat grinder and gets finished off. Quite an easy 4-squad wipe for Team Soul. 4 points secured without even breaking a sweat.
Without even breaking a sweat. And to be honest, how did they do that? The fact that they isolate every single fight in a 2v1 situation or a 3v1 situation, just moving in tandem, moving together. And the movement, in fact, just completely separates Team T2 OP. They were scrambled. They did not know how to react to this enormous amount of pressure that was coming in. And now the Picardo has been left completely open. Team Soul are on their merry way.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, if you're going to drop clash a big team, don't just sit in a corner and do nothing. I mean, that was your decision. Go for it. Take the fight aggressively as possible and try and see if they can get those finishes. Also, if I was to say them, if my perspective on a man who actually made it all happen for Team Soul in that situation was Hector with that initial knock. Had that knock not been secured, this would have been a standstill between the two squads, and anything could have happened in a few short moments. But Hector finding that opening just gave Team Soul the exact amount of confidence they needed to actually go for a push, because then your man who was holding the high ground, who was supposed to gather the information, is just on his knees. He can't do anything about the players pushing and crossing the road.
On the other side of the map, though, you've got LastHope official. They were being struck massively. Jadu, YT was down and out, but they did find the resurrection as well. But it seems like they are having so much pressure from the lads of... I'm not really sure. Which was the team who was pushing against them?
I think it was LastHope. No, LastHope was there along with Cybertron, yeah.
Yeah. These team tags are actually pretty confusing, you know. Should have just had CA.
Sometimes they can. It's just Dragon who has the... Dragon and Dominic have the proper Cyber.
Yeah.
Before their name. And I like Cybertron Army. And yesterday they were able to pull off a brilliant miracle on Miramar itself. They lost 2 players in the early stages in the very first fights of the game. And still, the last 2 remaining players ended up making it to the top 3. That was impressive.
They kind of give me flanker esports vibes.
Yeah.
At times.
Yeah. I do agree with that completely.
But this time around, they wanted to be aggressive, but once again, after that initial knock, they decided to disengage as well. Just completely makes sense right now. But speaking of the circle, it has an enormous water part inside it right now, and I'm looking forward to where it would actually land. But look at this, Troy TAMILAN. Just doesn't really make sense. A random player walks in, it's a 1v1, they exchange glances, they exchange stares, and it seems like Power George just left swipe him, and that's how the cookie crumbles.
Power George was just waiting for him. This was a heist. This was a robbery. You walking into a dark alley at night and a man just shows up from the back with a pistol. Not a pistol in this case, an assault rifle right in your face, but that is what it was. I mean, UNSB, they've lost 2 players now, by the way. They're down 2 players, just last 2 players left. And even those 2 individuals are in a very uncomfortable position.
Well, UNSB, for them, the stakes were pretty high, to be honest, because this team was almost on the brink of making it inside. I'm not really sure why the scrambled drop location, why players isolated from each other. Just doesn't really make sense, and especially when a team gets picked off from multiple teams, that's like the worst way to get eliminated, to be honest. But look at this. Team Revenant are under fire, and Team Together Esports, they are hot on their tails.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting fight, because there is another team present towards the southeastern side of this location, and I think all of this commotion is going to definitely attract their attention as well. But Revenant Esports, look at them taking those vehicles out of commission, but it's not going to matter to Team Together Esports. They have a lot more on the other side of the building. They have the escape options available, and Revenant Esports as well. So on Miramar, at long distances, unless there's like a very blatantly open knock secured, like in the middle of an open field or something, you won't really be able to secure the finish. At this particular distance, I think the best you can do is just make sure Team Together Esports does not go anywhere, which is what Revenant Esports have done. And from there on out, they will look forward to actually see if the zone actually moves away, or the zone makes kind of a weird shift, forcing Team Together in an awkward position, or if they just overexpose themselves, overexert themselves, trying to force a fight and make a mistake. This will be about who makes the first mistakes.
Yeah. And for sure, I think Revenant Esports, they've been calm, they've been collected, and their composure is something which is very difficult to shake off. I'm pretty sure they will try and take TT's vehicles out of commission as well, just try and blow off a couple of tires, maybe block off their rotation routes. But you mentioned there was another team in the fray as well, and that was G2 Battleground. It seems like they are the first team, in fact they're the first ones to try and contest for the shorelines. The circle, we witnessed it a couple of moments ago, and the circle shift was pretty massive. It still has a little bit of a water body inside it, which means the shoreline is going to be under contention for quite a while right now.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it will be in contention for a long time. I mean, especially considering the fact that if you're playing from that shoreline, you might not necessarily have a lot of cover to work with, but hey, you don't have to watch your back. There's going to be no one shooting you in the back. You just have to focus up front, gather the information, and then take the fights. What is BloodRose Esports doing? Pasha, he was just running, or in fact doing donuts with that monster truck on that hill slope. Now finally looking to head towards that high ground. And BloodRose as well, I mean, we saw them in an awkward situation, a scuffle against the players of 2OP Official in the early stages, and the first team to get wiped out was 2OP Official, in fact, over there. But BLOODROSE Esports, they recovered quite nicely. All 4 players survived.
Is it funny that 2OP Official and Team 2OP, both of them are the first teams to get eliminated, or is it, or am I just weird?
No, I think it is quite interesting. Not so OP after all.
But, well, I said that this is going to be a shoreline circle, but it seems like we have a different shift. La Benedita is where we are heading, ladies and gentlemen, and CYBERTRONS army at the smack center of it. G2 Battlegrounds might just find an entry, but it seems like Team TTE, they're very quick on their feet. As soon as the circle shift, they are still on their vehicles. They make that extreme left turn and they enter inside.
I mean, TTE did not necessarily have to do that. They were on that edge of Impala. They could have just held on to the corner compounds and still been extremely safe. The problem with the western side of Impala is that it's extremely exposed and can cause a lot of trouble for the players of Team Together Esports. But we were talking about Team Soul, we were talking about the players of Cybertron Army, Revenant, Team Together Esports, BurnX Official, GenxFM. All of these teams are just clustered in a similar position. The southern edge of the circle, just a little bit north, or in fact west of Los Leones, between Los Leones and Impala. And that will make for a very interesting mid-game situation right now. But on the other side, Team Soul on our screens, and it feels like this is a very comfortable position to be in. This is dip out in the middle of nowhere. I'm pretty sure everyone who is around this position is just going to be focused on this house, and no one's going to check that dip when they're coming for that house.
See, I mean, majority of the teams in and around of Team Soul, they are mostly stationed, they're mostly settled. So I'm not really sure if Team Soul will be challenged by any particular team. The only team who is rotating right now currently are going to be the lads from GENxFM. Now, even GENxFM are like very far away from Team Soul. So for them, only a direct entry into the circle makes sense. So Team Soul will be safe for quite a while. Look at One Power though. On the other side, they have multiple teams rotating right underneath their noses, but no shots being fired. Very out of character for this team who racked up almost 30 points from the first game.
Yeah, Shockwave's playing also something out of character for him on Miramar.
What happened?
Oh man, well, something's about to happen to them as TAMILAN Esports just show up, knocking on their doors, and One Power are going to be the one securing the knock in this. So the punish is there, but can they capitalize? Oh, the DBS!
Wow.
It's like swatting flies mid-air, and Ankit just doing a brilliant job shutting down this push from the side of TAMILAN Esport. Oh, another nade landing right in the spot. One Power looking so powerful in this fight. So comfortable.
I was taken aback by the DBS shot, to be honest. I did not expect Ankit to connect that. That was a really good flick.
What do you expect? He jumped right in his face at point blank distance. I mean, you just close your eyes and shoot and it will hit. That's a shotgun.
Yeah. I mean, for me, that's like really good skill.
It's the same with bolt actions, by the way. You need to like just not even, I won't even call it a flick. You just have to like readjust properly, and it's very easy. Point blank range, it's easy. I mean, when you're running towards the opposition, trying to locate them indoors, and I mean, you expect them to shoot at you as well. That is the tricky part. I mean, just moving around, managing movement, and
it's funny how Johnny always gives me like a lot of advice regarding bolt action and everything. But when we actually play a bolt action TDM, I was the one who was like the highest scorer. So
yeah, you won once out of like 10 times.
Not 10 times. I haven't played 10 times.
You won once. I can destroy you. You bring an AR, I will body you.
All right, we'll find that out. I mean, see, you're supposed to body me. You've got 1,000 years of battle experience.
Yeah, that's it.
1,000 years of battle experience.
I'm the unkillable demon king.
All right. All right.
Immortal.
Immortal.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll find that out. It just goes to show, just to reiterate the fact that this man is definitely very old at this point.
Should I just like color my hair white and just have a white beard entirely?
I think it'll suit you, to be honest.
Hello.
And we'll start with the podcast hours in a different way. Back in the day, I used to have.
Nah, I don't think we have time for podcast hours in this game of Miramar. There's just a lot of chaos happening. Look at this. I mean, another team caught in an uncomfortable spot. And guess what? It's UNSB.
Yeah. Addy BGMI all by himself. And a sliver of HP. Surprising. No real utility to patch himself up or in the middle of nowhere. I'm not really sure what's going wrong with UNSB. One of the players was just picked off by a random player of GTE. this time around as well, they are just completely in the middle of nowhere, and Team Unstoppable RAKA as well. So they are facing some shots from Team ID.
Yeah, just a heads up for the for our lovely viewers. The team that you see, squad number 9 right there, that is Unstoppable RAKA. The team with the purple name tags, that is UNSB. We understand, I mean, similar name tags, but different teams entirely.
Not similar name tags, it's the same name tags, UNSB on one team.
So,
but anyways, we'll
name tag for Unstoppable RAKA is UNSB, but actual team UNSB has no tag right there.
It's confusing, but speak about confusing, this entire fight is a little confusing because BLOODROSE Esports, they've lost a player in the process, and Harsh has been the one who has been gunned down. But they're still trying to put up a lot of fight. Nade's being lobbed in, but they've got 2 players up and alive. That is where action is going to come from.
Man, this is so awkward from the perspective of LastHope. I mean, look at this. They have Knock secured, but they can't really go for a push because the moment they start running down that slope towards their left, they will be in a line of fire for the players of BLOODROSE Esports and Unstoppable RAKA from the back line. But Team LastHope, they just hold back in that dip for a little too long, and BLOODROSE Esports, they take the proactive move, pushing on the other side of the ridge, securing the knock and equalizing the numbers. 1 nade in the right spot, and LastHope, well, they will have no hopes of surviving in this game. Oh my goodness, what was that? Even with the peak and the pre-fire, it did not work out. Now 3 players down, Jadoo is the last player left. Can he show us some magic?
We'll find out if he can actually show us some magic, but it seems like Viper and Pasha has been doing so much heavy lifting for this team. BLOODROSE going in for the revive instead of just pushing in just gives enough time for LastHope to just come back into this game once again. Not really sure if that was a wise move, but at least both the teams can disengage from this fight completely as the blue zone also engulfs them.
Yeah.
LastHope, all 3 players are back up on their feet, and all the hard work which BLOODROSE did has been gone in vain.
Well, I mean, it's not completely in vain. They still have 3 players left. They have managed to recover their numbers. But it's going to be tough to bring themselves back from this fight. BLOODROSE in the prime position for them to finish off, but I'm actually worried about the backlines at this point. Alright, so... Oh! The opposition actually just let these 2 teams fight amongst themselves, and they have actually just used all this time to push towards the zone. BLOODROSE Esports and LastHope, all of a sudden, they will be gate-kept in a few short moments, but at least someone walks away with 4 points from the situation, and wow! Ooh, that has to be brutal. Sir, well, yeah, can't really do much about this. IGL is just going to finish him off. LastHope, all hope is gone, and now BLOODROSE is the surviving team. They will look forward to move towards the zone.
But this is my team, GENxFM, and they are sort of struggling. The first player has hit the deck, but instant comeback. I love the fact that Team TAMILAN, it is Team Together Esports, by the way, another team with a similar name tag, by the way. Krunal just moving in, trying to create some space for himself. GENxFM, are they prepared? They just keep losing bodies.
Yeah, they had the information as well, but Madrick just ran face first, opened the doors, went to say hello, greet the individual from the side of Team Together Esports, but he is an introvert. He does not want to talk to anyone right now. GENxFM, although they still want to have a little bit of a conversation with Krunal, and Krunal is going to just completely abandon this this house, runs out in the open, is going to look to revive his teammates, and I think he should be able to bring at least one of them back in before the players of GENxFM come knocking towards his position yet again. They see him on the other side of the truck, shots being fired on Mox, and a few of them do connect, but Mox, he will not have anything from this, aggressively pushing forward. His teammate Vishu is indoors with the DBS, but Krunal, he's isolating those fights, and he has done that in a brilliant manner. He has survived. Will we see a miracle from this man? It's down to a 1v1, but Krunal actually has the upper hand. He has the HP advantage, but no healing utility, Salty. And he goes for a revive again.
GENxFM just almost screwed up this fight all for themselves. They had a numbers advantage, 2v1, extremely crucial fight for the control of the edge of the circle. This real estate was so important, and GENxFM let this pass by. This is extremely out of character for them. You just see the amount of confusion that there is, and now Krunal is cooking up that nade. If it lands to perfection, GENxFM will be done and dusted.
Yeah, I think they are already done and dusted. They've already messed up, letting the players of Team Together Esports bring their numbers back. And even though the Molotov is there, I don't think it's going to help out a lot. One man is going to hit the floor, but that will be it. Krunal is still left standing. But will Revenant Esports remain standing after this fight as BLOODROSE Esports come knocking towards them? Sensei dishing out a lot of damage, but it's going to be knocked down. And Fierce and MJ are the last two players surviving. BLOODROSE Esports, they have the upper hand. The TBS trigger not being pulled. MJ is waiting for the perfect angle, finds the opening, finds the knock, but BLOODROSE, they have the numbers. It's 2v1 for MJ.
All by himself, just a solo man. So much responsibility on his shoulders, still trying to isolate the players of BLOODROSE one by one. But his teammates are getting eaten up alive. And he can sense the last breaths coming in from this lad. MJ will try and revive one of the players, but will he be able to go in for the last shot?
What do you mean revive? Can you revive with a nade? Because he just finished off Apollo with his nade. And I don't know why it was there. I think they were expecting the opposition to push, but Revenant Esports a massive blunder, and they will have to pay for it as the entire team will be wiped out by the players of BLOODROSE and BLOODROSE Esports as they transition towards the late game situation. They've racked up 14 eliminations in this match already.
BLOODROSE just coming back into character, just coming back into the aggressive display once again. They were like, enough is enough.
Yeah.
Let's just get back into the game. Team Soul, as a matter of fact, has also found their way to the center of the circle. And right now, they will be challenged by completely different teams altogether. Team TTE is in the picture. BurnX Official, out of nowhere. Even they are in the mix, Johnny.
Yeah, BurnX Official, I mean, they have been quiet for a while. But now it's time for them to make as much noise as possible. They are surrounded from a couple of different directions. They're focused in on Viper from the side of BLOODROSE. The nade is going to overshoot that individual. And, well, it won't really accomplish anything for them. But look at this. Team Together Esports, I think it's time for them to go back to the lobby together. Spread out. 3 players, in fact, spread out all over the place. And right on that southeastern edge of the map, I don't think there's anywhere left for them to go. And look at this. Akshat. Last 5 rounds in that M4. Last 5 rounds. After that, it's just the S12K.
I'm pretty sure his teammates will actually drop him some.
Give him 54.
54 bullets. Yeah, that's friendship right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's how well bonded Team Soul players are right there. 54 bullets is all you get.
Yeah, you asked for a few. Well, here's a few.
But at least Team Soul, they've got the right side, they've got the right haystack to actually play around. They are the only team who have so much cover to work with, and this is working out favorably for them because they look to be in extreme control.
And luckily for them, there's that airdrop right in the center, so if they can deal with the players of TTE a little bit quicker, I think they can utilize that position to just focus on that northeastern side of the map, of the circle, in fact. But Omega is taking the tires of that Urus Lamborghini right there. I think the intention is quite clear. Just pin down Viper for as long as possible. Team Soul, they have the numbers, so it should be easy for them to actually walk away with a win on this game. And I think the only team that can challenge them is going to be BurnX Official because they have 3 players remaining. But BurnX Official are in an extremely awkward spot, as we talked about them. Always the most awkward position in the circle, and this team is going to find it.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that this team has been relatively quiet, they needed that enormous 15 or 12 points from this game itself to just propel themselves inside the top 4. BurnX Official has been at the edge of the top 4 but never really managed to find their way inside, and now Rishabh even gets taken down. Team Together Esports, they are being extremely proactive in this situation, just trying to get up, trying to create a diversion, trying to create an unsettlement inside, and BurnX Official, their vehicles are being blown apart. And Team Soul possibly is loving this right now. They just want this entire fiasco to happen in front of their eyes.
Oh, but the fiasco, the chaos is headed in their direction as the players of TTE Team Together Esports start pushing towards Team Soul as well. The nades being lobbed, the shots being fired, and the buggy arriving as well. But this buggy was just a delivery of points for the players of Team Soul as they pick off both those individuals. Krunal, again, the last player surviving, knows exactly where the utility needs to go. But the shotgun from the other side in the hands of Akshat is going to bring him low. He secures both the knocks. What an incredible play. Hector is going to be the last man left standing from the side of Team Soul. Can Krunal pull off another miracle in the same match itself? Shots on Hector, and that is it. Team Soul wiped from the game. What an incredible 1v3 from this man.
Krunal, this man just extremely quick on the trigger. The quick solve was brilliant. Crones himself down, gets the 2 knocks first, and then Hector, he had no chance. But BurnX official, it's been a boon to them because this is why they have the 2v1 advantage.
Well, they have the numbers in their favor, but it's the miracle worker on the other side in the form of Krunal. Will the nade connect? He's lobbing this, trying to bait out the player's position just by peeking from behind that haystack. And if he secures 1 knock, brings it down to a final 1v1, maybe this win can be his, and maybe this win will be in the hands of Team Together Esports. Shots being fired, bus being blown up. Krunal still being patient though. Device, he's hiding behind that tractor, but for how long will this standoff go? I mean, we are heading towards that last zone number 9 in this game.
Exactly, and this Mexican standoff, this is going to be pretty interesting. Krunal, he has a little bit off the zone, barely inside, but 2 players right up front. I'm not really sure how is he going to deal with this situation, and if Millen as well as Device decide to strike at the same time, he might just be as good as dead.
Oh, he's out of everything, does not have any healing utility, no throwables available, just bandages, and he is extremely low. And BurnX official, I think the players have communicated amongst themselves that the man does not have an HP bar, and they will make sure that that is the reality as BurnX official walk away with an impressive winner chicken and a shutting down the momentum of Team Together Esports. But what an incredible game this was, especially Krunal, that 1v3 against Team Seoul. And before that, he took down one more team in a similar manner, picking off 3 players. I think it was GENxFM.
I mean, to be honest, at this point, we need a breather because this was a crazy game. Now, if we actually analyze on what happened in that final moments, Team Seoul, they had such a stronghold. But then Team TTE ram in with the buggy itself. I felt that was a bait, to be honest, because Krunal from the backlines, he was like, all right, all your positions are known. I'm just going to shoot at point-blank range.
But still, I think for Team Seoul, they're not going to be too worried. They have completed their objective. Another top 3 finish for this team. And the impact of this consistent performance is again going to be felt in the overall rankings. Because Revenant was picked off super early. But what the situation is going to look like, ladies and gentlemen, we will find out once we have the look at the rankings of this game after this very short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
सर ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. A well-needed break for all of us after the fiasco that happened on that map of Miramar. And I hope you guys have been playing pure because Ranveer Singh has joined as the brand ambassador of BGMI. And as we have been talking about it, and hopefully, if you guys download the game and jump into the matches, you might have a chance of running into him in one of those matches. But talking about matches, Necro, this map of Miramar especially, I mean, I understand BurnX official walked away with the chicken dinner in this game, but Krunal from Team Together Esports, the man was a phenom.
A 1v3 just like that, and that too. Before that entire fight, Team Together Esports just got out of a big fiery situation against the entirety of GENxFM. There was so much back and forth going on in that situation. I genuinely thought it was pretty much done for both those teams, but still Team Together Esports, they somehow managed to make a comeback from that fight.
And talking about fights, I mean, the first fight that we actually witnessed was, in fact, two different fights. BLOODROSE versus 2OP Official and Team Soul versus Team 2OP. And none of those two teams were OP.
Yeah, that is true. Both of those teams were the one to get eliminated initially inside the game. So, yeah, unfortunately for both of those teams who were quite OP, or at least claiming to be the ones that are OP inside the game, they were not looking quite OP. And this is the exact moment where Salty reacted, wow, something like that.
Yeah.
I was just sitting in the back lines laughing at that reaction. But generally,
how did he do
this fight was quite nice.
What was the reaction?
I don't remember, man. Just forgot. Got some short-term memory. But Team IND as well, in that previous game, definitely were trying their best. Unfortunately, though, in the end, I mentioned this as well, or I noticed this too when I was sitting in the back line, was that Revenant Esports, Team Soul, they've got a solid positioning inside the circle. Yeah, Revenant Esports were not able to survive for that long. It's completely understandable. But for Team Soul, that was not a fight to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a fight to lose. It was a 3v1 situation. And all three of those players got dropped like it was absolutely nothing. But we all know, I think, and it has been made quite clear as well with what the numbers look like. Team Soul, their intentions aren't to win games. Their intention is to be consistent. And that, I believe, is kind of the right mindset and the right path to be on. I mean, it doesn't matter if you walk away with the chicken dinner or not. If you finish in the top 3 in every single game, that will actually be a more impactful performance than anything you could dream of. And I think Team Soul, they are doing that consistently. This nade from MJ, I'm pretty sure he has heard a lot of words from Sensei by now.
That is true, that's for sure. Krunal, I mean, actually clutching out a fight against GENxFM too, and then clutching out a fight against even Team Soul. Those two players just getting eliminated like that from the game. I genuinely thought the Team Soul now have got the chance, the most prime position they can ask for inside the game. But then Krunal comes inside the fray, and he's got so much firepower. He single-handedly shuts down the entire Team Soul.
He didn't clutch these fights, as you've always said it. He manhandled both these teams nicely.
Yeah.
Especially the players of GENxFM. He literally ran circles around them. He was inside the house, inside that corner, pinned down. Madrak was the first man to show up. He went down. Then Vrishu tried chasing him for so long. He just kept running around that house again and again and again and again. GENxFM, their answer to that fiasco was, all right, we'll split up. And he was waiting for them to do that. Isolated both the players, picked them off. But Against Team Soul, it was a different story because two players from the side of Team Soul pushed together and still Krunal found those knocks.
That was a really good spray transfer that came into play from Krunal. Good presence of mind from that guy too, but as we move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game, of course it's Krunal from Team Together Esports. Who else is it going to be with 66.6 finish contribution and with the FD ratio of 6-2? This man has managed to dominate that entire game.
Hey man, after a performance like that, I think if there was a reward for MVP of the day, we will just give it to him.
Yeah.
2 incredible miracles in a single match, and I'm pretty sure if he had not done any of that, Team Together Esports, they were on the verge of getting eliminated on the 9th or the 10th position.
That is true. I mean, right now in the overall standings, let's find out how Team Together Esports is looking like. Soon enough, maybe we'll be able to do so after this final game will be concluded in the future. But speaking of the entire comeback story, now BurnX official as well is looking forward to write that down. For BurnX officials, that game was just served on a silver platter. Krunal clutching out that scene just sort of helped the players of BurnX official get a little bit more confident inside that fray, and they knew that it's just one last guy alive in the front lines. All they need to do is isolate that duel nicely, which was already isolated technically if you think about it.
Yeah, oh, he dished out so much damage on those two individuals. If he just had one first aid to work with, I mean even just one first aid or a nade or a molotov or anything, any sort of utility, be it a throwable utility or a healing utility, I'm pretty sure he would have won that final fight as well.
That is true. I mean, the amount of confidence this guy was marching on forward inside that previous game was quite nice. And then Team Together Esports, even though they did not get the chicken dinner, still they're on the first spot in the match scoreboard with 21 points, tying up with Team Soul, which is 21, and even BLOODROSE getting 21 points. What's going on? 21?
This is quite awkward. It's like Drake singing 21 for 3 times in a song. And this is the first time it has happened in BGIS where we have the top three teams in a game just tied up with the same amount of points. Lucky number 21, man. And hey, I mean, I think winner, winner, chicken dinner is also a phrase used in blackjack.
Okay, well, you know what? Taking a look at the 4th spot too, BurnX official. As I mentioned, they're over here to write that comeback story in the overall standings. Maybe they can.
Chicken dinner on 4th. I did not see that until now.
My that's what I was looking at, right? So team that got the chicken dinner was only able to stand on the 4th spot in that match scoreboard. This is quite interesting. But then on the latter half of the board, Johnny, you take a look at CYBERTRONS Army, G2 Battlegrounds, GENxFM. All these teams that we had so many expectations from, not able to perform.
GenXFM was picked by Salty as the winners of this game, by the way.
Yeah, that's why it's understandable. That's why they did not come out on top in that previous game.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But
also,
one thing that, I mean, Revenant Esports, what are your thoughts? I mean, they were doing quite solid in the previous match, and now all of a sudden shut down on Miramar, the game where they had like a phenomenal run yesterday.
It's completely okay, though. Do they need to perform in all the games because they just performed in the game of Vikendi? I don't think so. They need to. No, they're already looking pretty good in the overall standings, Johnny. I don't think so they need to perform. They can just chill out. They can take a big sigh of relief. If they want, they can also move on forward and sip a cup of coffee playing the last game. They can do anything they want. They're in a really good and a comfortable spot. They can let all these teams just duke it out against each other. Or they can do some charity work.
No, don't do charity work in the last game. I mean, all right, if you are going to do charity work, to who? You give up the other funds.
I don't know, whichever team they desire, whichever team they think is just trying the hardest. Yeah, probably. Maybe they'll be like, you know what? Here's 4 points for you. Just try your best to qualify inside the top 4. That's not going to happen anyways, but yeah, just good luck. Best of luck. But yeah, all jokes apart, though, we've got the matchup in front of us. And once again, these teams are going to be duking it out. 1 power, they still have a chance. They just need a really good game.
Like, at this point, we have talked about basically the entire lobby but one team. Team IND. IND was sitting on that 4th spot when we had the look at the overall ranking after game number 1. And this game wasn't too kind on them. They were destroyed by Team 1 Power, I believe. No, it wasn't 1 Power. It was another squad that picked off IND. But what do you think are their chances of making it into the top 4? I think with the kind of run the other squads have had, especially majority of the teams that played well in this match, were teams that were part of that 5th to 8th position bracket. Even a few teams from that second page of the leaderboard. IND, I believe, might have taken a tumble in the opposite direction.
As you mentioned, they might have taken a tumble. Still, it's a big might, ifs and buts going on inside the overall standings because we haven't even taken a look at the overall standings just yet. But speaking about Team IND, genuinely, this team is sort of like a good mix of passive or playing defensive and also aggressive at the same time. Do not shy away from the fights at all. Team IND, they have proved or showcased their firepower a lot of the times in the past. But now this final game is going to be a decider, not just for Team IND, for a lot of the teams, even One Power.
Yeah, One Power as well. I mean, One Power, they started off so nicely yesterday. The first game of Erangel yesterday was dominated by Team One Power. They had a lot of finishes. The fights they took was so impressive. Shockwave was looking like one of the best players in this particular lobby. But then the Miramar, the following Miramar, everything just bombed. They were one of the first teams to get eliminated in the game. And they never recovered. Even the Sanhok was completely botched from their side. Today, I think it's like the opposite of that, because Vikendi did not go that great for One Power, but this Miramar was phenomenal.
That is true.
I think not phenomenal, but it was decent. I mean, they walked away in the middle of the pack. And I think in the last Erangel, if they can step up again, maybe One Power will finish on that 4th position. Because at this point, the fight is for that 4th spot.
That is true. But you know what? Another team that we've seen this sort of like that performance change, not exactly performance stage change, I would say the play style change has to be BLOODROSE Esports.
Yeah.
They're showcasing a bit more patience inside the lobby now. And I'm liking that. Some patience added with the firepower too, with a little bit of aggression. They know now which fight to take, which not to take. So that's sort of giving the players of BLOODROSE a little bit more edge compared to yesterday's day where they just started things off on a massive aggressive note.
Yeah, they don't run in blind, I think. That's the difference. They actually, even if they take a knock like we saw them in a fight against the players of LastHope, if they are in an uncomfortable spot, they'll take their time, reanalyze the situation, reassess it, and find ways to recover. They don't give up on their knocked out players instantly, which was what was happening in the previous few matches we saw them in. But hey, last game of round 3. Last game of round 3 broadcast, if I might add. Necro, are you ready for the action to begin?
Yes, I'm ready, and I hope all the viewers too in the chat are ready, because this is the last game for the Group 5 and also the last game for the round 3 of BGIS 2023. As the plane's gonna hit the skies and the plane flight path starts all the way from Gatka towards Novorupnoy. Johnny, this plane flight path is heavily tilted to the southern side. What are your thoughts on that? Maybe a military circle?
I mean, we know that's not going to happen since the flight path is quite close to the military base. If it happens, I think a lot of teams are going to be quite happy about it, especially considering, I mean, it will be quite interesting to see what those gatekeeping situations on the bridges are going to look like. But, I mean, hopefully we get to see a circle towards that Stalber Hill, because, I mean, the flight path is leading towards the southeastern side, and Stalber Hill, Stalber Kamishki towards the northeastern part of the map will be an isolated position from this flight path. But let's see. I mean, also sort of depends how the drops are going to look like for a lot of these teams. As I mentioned a few moments ago to Salty, in the last game, teams at the bottom have the option of just having a lot of fun by dropping at the drop locations or drop clashing the teams at the top.
That is true. But
Yeah,
you know what?
would know, right?
It'll be fun, though. Come on, let's be honest.
I agree. I mean, it's going to be
really
amazing.
fun. We would like to see those type of drop clashes, and there's a chance. G2 Battlegrounds, they've dropped inside Gatka. Johnny, they're here to take down the players of Team Soul. They're here to get their revenge. They're on the redemption arc. But speak about being on the redemption arc right now, we've got the players of T2OP against the players of GENxFM, the Fearless Marathas. They're getting challenged by T2OP. T2OP is one of those teams that has been eliminated even in the previous game quite early.
Yeah, not really having a good day, Team T2OP, and I think even in this one, GENxFM, they are looking for those weapons, and Moksh has found a brilliant loadout to take those early fights, an AKM and a Scarrel. I mean, talk about luck and the odds favoring you. But from the side of Team 2OP, they also have quite a decent loot to work with. UMP Thompson on Sicko. We saw his teammate with a pump action shotgun in the backlines, and one more player with the UMP. So they have the weapons available to them. But this Pochinki fight is going to be extremely awkward.
It will be. I mean, both these teams, they've got their own land to play around with inside Pochinki. They've got their own individual territory to play with. Team Soul getting challenged by the entirety of G2 Battlegrounds. This drop collision's looking quite nice. I just want to look at how things are going to be looking like in that entire fray. And even the circle's not the military circle. I thought it would have been the best way to end things, a military zone.
But this is not bad, Necro. I mean, you can't really be mad about the zone. It has like around 30% water in it. I mean, a lot of, well, less land area for the players to survive on in the early season. I think it's going to end up towards Gatka.
If it ends on the shorelines,
oh, that's going to be fun.
Then I would be satisfied.
Yeah, same.
I'm down for this circle.
It's going to be the perfect climax.
Yeah, but that happens so rarely. We all know that. The chances of that happening are quite low. But speak of this drop collision so far hasn't really escalated just yet. T2OP in that same spot, right next to the players of GENxFM. For GENxFM, they've got nothing to lose. They cannot bounce back once again, that's for sure.
T2OP also has nothing to lose, by the way. They're like way low in the rankings, I think.
Both these teams can just try to play for fun, try to play this one like a classic game.
Did they expect someone else in Pochinki? That's my question. Were they expecting like another different team in Pochinki, or were they expecting like at least one of them to take the aggressive fight? GENxFM, look at them. They are already looking to back off, I think, take control of that Church Hill. And then play from the high ground, wait for the players of Team 2OP to move towards them and see if they may make a mistake in the movements.
I like the fact that GENxFM aren't really taking this one
lightly,
Still playing the game to its best potential. Hoping to switch things around for them. And right now, the players of T2OP looking forward to make some moves on the board. GENxFM, they're treating this one like the scrim games. They're going to take the experience over here, and then maybe in the future lines when they're back, they can be back even much more better.
In the last game, you can't really do a lot apart from that.
Yeah.
And it is, I think you would agree with me, from the side of GENxFM, our expectations were massive. I mean, with the way we have seen this team play in the past, we expected actually them to just be consistent and one way or the other, at least be on that 4th position, even at the worst possible moment, be on that 4th spot. But that doesn't really necessarily look like the case.
True.
It's quite upsetting. I mean, but hopefully in the future, as you mentioned, hopefully if they take this as a learning experience, work on their mistakes. Not necessarily mistakes, but work on improving their performances and being consistent inside of the matches. GENxFM, they have the potential of being the next big stars of BGMI.
Oh, right now?
Because this is what look at them wrapping all of them up.
Yeah, they've got a nice position to play with. It's a big split, but they've got the players of T2OP in a massive deadlock. And T2OP, they need to do something in this scenario. Utilities tossed in against them. GENxFM knows exactly where the foes are, and one of the men spotted out in the open. Nice shots taken. Vishu finds the opening. Now this is where the players of GENxFM will slowly and steadily start to tighten their grips.
Well, Vishu, look at him. We see him making the run for it, going for the push. But it is going to be extremely risky. Sicko, he has that first floor all to himself, and he can take Vishu down, but I think it's going to be Madrek upon whom the nade is lobbed. Sicko, although no trade has been found from the side of Team 2OP. They're just pinned down in this building, Necro. This is where their crates are going to be.
As I mentioned, Johnny, they've got him in a massive deadlock. GENxFM, they've executed this fight to perfection. Surrounded from all the different directions. T2OP, they cannot go anywhere. All the 4 players in that same building. If the players of GENxFM, they've got a couple of more utilities they can toss in, then this can definitely give them such a big advantage inside the fight. The nade's tossed into perfection. Might just find a knockout, and that's what exactly happens. One man goes down. Shub. Now Sicko's still in the front lines. Another man starts to drop down. Even Gil gets knocked down. This is not a great start for them. Chill not inside the game anymore. GENxFM, a great start of this fight. And now the players starting to close on up with the shotguns as usual to their faces. Devious pulled out. Another knock found for Wishu, but the man in the backlines is trying his best to sort of mow the lawns. But R9, he's going to be the last glimmer of hope alive for the pump shotgun. He's not able to do anything. He gets dealt with. GENxFM, they come out on top.
What a brilliant fight from GENxFM, and this is exactly what we were talking about. The way they positioned themselves in the initial stages, it looked like, alright, they are going to back off. But then they reassess, they realize, alright, T2OP is also backing off. That means they are also a little bit scared about getting taken out early. And GENxFM utilized that element of fear to their advantage, pinning T2OP down in this one building. And Vishu, incredible for him for finding that opening. The first knock.
Speak of the knock. And GENxFM, I mean, as I mentioned, for them, they've got nothing to gain nor to lose. So this game is sort of like a trial ball for them. And GENxFM, a really good fight, though. I like the execution. I like the wraparound that was being made for them. Well thought out process, that's for sure. But that spray, yeah. That was one of those Tyler 1 moments.
Yeah. Oh, but talk about moments and, well, Team Together Esports, they're not done giving us exciting moments in this match. G2 Battleground, by the way, did pick off one of the players from the side of Team Soul. I believe it was Hector who has been shut down, but 3 players still left standing. Although, as G2 Battleground were looking to rotate and find some cover for themselves, they were caught off guard by the players of Team Together Esports.
Team Together Esports and G2 Battlegrounds. Right now, these two players from G2 Battlegrounds, they've got a massive burden on their shoulders. Even for them, nothing to lose nor to gain. They can try to play this game out whatever way they want to. For Team Together Esports, though, that was quite a good ending in the previous game. They can still try to press their foot a little bit more on the pedal and maybe hope for that top 4 finish. That will be a really big leap inside the overall standings.
But I wonder how big of a leap can they take that they are in that 4th position or moving to the next round of BGIS round 4. I mean, again, a reminder for everyone, since this is the last game we're going to mention it again, there is a possibility for the teams outside the top 4 to qualify for the lower bracket.
Yeah.
That is still there. But for that, to find out who makes it to the lower bracket from here, from round 3, we are all going to have to wait.
Yeah, anyone from the 5th to the 7th spot, they've got a chance to move inside the lower brackets. So do not jump to conclusions just yet. But speaking about jumping to conclusions, we've got the players of CYBERTRONS Army against Team Seoul. This is going to be an interesting battle, Johnny. Your heartbeat is definitely pumping. And right now, we've got the players of CYBERTRON Esports. One of the men getting knocked out. Goblin's going to be the one to find that perfect opening. Team Seoul, definitely the way they wanted to kick things off inside the fight. Now we've got Akshat in the clotheslines. Even this man's got a shotgun pulled out. Just waiting for that one single clear line of sight against the foe. Team Seoul would definitely try to pull things back once again in their court. So much back and forth going on, but a really good knockout from CYBERTRON.
What a brilliant jump shot right there, but Dominic, he is just completely pinned down behind this open door. And even though it looks like CYBERTRON Army have turned things around, it is necessarily not the case. Team Seoul, they have the advantage. Look at that. Neo with a nade is going to make sure that Dominic will be down on his knees. Dragon has been knocked out as well. Firebolt is the last player left standing from the side of CYBERTRON Army. And well, Team Seoul, they've decided that it is time for this army to head back to CYBERTRON, fight for their planet and not the chicken dinner in this game.
CYBERTRONs, they're starting to get pushed on, pounced on by Team Seoul. And they're here to claim and tame their souls. Akshat still in the front, and Bolt's now caught toe. So much damage that he can't do anything. And what's going on? It's ring around the rosy. Bolt, he managed to find that knockout, but that's all he got. That was a good move, though.
Yeah, that was a 200 IQ play. Just jumps through the small window, takes a leap of faith, and all of a sudden he's behind Goblin like, surprise!
One of those horror movies, right?
Yeah.
When you open the door, you expect someone to be there, but then you look around, then you look in the back.
Yeah, it usually happens in front of doors or like bedroom windows that are there in front of
or mirrors.
Stuff. Mirrors, yeah, mirrors.
Like you look in the mirror, you don't see anyone, then you look back. A jump scare. That's what it was. Ooh. But this was one of those moments, the Tyler 1 moments, if you remember what I'm saying.
Yeah. Are you going to do it now?
No. Man, I love
Alright, I don't know what you're talking about. Show it to me, Necro.
Right now, GENxFM on the screens. Oh, up against the players of Revenant. GENxFM, definitely, they've got some boost inside the game.
Well, they do have a massive boost as MJ is knocked out. And there's one more player from the side of Revenant on his knees. So,
wow.
Sensei is the last man left standing. And Revenant Esports getting wiped out like this in this match. GENxFM, they're holding on to the momentum from the previous game. And I think they're mad about the early exit as well.
Why did they not play like this throughout the entire Group 3? I wanted to see this GENxFM in the past, too. They've already wrapped up 7 elimination points. Johnny, where was this GENxFM in the past?
You and I both were rooting for them yesterday. And yesterday, they just bombed, absolutely bombed. I think they were on the 2nd page of the rankings, and that too extremely low. And today, they have, I think we just gave up on them today, and today things are just working out. Last game, Salty picked them, that's why they got took an early exit.
Yeah, dude, this is not good. Salty should stay away from GENxFM.
Yeah, and we also, I think, need to just give up on teams for them to perform.
I can't stick with them. But right now, a team rotating quite close to them. It's not looking too good for them. Shots taken, though. It's BurnX officials, the winners of the previous game. They've got the momentum.
The momentum is there. 7 eliminations secured, and all 4 players still alive. But ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match of Miramar on our screens now. BurnX official. They were the ones shooting on the players of GENxFM a few moments ago as they were rotating through these open fields, but apart from the damage on those vehicles, none of the shots actually connected on the players. Although in the distance, Team Together Esports, another team that has been phenomenal. And look at this, even in this game, Kronal is putting up big numbers already. 3 finishes have been secured by him.
Team Together Esports. This team has been pulling off quite a lot of miracles. They're the magicians inside the lobby, especially Kronal.
Yeah.
This man did not pull out a rabbit out of his hat. Instead, he pulled out a magical stick that he was beating down everyone with.
What stick?
Magical stick. You've never seen like that Harry Potter wand?
Yeah.
That stick.
I would have rather called him this Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. That one moment where he's standing in front of he's standing in front of a fire monster and literally just screams in his face, "You shall not pass!"
Yeah, I don't know. I've not watched.
After that,
Harry
Gandalf
Potter.
actually powers up even more in the next part.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
so Kronal has just powered up in this map.
Yeah, it's like a level up right. But speaking about power, one power, they're just stuck with that one single power. Last time in the game of Erangel that we saw yesterday, they had the power over 9,000.
One power is, again, I mean, weird moments from a lot of these teams. The teams you expect to win the games get taken out super early. The teams that get taken out early in the previous game just pop off in the next match. And I think that also makes me believe that we might see an early exit for the players of Team Together Esports and One Power as well.
That was such a good tracking. Really nice tracking. Good stuff.
What's the point? Wasn't able to secure a knock though.
It's okay though. Still showcasing some of his mechanical skills. I like that. BurnX officials. It's tough to secure a knock in that range, Johnny, especially a moving vehicle. It's really tough. Come on.
I mean, yeah, fair. Sensei now, the last survivor, the lone survivor from the side of Revenant. Now he has to live up to that name of Revenant, bringing his team back from the dead in this game. Not literally, but in terms of points.
Can he, though? That's
Anyone
my
can,
question.
it's him.
I mean, he is supposed to be like the mastermind, the big mind in that team.
Yeah.
So let's see what type of a master plan he comes up with.
There's someone on his tail. There's people chasing him, Necro. It's the
GENxFM.
players of GENxFM.
Of course. This team's been on their tails for a while now, and it's a big grand theft. GENxFM on a move, but they found themselves in a world of trouble themselves against another team. And look at Sensei. This man is just cruising through between a lot of enemies.
Yeah, rider and provider right now for the players of Revenant Esports. But how many points can he provide at the end of the game? That is the question. By the way, it's still 13 teams remaining. So if he gets taken out right now, there's no placement points coming their way. Revenant Esports. I wonder, Necro, what is their spot in the overall rankings? I'm getting a little bit worried. Because the other teams have popped up quite nicely. But look at this. He's caught off guard by the players of Troy TAMILAN Esports. Sensei is in an isolated 1v2. Utility being lobbed upon him. And oh no. He's going to be gunned down. The players just run inside that shack. Finish him off. And Troy TAMILAN Esports, that's their first point.
Troy TAMILAN Esports, as you mentioned, that's their first point. That's going to give them a little bit of sigh of relief inside the game.
Yeah.
Considering they lost out on a teammate a while ago. And you speak about the warrior instincts, right? Even they're going to start to kick in a little bit more in a better fashion because they finally got that first blood on their hands. Team Soul against Team Unsub, which is quite close to the players of Team Soul. Scyther, just looking through the small windows. He knows that there's someone over there. Spots out that little smoke, Johnny. Now he definitely knows. He's got the confirmation. There's literally someone just on the opposite side, just on the other side of that ridge.
You know, whenever I see a team rotating in vehicles together, I miss the corporate squad.
Speak of the corporate squad, though, right now, BurnX officials, a lot of shots were taken. Actually managed to find a knockout, too. And still just going for the shots a little bit more against the opponents. This is a little bit too tough against the players of One Power. But now another fight jumping up in front of us. The man gets ran over from 2 OP officials. This time, the opponents are doing a great job. LastHope Esports They're the one extinguishing the last hope of 2 OP officials.
I think cops are going to show up asking for that clip. That was a hit and run, and this was evidence.
GENxFM, though, they've heard all that commotion, and now even they want to try and chime inside the action. GENxFM, they know the only way to make it inside the top 4 is a nuclear performance, and that's what they're looking for. They're hunting down every single team right now. They're the Ghost Bursters inside the land of foes.
I mean, 3 of them are. Moksha is just in the backline, still having no finishes to his name. But look at the amount of utility that's being lobbed on the players of LastHope. Strange, Sarpanch and Lucky already down to sliver of HPs. And Sarpanch, in fact, is going to be knocked down. Lucky again surviving with a pixel. Strange. It's quite strange for him that he is the last man standing for his team. But LastHope Esports, well, he is their last hope now.
One guy gets knocked out, though, from GENxFM. They're overextending inside this fight, and that's why LastHope, they're doing a great job at pressing down the charges. It's Strange, with that 6th sense, is able to just pepper down the shot so nicely, but GENxFM, they still wipe him out of existence. LastHope, even the last hope is taken away from them.
Yeah, again, all hope is gone from their side. Ray just sending a gift their way. I mean, you might not have hope, but here's a small little present. The nade landed right in his feet. There was no escaping that damage.
Team Soul, even they've got their troubles of their own to deal with. And that too in the name of Team Together Esports. This team is not a team you want to fight up against, but that was a rookie mistake, that's for sure. Opponent just exposing himself for a little while, and that was more than enough for Neo to capitalize on. Now cooking up a nade too, tossed that one quite nicely in the front lines. But still Neo wants to find a second opening. If he does, that will be a good one indeed. But it was able to chip out a bit more damage. Another fight going on in front of us. It's going to be the players of Team Unsub against the entirety of Team IND. And Team IND on the receiving lines. But as soon as I say that, they're here to flip the tables. They're here to flip the switch. But no, they get eliminated.
They tried to flip the table, but UNSB just making them, forcing them to sit down on that particular table and have a proper meal with them. 4 points secured without even breaking a sweat, and this actually puts, this early exit puts IND's chances of qualifying up for grabs. As I mentioned when the day started, in fact after the first game of Vikendi, IND was on that 4th spot, but I think now is the time when they take the fall, just like the players of Team Together Esports, as Tyson is going to be dropped to his knees. They have taken control of these trenches and they're putting up a decent performance.
They've got so many teams to deal with, Johnny. Team Together Esports, they're surrounded by a lot of foes. BloodRose from the back, Soul from the front, Unsub from the sidelines. Where to go? Team Together Esports do not even know. And BloodRose, the amount of firepower, the amount of punch this team packs, you better watch out from this team.
Oh.
Nade comes in flying, and the wind in the sails is back for the players of BloodRose. And this nade was just tossed into perfection, but at least the return knockout comes into play too. BloodRose once again just dishing out so much damage against Team Together Esports. Krunal goes down, and then the entire team just crumbles down too. Team Together Esports out of the game.
Well, all together they go back to the lobby, but now we're down to the top 8 teams and 1 power. Look at them. This is the first time we have seen them in this match. They were playing for placements, but it is not necessarily working out too nicely for them, is it now? BurnX official looking to burn the opposition. They've secured 2 knocks. 2 players left standing. Savior on the flank. Look at him. BurnX official, they've ignored that man for so long, and he makes them pay for it.
Oh, that was such a good nade, though. But even Team Soul from the back lines, they're just here to claim the elimination points. Akshat is being cruel right now. Being the 3rd man in the party, he's not even invited. But still that uninvited guest just causing so many troubles. And BurnX officials, the utility bombardment isn't stopping anytime soon. Even Ankit gets knocked out. BurnX official, look at the amount of utilities this team is using. It's crazy. Hardy gets ran over, actually. Or no, gets finished off, man, from Millen.
Yeah, Millen from the back lines was able to connect that shot. In fact, Millen was the guy in the buggy. It was Melodious in the back lines. This is a name from an anime, if I'm not wrong. But yeah,
Meliodas,
yeah, from 7 Deadly Sins.
He was the one who got that elimination. Unstoppable RAKA in front of us. And even they've got their own problems to deal with. This time, GENxFM's going to be the one to dig against them.
Oh, it's done.
And Unstoppable RAKA, the man stood up a while ago. His position was revealed. What a perfect nade that was, Mo. That's the three-pointer. Kobe right on the mark. And now Unstoppable RAKA. A lot of problems starting to brew up for them as the players of GENxFM, they keep on marching up. The problems are increasing even more step by step. Unstoppable RAKA, way too close against a massive threat. They need to deal with the man in the back. A good find for Moke, and even the last man gets dealt with.
Well, they just empty the DBS inside that smoke, finishing off the last individual from that side. But Necro, this game of Erangel is so chaotic. So much bloodbath into this map, and it feels very difficult to figure out actually who will walk away with the win on this game. But one thing, or some things that never change, is the fact that Team Soul yet again is in top 5 with a lot of eliminations to their name, but their time might be coming to an end as Neo is going to be the last player left standing and he gets finished off. What an incredible move from BloodRose Esports, but also BloodRose is down to their last player.
Yeah, it was just a knockout though, no issues, but Team Soul, they have been successfully dismantled.
Yeah.
Out of the game, down and dusted, they bite the dust.
Down to the top 4 we go. BloodRose, they're down to 2. BurnX has the numbers, 3 players left. But GENxFM also has 3 players left, Necro.
The final 2 guys from BloodRose, Hershu, Pasha OP, they're just searching for anything they can get their hands on at this point in time. GENxFM, these 3 guys, they stand a massive chance to win the game, but still the biggest thorn in their way has to be another team that's right next to them, BurnX official.
Look at them, BloodRose. I mean, they have to climb that ridge. They're away from the zone now. The circle just took that southern shift, and all of a sudden, BloodRose, they will be in a world of trouble. The circle, it's in complete control of the players of GENxFM, and I think all of a sudden, we might just have clear winners, but no, Madrick. Rishabh's shots connected, but he did not continue the spray.
Rishabh screwed up massively. He gave his position away, Johnny. And now they know there's another team on the right lines. That was the confirmation they needed. GENxFM instantly smoking out that player. More bullets connected, and the problems will keep on continuing, brewing up. Team Unsub, they were able to find 1 knockout and also a confirmation. The players of GENxFM are now down to just a 2-man squad. BloodRose 2 starting to make a move inside the entire lobby. It's so many teams with just 2 men alive.
Yeah.
BurnX officials, the only one with 3 players, so they've got the most amount of man number.
This is a fight for the qualification. This fight, this win of Erangel might just decide who qualifies in the top 4, who gets to move forward in the next round of BGIS, and which one of these teams will be waiting in the backlines for that lower bracket run.
This final top 4 is going to be the decider of the fates. Who will be able to shake their hands with destiny? Let's find out after the end of this game. Then the overall standings will be shown. And for now, we've got the players of GENxFM trying their best to fight back. Madrick, he has been proving himself since a long time in the past 2. In the round 2 as well, this guy was there somewhere in the MVP charts. Can Madrick once again rise from the ashes? Can he be back in this top 4 situation when his team needs him the most desperately? And BloodRose still searching for the opponents. They're hungry, they're thirsty to taste some more blood.
Throw roses on the graves of the opposition, but as the advantage that we were talking about has completely faded away, Necro. GENxFM is down to 2 players. BloodRose official is down to 2 players, and BurnX official is also down to 2 players. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 1 player. That last individual from the side of UNSB can actually be the X factor, the catalyst to change everything. But look at this, Moksha, he's jumping and trying to spawn.
Oh, nice!
Sees him, finishes and secures the finish. GENxFM up to 18 eliminations from this match.
Really good spotting from that player, GENxFM. Oh, they're starting to get things back in their hands. Device gets extinguished as well. GENxFM, some eagle eyes inside the game. They've got the positions of every single player that's in the final few moments of the game. And now they start to creep and crawl their way towards the final opponent, towards the final boss of this game. That can be the biggest thorn in their way for this fairy tale run.
Final 2v2. Imagine the heartbeats of these lads. Final 2v2 to decide the 15 points. Who are they going to go to? I mean, one thing is for sure, GENxFM, they have a lot of eliminations. That should be helping them out in the overall ranking. but still a win in the last game as you move to the next round. It has to be the Hollywood finish you're looking for.
35 points will be secured by GENxFM in that one single game. That can be a table turner. That can be a fate turner.
Yes. Oh, they're running out of ammo. Both the teams, in fact. I mean, it's just BLOODROSE who's running out of ammo. On that Groza, 40 in the chamber, 2 in the backpack. And for the AKM as well, it was kind of a similar situation.
Both the teams running out of the win condition. Running out of the juice. GENxFM wanting to make some moves, and finally BLOODROSE. That's the opening they were looking for. The man steps up, finds him. That little glimmer was more than enough to capitalize. Hershu's position's compromised, but GENxFM, they've got things under control. Once again, Madrek, he knows exactly where the last guy is from BLOODROSE. All he needs to do is play this one a little bit more patiently, and usually the patience do pay off. Madrek and Pasha OP. It's the final 1v1 to decide the supremacy inside this final game of round 3 of BGIS 2023. Who's going to be the one to seal the deal and also shake hands with Destiny? GENxFM, they're the one, they're looking quite desperate. On the opposite side, another player of BLOODROSE Esports.
Oh, this last 1v1, it's extremely intense. Madrek versus Pasha. Madrek is proactively taking those shots, but Pasha, he's run out of ammo on that AKM. I know the base damage is quite high, but you will need to empty out clip after clip on the opposition. The 4x has been removed in the favor of that hollow side, but will this work out? Also, Pasha's armor, look at it, it's completely fine. On the other side, Madrek's armor is shot halfway. It can be the difference maker.
These nitty-gritties can indeed be the difference maker. Pulls out the DBS. Oh! 2 shots. That's it. Madrek is going to be the one to win that game. GENxFM, that desperately needed chicken dinner, is finally secured by them. And that game was one of the best games that we've witnessed. Johnny, this cannot be any more perfect. This is the perfect ending for round 3 that was needed.
I mean, we were talking about how this was going to be the most impactful round of BGIS, where teams were going to get that lifeline, but they would have to earn it. And that last finish, man, DBS hipfire at quite a decent range, and he out-damages that M4. I mean, of course, shotgun will out-damage the assault rifles at any day of the week, but still, I mean, I thought BLOODROSE, they had this one in the bag.
We all thought so many things. We all thought so many possibilities. We even thought that GENxFM could be out of the run, but that big game that was there, that nuclear game that they got, 35 points in total secured from that previous game. There's a chance there's going to be massive catapult inside the top 4, or at least closer to that top 4. Maybe they can qualify in the lower brackets. But ladies and gentlemen, all these possibilities, the answer will be there on the other side of this short break.
Push, left, AKM
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
यस लेट्स गो
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
अब तुम्हारी बारी
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो
You could not have asked for a more perfect ending to this round 3, ladies and gentlemen. And what a game that was. In the end, it came down to that 1v1. GENxFM securing 35 points.
And my heart is still racing after that finish. I mean, even that final 1v1 between the players of BLOODROSE and GENxFM, it was so intense. And that wasn't the case for just the final fight. It was the whole game in general.
Exactly. The entire game was just a complete adrenaline rush through the veins. And speaking about the adrenaline rush, right, even LastHope Esports in that fight against the players of GENxFM, I genuinely thought GENxFM could have lost out in that fight. There was a clear overcommitment being seen from GENxFM, but luckily enough for them, they sort of won that fight, came out on top.
They just emptied that clip inside the smoke, just spammed the DBS, everything. And luckily for them, it was just that one last player they had to deal with. But now, Necro, the real question is, who's in the top 4?
That's a question even in my mind, because so many of the teams that were trying their best to sort of get that comeback established, especially GENxFM, they were on the latter half of the board even when the day started. I highly doubt GENxFM has made it inside the top 4, but there's a definite chance that they might just qualify inside the lower brackets.
I mean, maybe. I mean, lower bracket is what they're going to be hoping for. And the only reason we say this, even though they put up big numbers today on the board, ladies and gentlemen, is because it's not just about today, right? Yesterday, they just bombed. The performance wasn't looking great. Today, at least, they showed up, so I think they are going to be hopeful about that lower bracket run of theirs. But again, even once they reach there, I think the main thing to focus on is this is the GENxFM that we hope to see. This is how they have to play.
This is how they have to play inside the lower bracket, especially if they are going to be qualifying inside the lower brackets.
Favorite moment of the day.
This was one of the best moments out there. Team Soul just getting outplayed by that one single guy, Bolt. That was a really good play. As I mentioned, smart move, smart maneuver. Even Revenant Esports not been able to survive for that long in that previous game. As I mentioned, Revenant Esports do not need to do anything. They could have just sit back, relax, and that's what they did.
And the thing about CYBERTRON Army is the fact they might not win games, but they're going to win your heart with moments like that. And we have not just seen them perform like this just once. These extraordinary out-of-the-norm plays is what I think I've observed from their side. But LastHope and GENxFM, this is the fight that you were talking about.
Yeah. And then Nate just comes in and just shuts down the LastHope, or just extinguishes even that LastHope that was left over for that team. Team Soul, of course, after that initial drop collision that just happened, which CYBERTRON Army did, they tried their best to sort of seal the deal once again. They tried their best to sort of make a comeback in that previous game. It was a little bit too tough when you've got so many folks surrounding you.
Yeah, it is extremely tough to make it happen in a position like that. But talk about being in tough positions, and I think in this game, BurnX official, even though, we realize, I mean, they did not really perform that great yesterday as well. At least in this match and in the previous game, the last two matches of the day, they played very well.
Yeah.
They were, I think, a little bit far away from that qualification mark. I believe they were on that 6th or 7th position, so they also needed to win this game in order to make it through, but unfortunately, it was like they were miles away from the chicken dinner.
You got to also mention this, BurnX officials, they've been quite consistent inside the game. Even in that previous game, if I'm not wrong, they were somewhere inside the top 5. And in general, when the game just hit the top 8 marker, GENxFM, they were on a tear. They were just getting all the elimination points as they can. They just had their arms open, and they were like, okay, if you want to come in, feel free.
BurnX official, as you mentioned, I mean, they won the game of Miramar, and in this game, I think they finished in the top. Yeah, they did finish in the top 4, not walk away with the chicken. Top 3, in fact. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it all built up to. The last 1v1 that you get to see between Pasha and Madrick from the side of GENxFM.
Yeah, and then the smarter man came out on top. This is where I genuinely thought Pasha should have just prone down and went for the M4 ADS. That could have given them more chance to stand tall against that DBS.
So we just saw in the replay, he did ADS, but he did not readjust the aim, and Madrick just went left, right, spamming the DBS. And that is how he came out on top. But still can't really take anything away from either of these teams. Both of them played phenomenally, and both BloodRose and GENxFM, they deserve a round of applause after a run like that.
That is true. Look at the elimination points. Madrick managed to get 8 elimination points, and that too is not enough. Just a 40% of finished contribution, and then you move on forward to another guy of GENxFM. He's managed to get 6 elimination points wrapped up. This is where GENxFM, this was definitely their game. Neo too from Team Souls over there.
I mean, Neo did a phenomenal job handling a lot of pressure for his team in the last few moments, and 5 elimination points, I think, look quite good on the side of Team Soul. But I think this is that one game where Team Soul, no, even in this match, I think they were in the top 5.
But you know what, Johnny? It's time to take a look at the match scoreboard. Point standings, as I mentioned, GENxFM, they've managed to get 35 points in total. BloodRose Esports with 21. And then on the third spot is BurnX Officials, as usual, just being consistent inside the game. But Team Unsub too, just chiming up inside the action.
Yeah, Team UNSB is going to be there. Team Soul on that 5th spot. Team Together Esports 6 points. So I think now I'm just trying to figure out which teams are confirmed out of that top 4. And I think Unstoppable, LastHope, Team Together, Roy Tamilian, all of these teams are definitely going to be taking a drop. One Power as well, Team IND. What happened to Revenant today? They did not perform in a single match. Like, Vikendi was good,
game. It did in the first game, but then after that, Revenant Esports sort of knew that it's completely okay if we have qualified inside the top 4. But ladies and gentlemen, here's the time for the icebreaker. Let's move on forward to the overall standings. Team Soul has toppled over Revenant Esports, BloodRose, BurnX, GENxFM on the 5th. Johnny, this is quite interesting. Only 2 points shy.
2 points shy, 58 points for BurnX Official and 56 for the players of GENxFM. But still, you have to give props to this team. I think they were second last when we started the day. They were on that 15th or the 14th position, somewhere around that marker. But today's run, they brought themselves from the 15th to the 5th. And now they have the opportunity for that lower bracket run that we always talk about, the Cinderella story that you dream of having.
Johnny, we started the day off even one power somewhere inside the top 5, and now they're on the 9th spot. A big drop off inside the performance, the consistency not being seen in the overall standing so far, and one power, that was the last chance to convert anything.
They have 21 placement points, right? They got 15 in one game yesterday, and after that they just got 6 in the next 5.
Wow, that's tough. They've managed to accumulate 27 finishes though.
I think half of those were from that first Erangel as well.
Yeah, that is true.
More than half.
That is true. Unstoppable RAKA not playing that well. Even CYBERTRONS Army. Your hopes were a lot from this team.
Yeah.
Even CYBERTRONS Army not really coming on top of those hopes. Not really coming true on those hopes. And then we've got Team 2OP and 2OP Officials. Both these guys, they've got similar names and also the similar standings almost.
Yeah, 9 points for 2OP Officials, 7 for Team 2OP. But still, I mean, the talk of the matter will be the fact that BurnX Official actually make it through to the other side. I mean, quite an incredible run from this team, and we don't necessarily see them pop off. I think Miramar was that one game that they won. In this game, they just made sure that they were part of that top 3, and I think GENxFM, they're going to be quite upset. Why didn't we not finish BurnX Official first and then go for the other teams?
2 more points, Shawnee. 2 more points is why they were not tied with that position. 1 more point, which is 3 points, they would have been catapulted to the 4th spot.
2 points is the difference between 4th and the 3rd position. BurnX Official was 3rd. Had they been 4th, they would have been the ones 2 points low.
Even for them. But in general, I would say BurnX Official, they've done their job. The amount of consistency they've shown inside today's day, it was quite phenomenal. The way they were able to position themselves quite nicely inside the circle, good presence of mind, I would say. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the 16 teams, even from these overall round 3 that we've seen so far, the teams that were not able to make it inside the top 4 still 16 more teams have a chance to move on forward or move on downwards in the lower brackets, but they will need to make a comeback to bounce back once again in the upper brackets.
I mean, opportunity is still there for you to survive in this tournament and stay in this tournament. And the dream of you winning the BGIS 2020, lifting that trophy and walking away home with 75 lakh rupees in the bank, that dream can still stay alive. But for that, in order to find out if that is going to be the case, you'll have to wait. And also, follow us on our socials.
Exactly. Make sure to follow on the socials because all the results will be announced over there. So make sure to go ahead over there. But also some live updates will be seen over there too on the social.
Yeah.
So following on the socials is one of the most important things on Craft India Esports. Make sure to do that. But you know what? Getting back to the conversation once again, I really want the audience to know that do not jump on the conclusions just yet.
Yeah.
Maybe the teams on the first half of the board, every single team can stand a chance to be there inside the lower brackets.
Because again, it's the similar scenario that we had in round 1, the overall leaderboard being created, and then the 16 teams that haven't already moved on to the next round, round 4, who are left behind from separate groups, of course, moving and being put into that lower bracket. So all of that complicated calculation is going to happen, but again, the results will be posted.
Exactly. The results will be posted on the social media, so make sure to follow Craft India Esports. And also, with that being said, Johnny, any last word? Because round 3 is almost coming to an end.
Oh, next round. I can't wait for round 4 to begin because for the first time in round 3, we saw all the teams play. Teams from Grind perform. Teams that qualified through in-game qualifiers performed, and we saw that mix come together. But the next round is where the real test begins. I think after round 4, we will have a separate group of teams that we will just call the top contenders for the finals.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, round 3 has been quite magnificent, where Group 5 and Group 9 was the ending groups for the round 3, and both these groups have done a fantastic job. Some of these underdog teams have definitely impressed all of us, but maybe inside the round 4, we've got some more teams coming up, because as we all know, even some of the matches were happening off broadcast. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, round 3, we could not have asked for a more perfect finish. Before now, it's time for us to take a leave. We'll see you guys inside round 4.